man.
If you're gonna take,
But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from a Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need it.
Some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. Let's go. What the blood seed, Lord.
Brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Mad, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a Podclass. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
press 1 for Tehuti, press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podclass on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
Stand on it.
that's not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this
Okay,
is why
then.
you upset.
And my point is simply this. So we're going to give like this. Respect to Tehuti. Tehuti didn't want the topic. I won't say he was running because we had the conversation. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
Does this mean you refuse to answer me? Are you refusing?
That's not even. Hey,
are you refusing to answer the question?
Scared to debate. This is what they do. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
I'm only talking to you.
But I'm not talking to you. You scared. You were scared to talk to me. Don't come on this fucking app.
So he is God, the most high God. And when he repented, he
Me and Tehuti shook our heads at the same time.
Tehuti believes on writings on the wall that he don't know who wrote it. He don't know who wrote them writings, whether it was the Greeks or whether it was the Kemet. I think I need to clarify that with you. I think I need to clarify. You should let me clarify. Because I wasn't talking to you when I was talking about the writings on the wall. There's no name given to authorship, and there's no date given whereby we know when those writings on the wall were done. That's all I said. I didn't mention anything about you. So he is God, the most high God. And when he repented,
Me and Tehuti shook our heads at the same time.
Tehuti believes on writings on the wall that he don't know who wrote it. He don't know who wrote them writings, whether it was the Greeks or whether it was the Kemet.
Hold on. Okay.
And what is that? What does it say there in verse 9?
And they that were with me saw and were afraid, but they heard not the voice of him that spake to me.
Right. This is the same.
Mm-hmm.
So those that were with him, they heard the voice, or they didn't hear it?
Now, according to what he's saying here to, who's he talking to here? Felix or Agrippa? Yeah. According to this, he says they heard the voice of him that spake to me. That's what the other one. Where's the other one in Acts 9?
No, I just want to establish one thing. Those who were with him, they did not, according to Paul, not hear the voice that was with him.
Yeah, you're right. I remember reading this recently, and I was like caught on that. I was thinking like, that's something that I don't understand because I don't see what, it sounds like a contradiction.
Isn't it easy to understand?
No, it's not. Wait.
Have you ever heard of a liar?
It sounds like a contradiction in Acts, doesn't it?
Right. It sounds like a lie, doesn't it?
No.
When something is said and something is said the opposite, both things be true at the same time?
If something is said the opposite of something, can they both say at the same time?
Yeah, yeah. Can I be 6'4" and at the same time be 5'11" at the exact same time? You to pick which one is the truth.
You can try to make me look like a dummy, and maybe I am.
That attitude. I just wanted to know which one.
I still honor God above man, and I don't put my trust in man.
Okay, I just wanted to know which one was the truth. I want to tell my son which one is the truth.
I mean, that's fine. I've been up against the wall before. I know what it feels like. It's all right.
It feels strange, right?
Swimming up, no, it just makes you stronger.
Do you feel stronger right now? Mic check. Wonderful. Check this out. All right, mic check, everybody. Let me check the room and see if you all can hear me. Mic check, mic check. Let me check the room and see who's here. Mic check, mic check. Press 1 if you can hear me. Press 1 if you can hear me. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We are here. We are here. All right. We see. Okay. I see the ones. I see the ones now. I see the ones. I see the ones. We have. Okay. We got 46 people in here thus far. I'm gonna do my best. I am mentally worked this week. Mentally worked, and I see some good questions already came in. Let me go ahead and greet everybody. We got Higa Kepara. Higa Kepara, peace and greetings to you. Welcome to the Podclass. Welcome to the Podclass. We have Arcad Infinite. Time to step out of the Matrix. Awesome. Arcad Infinite. I see somebody new. Carolina. I see Carolina. Let me blow this up a little bit. Carolina Man Killer Hernandez, who says, hi everyone. Okay, good. Okay. Lancia. Okay. Got Desmond. Shout out to Desmond. Got Master K. Got Stefan. Got Asiatic Soldier. Got Voltage Controller. Okay, good. I see the moderators are only two. We're going to give them a shout out. That's Agent Super Mogul. Okay, we're doing good. We're doing good. Let me grab some agua. Okay, wonderful. We got Chandler Brigade. Chandler Brigade says for Mars. Okay. We got Jody. Jody, I see Jody in here. Okay, she just popped up on the screen. Shout out to Jody. Who else? Ahati Ma'at, one of the moderators. Moderators. Where are the other moderators? Let me scroll through and see who I can see. What are the other moderators? Okay, we got SK. Where are my other moderators? Okay, there's Saneti Amun. Okay, we got Ahati Ma'at. There's Saneti Amun. And let's see. I'm gonna get slide away from me. Okay. And we got the other moderator in here. 90 Cent Mer should be in here. So, okay, we got Cash Beating. There's 90 Cent Mer. 90 Cent Mer is there. Okay, good, good, good. All right, everybody, we're going to go ahead and just get started because Anthony Drain, who's one of the most loyal, dedicated, who dedicates himself sending donations even before the class starts. Okay, and we got the biggest donator. Shout out to you, Anthony Drain. We got the biggest donator is Ascari21. Ascari21, shout out to you. We got Darius McNear. Shout out to you, Darius McNear. Shout out to you. And we're gonna also give a shout out to the moderators. Then we're gonna begin because I have about 2.5 hours in me, maybe. I'm my man. Ooh. I do about 6 classes a week. This is one of them. Okay, so let me fix this here. Okay, boom, boom. All right, that's good. Everybody can hear me clear. Okay, good. All right, let me go ahead and give a shout out to introduce you to the moderators. The moderators are the ones who keep the rooms in control, keep this room in control. We have Ankia Ma'at, Nania Set Mer, Sanetia Moon, and Ahati Ma'at. Once again, these are the moderators. Those are the people you see with wrenches. Those are the people I trust. Those are the people who support me. Those are the people that keep the room flowing smoothly. They are the people that you can send questions in as far as how the room navigates, as far as any upcoming talks I may have, debates, classes, my email, where you can reach me on Facebook. That's what they are for. They are not to be asked questions about information. They're not going to have sub classes in here. I will explain how the class works for all those who are new, who have never seen anything like this before, because there's nothing like this before, and there more likely won't be anything like this afterwards. We're going to go ahead and start out, though, with the affirmation before we get into anything. And I'm going to explain what the Tehuti Podclass is all about. And here we go. So this is the affirmation that I say with my inner circle, my family. It is an affirmation that was created from axioms and sentences in the Per Em Haru, the oldest known spiritual book on the planet. These sentences can be found, some of them almost word for word, in the Medu Netter, in the Per Em Haru. And these are the sentences that apply to my daily life. And the reason why I am how I am is because I live the words that you will see on the screen and the words that you'll hear in this affirmation. So before we begin anything, we will begin with the affirmation. I'll put it on the screen for those to say it along with us or to read. If anybody has any questions on the affirmation, they can send it in. I'll tell you how to send in your questions. Okay, so here it is, and here we go. Ankia Ma'at un MS, Min Tet Aset Amat, Min Hepapet Amat, Her Enhukiwi, Her Ikut. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. That is the affirmation. Let us begin the podcast, and let me explain to those what is happening here. So first, my name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. I've been a teacher for over 3 decades. Although some say I don't look that old, but for over 3 decades I've been a teacher. A different type of teacher, the type of teacher that presents himself in front of a crowd, where the crowd actually asks questions live. I've been doing live question and answers since about 1993, I'd say. About 1993. I've been teaching for several years on many different topics, not limited to any one topic. My spiritual foundation is Ma'at. That is the oldest known spiritual foundation on the planet Earth, in the Nile Valley. That can be found, documented, and has a concise, traceable path. It is called Ma'at, and it is a spiritual system that we created thousands of years ago before we were interfered with from any invaders. I follow that spiritual system, but I am not limited to teach on that spiritual system. You'll see, those who are new here, you'll see the type of questions that I get in are not just based on Ma'at, they're based on all type of things. I'm open to that. So I've been teaching for several years. I went into seclusion, and when I went into seclusion, I just taught my inner family, my inner circle, and then I started teaching others in person, but not out in the public anymore. I was doing that for several years. And I got what's the word called? What should say? I got unintrigued. I was no longer intrigued by teaching what I was teaching, because I didn't feel that people truly appreciated. So I became unmotivated. There's the word. Unmotivated to teach in the public, and I just taught my inner circle. And then I met a brother named Mahati Ma'at, who you see in the room. He was down and out as an questioning Hebrew Israelite faith. I raised him up with knowledge and understanding. He was dedicated ever since, and I taught him with my inner family. He's the only male that I ever brought in to teach with my inner family, the only male that I ever brought in to come into my home around my circle, my children, my goddesses, the only male that I could trust. And he eventually came in my home, and I taught him directly. He went onto the internet and saw several other so-called teachers that said they taught Ma'at and consciousness. And he came back to me and said, "We really need you out there, Tehuti. We really need you out there." He says that there's so many people claiming to be teachers, and they're not as precise and as thorough and as sourceful as you, and they're not even living any kind of lifestyle. I was reluctant. I said, I don't want to teach the masses anymore. It took him 5 months of continuously persisting. Come on. He said, hey, well, there's a group you can come out back into the public with and have an interview with. They interview people of different religious organizations. And so I went on and did an interview with them eventually. And they ended up being a debate group. I accepted an interview. But when I saw the flyer to me being accepting the interview, it says, Tehuti wants smoke with everyone. And I saw the flyer and I was like, what does that mean? I want smoke. I don't even use those kind of terms. It said, Tehuti wants smoke with everyone. And so I came on there and I did the interview, and I found out that it was actually a debates league. They were looking for people to argue and debate their beliefs with. And I was a little reluctant at first because I asked Ahati, I said, what religion are they? He said they're Hebrew Israelites, but they want to know about Kemet. I said, they want to know about Kemet and they're still Hebrew Israelites? How long have they been doing this? He said, for a long time, over a year or so. And I said, and they're still Hebrew Israelites? I said, I don't think they want to know about Kemet. I think maybe they're picking information to debate. And I was right. When I went there, it was a debate league. And the champion of that debate league challenged me after a conversation. And we ended up in a debate. very organized too. I must give the league that. They were very organized at that time. They were very there was rounds, there was judges. It was very good. I liked the organization, so I said, yeah, I'll go for it. I'll do it. I ended up debating him. I found out that the judges, 4 of the 5 of the judges were Bible believers, and the debate was about the Bible or the Torah versus Ma'at. And I found out that 4 of the 5 judges were Bible believers, so it seemed to be set for me to lose because I was coming. I found out that I was their enemy too. I found out that they were Hebrew Israelites and they hated Kemet. I found out that he was called the Kemet killer. I didn't know all of this at first. Anyways, I went in there. The judges that were Hebrews voted for me, and I ended up beating him. It caused an uproar. I became the first Kemetic champion of a Hebrew Israelite league in, I think in African American history. I think in Earth's history. I don't think there's been ever a Hebrew debate organization or a Hebrew organization where the top winner was a Kemetic person who the Hebrews are against. So that caused an uproar. But anyways, I went on to do more interviews and talks, and I went on to Son Eder, debated Jabari and Zion Lex, and beat them according to the audience. And I went on to Hati then brought me to Killer Priest. He brought Killer Priest to me. I don't remember how it went, but he told Killer Priest about me. Killer Priest said he was interested, and I went on Killer Priest and then started doing question answer classes there. And anyways, what happened is some of my old students saw me and they wanted to have one-on-one classes with me. Some of the new people saw me, wanted to have one-on-one classes with me. I tried the one-on-one classes with me. They were paying me reciprocity, of course, for my time because of the way I answer questions. But it became too much. It was way too much time. It was like 1-hour classes. It was taking up my whole day. So I announced on the Killer Priest Podclass, Podcraft, that you know what I'll do? I'll open up a YouTube. I have a YouTube channel for 12 years. I will set up a Podclass section on my YouTube channel where everybody can come in for free. You can enter, but if you want to participate and ask me questions, you send in super chats. They were already doing that on the Killer Priest channel. They were sending in some like $300, $100. It was big money they were sending in the Killer Priest Podclass, $20, all these numbers, and I wasn't getting any of it, and there's no problem with that. I never asked for any of it. So I said, well, let's bring it over to my channel, and you guys can ask me questions there. That will save me some time. I can come on for 4 hours, teach everybody, but then you just send questions in the super chat, and that is reciprocity for the appreciation of the quality of answers that I give you. Anyways, YouTube removed the the super chat, demonetized me. So I created my own way for everybody to show reciprocity, and that is through Cash App and PayPal. So what happens is in the Cash, and here's the PayPal. In the Cash App and PayPal system, when you send in the donation, it pops up on the screen like that. So what I do is as soon as you send in the donation, there's actually a section you can see under that money right there where you can actually type in a question. It works just like the super chat. You send it in. It gets to me immediately, and as soon as I get to it on the list, I send it in. So that's an example of that's Kemet 101. I know some new people may be saying, what kind of numbers are these? $27, $72? No, those are the big timers who really appreciate me and what I do. There's no actual set amount. If you want a thorough answer, a real thorough answer, then you got the guys like Heka Kepara, AJ Super Mogul. These guys send in, here's AJ Super Mogul, share with us about the ITI. They send in the big amounts. If you can only afford $10, $15, that's fine, no problem. Of course, depending on the amount you send in, it's how thorough of an answer you're going to get. I don't answer from the top of my head. When I make a book for you. If you take the words I speak and take the pictures I put on the screen, you'll have your own personal book based on a question that you asked, and people appreciate that I do that for them. So here's Nito Campbell, who always sends in either $18 or $27. And he didn't even ask a question. He put in for new equipment. So you can ask a question, or you can just send in your support. Some people just this is Ascari who's sending the most money ever. Speaking of which, I have a huge announcement to make. But this is Ascari who's sending the most money ever, 143 at one time, and he sent it in just to say peace and show acknowledgments of me. That's how the Cash App works. It pops up as that. So when you send in your Cash App, that's how it pops up. And when you send in, this is our Black Elu card. He always sends in large amounts. He just sends in support. You can send in support or ask questions, either of which are appreciated. And this is what I do for a living. Also, if you send in a PayPal, it pops up the same thing. Pops up just like this. Boom. So there's Rigo. He's in the room as Rigo. He said, Tehuti, break down the peace to Tehuti and to the Podclass. So good for him. He gave out a shout out to both me and the Podclass. Could you get into ITI, please? Thank you. So that's how the PayPals look. PayPal actually gives you more fonts to actually write down the more questions. That's Stranger, by the way. Stranger is the one who named the moderators, not moderators, but moderators. Stranger did that. This is Hika Kepara, who's a great brother, man. He's just he's very serious. He's very everybody's very serious. Hika Kepara, Stranger, AJ Supermagul, Kemet, Lamar Scribe, Raphael Gary. Beged Leisure is the craziest. Beged Leisure is the Beged Leisure just keeps on donating, even if he doesn't ask a question. He's huge, but it's how it comes in. It comes in like that. It pops up on the screen, and then I proceed to answer the question. In the Tehuti Podclass, we are based on ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. That means that just like any culture, any living society, your ancestors left things for you. They left things for their children, they left things for their children's children, and these things still exist today. If you have a religious organization that claims who they are without any ancestral backing, it's a made-up New Age organization. Our ancestors left things for us because every culture leaves something behind. That's just, if you pass away, you will leave something behind. If you have millions of people that pass away, they will leave something behind. So we go by ancestral artifacts over religious opinion, and that's why you'll never see me getting upset or mad at anybody if they're just asking a question. Okay, because if you're asking a question, you're humble and you seek to learn, and everybody start off asking questions. So when you ask a question, you will never receive an ad hominem. You'll never receive an insult from me. I'll never insult the question. I'll never say this is a stupid question. That's it. People that are scared insult questions. You can't insult a question because a question doesn't ask itself. When you insult the question, you're really insulting the person. A question cannot be insulted. It can either be answered or you don't have the answer. But the question itself has no life to be insulted. So anybody who insults your question, just believe that they're actually insulting you. That's called the ad hominem, and it is a red herring to distract the question by emotion. We don't do that here. For those of you who are all about that, the type of ad hominems and emotions, you'll find no life here. You'll find me unresponsive to you. I will not answer any questions that are in the chat. I will not respond to any disrespect in the chat. The moderators will warn you one time and then remove you. This is the one and only channel that is from beginning to end only about knowledge. If you know of any channel of such, where you can ask live questions, feel free to put the link give me the link and I'll go visit them. But as far as I know, I've created this concept and brought this concept to the internet world where you can send in live questions to me or questions right before the class, and they will be answered thoroughly without any insult, no cussing, no yelling, none of that, just fact after fact after fact. You'll never hear me say, I think. I'm either going to talk about what exists, what you see with your eyes, what you can research. I'll never say, well, what I think the sky is telling me that the Pisces is on the fourth cup of Mercury horizon. Yeah, I never talk like that. strictly information and facts. Let us get started. Let us begin. So again, let me put it back in the room. Here, this is my AI. This is the AI moderator. The AI moderator will pop up in the room every once in a while. She has her natural. She's pointing up. Says support with Cash App TT Amun. Okay, everybody understand that I am the teacher. I'm also the engineer, the sound man. I'm everything in here. I don't have any backup or help or assistance when it comes to those type of things. So sometimes it may take me some time to go and navigate, and bear with that if there's any kind of technical difficulties. I don't have a backup man like AD fixing it. It'll be me literally fixing it live. Now, being that I'm the teacher, I am not a teacher that creates any subject matter. I am the only teacher that bases his class on you all. That means you all control the class. When I say you all control the class, that means that you all control what the questions are going to be about. You ask the questions, I see them either live right there, or I see them right before the class begins, or they were sent from last week and I didn't have time to get to them, and then I answer them and never give an excuse not to answer. I call myself a Saba. A Saba means a doorway, an opening. A Saba also means a pupil. So Saba and Kemet and Meduneter means a teacher and a student. Because like the laws of Ptah say, like the laws of Ma'at say, no man has reached his pinnacle of perfection. Knowledge is found within the knowledgeable and the ignorant. Even the workers at the grindstone have knowledge you can benefit from. So there's no limit. So the student and the teacher are actually the same thing. I receive new information. It's just an opening of the doorway. You all are in complete control here. You all control the questions that are asked. I am just a servant to answer the questions without any of my emotion involved, and I will do so as such. Okay, now being that you see on my hat, you see something strange on my hat for all the new people. This is Neith. She is a spider from the most southern parts of the Nile, even past the Nile, down all the way down to Zimbabwe. She is a unicorn spider, and she represents weaving, which in Kemet Neith is the goddess of bonding and holding things together. And today we call it photonic entanglement. Okay. I will bring out one of my snakes in a moment later. Not right now, but I'll bring it out later. But I am wearing my snake skin print shirt because one of the things that I actually do in debates and one of the way that I ask questions, those who are familiar with me, you are familiar. What is it called? It is called snake style. As you see in the top hand corner, right there, snake style. That means I lay in wait and set up situations just like a snake, which represents wisdom, snake style. So I have the snake skin garments on, and the real snake will be coming out a little bit later. This was given to me by one of my goddesses. Thank you. And this also was given to me by one of my goddesses. This is Tehuti. I believe I got this from Earth Day. This is Tehuti right there. So my name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, and all that being stated, now that you understand how it works, and once again, you send in your questions through the Cash App, TT Amun. You send your questions through the PayPal, Rocky SV. Okay, and that's how you send in your questions. Your questions will pop up on the screen when I get to them as such. Boom, that's Steve Escalar, who I believe is in the room right now. And they pop up like this. That's the Cash App. Explain the relation of the Natiru and the Anunnaki. That was a great class. You guys can check that out. That was a great class, Natiru and the Anunnaki connection. I believe that's what I named the YouTube class about. So that's how it pops up when it is Cash App, when it is PayPal. Freddie Callie sent in this. So it pops up like that. Once I see them, I proceed to answer the question. If I don't get to you in time, then I will get to you the next class. everybody gets answered. If you find that I haven't answered your question because I got bombarded and your question didn't get answered, send me an email. The moderators can put that in the room. Send me an email with a picture of the Cash App or the PayPal, and I will put it on. That happened with a sister in here named Bev. She sent a couple questions in, and she eventually just told me yesterday, go ahead and keep them as donations. Because sometimes some of the questions I do lose track because they get pushed down to the bottom. I'm getting questions as I'm talking to you right now. So, but I make sure those questions that I see and I know, I answer them all. Let's get started, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We are here. We're going to get started. I have some beautiful announcements to make. Saba Amun Ra. That's funny. Shout out to Master K, shout out to Chandler and everybody. Shout out to everybody, all the new people in the room. Here's Jabin Muhammad. Haven't seen you, but peace, God, peace to you. Peace to everybody. Don't feel intimidated if you're of any other religion. Shout out to you. Peace to I Manifesto. Shout out to you. I Manifesto. Rigo. Shout out to you. Shout out to the scribe. The scribe is here. Okay. Cash Beaton said, "You never answered my dumb question." It's all good. I don't know what question that is. Send it in to me if I missed a question. Email me and let me know what it was that I missed. Oh, Uncle Aten. Here's a good brother here that I invited actually through a different means. It wasn't even through the Podclass. We're actually doing some other kind of business, some animal business. And I told him that there's a Podclass. I didn't even tell him it was me. I told him there's a Podclass with some information that I'm sure you will like because his name was Uncle Aten. So I said, you probably like this. Check this out. And then he found it was me. But shout out to you, good brother. Shout out to you. What does it say? What's that name? Shout out to Vegeta Gaines. That sounds like an another debater. His name is Vegan Gaines, and he's a vegetarian, a vegan debater. Your name sounds like him, Vegeta Gaines. Okay, we got Vegeta Gaines. Horned baboon tarantula. You're the first person who knew the the name of that species like that. Okay, there's my email right there. If you sent in a Cash App or PayPal that never got answered, go ahead and take a picture of it, screenshot, send it to me there. If you see a week go by, like if you see the next week go by, don't send it in and then send it in before the class ends. If you see a week go by and I don't announce it, then go ahead and send it in. Boss Fee, that is a Black Alucard. Shout out to Boss Fee. Okay, Boss Fee. Okay, here we go, everybody. We're about to get started. I'm going to use all the little bit of energy I have to break it down and blow the minds of those who really appreciate how I answer. E-manifesto. You know, you can send those pictures into my email. And I will put them up on the Tehuti Podclass. If you want to send in a question and break them down, I will break them down. I have a question for you. I'm going to do it next week in Manifesto. I was supposed to do it for you, but I think there was a time where you were gone to Kemet. I think I was shouting out your name to see if you were in the class. I like it when you're in the class when I answer questions like I did with the Clyde Winters one. And the other one you asked, but I think you were away or something. And it was something about the pupils in the eye. I got to get to... the statues and the pupils. I got to get to the question, but don't worry, I didn't forget about you. You're in there. I'll get to you, my good brother. I think you were away in Kemet or something, but anyway, shout out to you, my good brother. Okay, still editing. Okay, wonderful. And I know he said next week. Sure. Got it. Okay, good. Okay, let's get started, everybody. Let's get started. Let's see the questions that are in to the Tehuti Podclass. Oh, also thank you, Nani and Setmer, who remind everybody on Medunetter Mondays, every Monday at 11:30 a.m. Pacific time, I have Medunetter explanation classes where I explain and break down the deeper meanings of actual sentences in the Per Amharu and actual glyphs and their explanations and breakdowns. Everybody who's been to the class says they love it. Send me an email if you want to get involved in that. and I will tell you how to get involved and what the donation is for that. Okay. Okay, let's get started, everybody. Let's get started. Everybody, welcome to Tehuti Podclass. I'm going to answer the first question. Let me look at what the first question is. Coming in from, and let me ask something. Is somebody named Cecile in the room? There's somebody who sent me a big tribute and a massive donation in today's podcast, and I want to make sure they're in the room. So it's Cecile Cleophas. I want to make sure you're in here so I can read that out. Very interesting story with this gentleman who says I helped his life, and I want to talk about him. Is Cecile in? I don't know what's your name. If you're in, let me know what your name is in the actual room here, because I've never seen a Cecile in the actual room. So if you're in, just say I am Cecile, and then I'll go ahead and break it down for you. Okay. Let's get into it, everybody. Is Cecile in the room? I see Desmond VPE. Are you Cecile? I don't know, but I need to know. Anyways, I'll keep checking it in. Let me get to the first question here. I'm going to answer the first question and then take a break. Questions I see that have come in are awesome. Awesome. We're going to get into it. Let us get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Podclass. Let's look at the questions. Speaking of Akhenaten, I see a question here about Akhenaten. Let me go ahead and see what's going on here. Is Beged Leisure in the room? I've been trying to answer this question for Beged Leisure, and he's never in the room. When I ask Beged Leisure, if you're in the room, let me know, please, because I have a question from you from like 3 weeks ago that I've been wanting to answer. Okay, let's get into it, everybody. Is Raphael Gary in the room? Hey, there's Nanya Ninti. Shout out to Nanya Ninti. Shout out to everybody who goes through the Sonetter chat and ask for me. Ask, where's Tehuti? Somebody went in there last week and said, a couple days ago, and said, Sonetter, shut down your show right now and call Tehuti and start a show with him. Uh-oh. Beged Leisure is in the house. Beged Leisure is in the house. Okay. Beged Leisure is here. Raphael's here too. And Jimmy B. You know what? Let me do something here. Speaking of Raphael and Jimmy B, let me just do something, have a little fun real quick. I want to see something here. These guys are in the room haunting Sonetter, haunting. People don't know that I'm in a lot of these rooms. I'm just watching, and I'm just watching. Let me see if I can see this right here. I'm just watching the room, and I see you guys in the room saying, hey, get up. Stop this chat, right? Stop the class. Stop right now and get Tehuti in here. Something to that effect. I screenshotted it. It's funny. I see you guys in there. I'll find it though. I think it was Raphael Gary and Jimmy B. I can't. Kinetic energy. It's one of you guys, or maybe all three of you guys. Like, get Tehuti in the room now and stop the chat. Stop the class. A little funny. It's somewhere in here. I screenshot it. It was funny because so many people here call for me on different channels. Here it is. Here it is right here. I think it's a little fun here. I like it. I appreciate all of you guys. Thank you guys for your supporting me and not even knowing that I'm watching. And you guys are in the rooms just supporting me. Let me go ahead and just throw this in the room real quick because I just happened to be watching one day and I saw this from the two brothers. The two brothers here. Here it is right here. It was Elder Kanath puts it on the line. I see Jimmy B would be Tehuti would be roasting this guy right now. And then Raphael Gary says, yeah, he would leave if Tehuti was here. I'm here because of Tehuti. So shout out to you all for let me get back in the room. Shout out to you all for just shouting me out in the other rooms. Because I'm there watching. I watch a lot of the other rooms. I don't say anything because a lot of times I think it's just for comedy and stuff. I don't think that a lot of what's going on is actually for knowledge. So I'm not going to jump in and such because I know. I even called Sinetter one day. I talked to him and I said, why do you have these guys on, like the Black Jesus Minister? What is this all about? He said it's for entertainment purposes and to roast them and such. So I know that it's not. I'm never going to jump on and just start challenging these people when I know they're not. It's not even serious. But anyways, shout out to somebody in here. You know what? Shout out to somebody in here said they were texting from prison. Let me scroll up and see. Wait a minute. Hold on. Oh, look at this, everybody. Let me blow this up here. Wagwan. I'm watching live from prison. HMP Winston Green in Birmingham, UK, England. Give me a big shout out, bro. Love your show. Miss you on the KP show. Shout out to you, Avon Barkdale. And however you're able to watch from prison, however you're doing that, shout out to you for the dedication. And I hope that I'm giving you inspiration there while you are in prison. Avon Barksdale, shout out to you, man, all the way from England. Wow. Shout out to you, good brother. Just keep your head up and stay strong. Stay strong. Okay, what I'm actually going to do now is before I answer the first question. Anu is here. Shout out to Anu. Shout out to Voltage Controller. Shout out to Wes Roret. One moment, everybody. Okay, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do something and get to that question. Shout out to Avon Barksdale. Hold your head up, bro. That's right. Okay, I'm going to do something here and get to that question, but I have to revitalize a little bit of energy here. So what I'm going to do here is I'll actually start off with this. For those of you who are new in the room who don't know about Medinator Mondays, and Cecile, are you in the room, Cecile? I really want to talk about what Cecile did. Cecile, are you in the room? Jay Doe said you are the truth, Tehuti. Awesome. Hika Kepara, what I'm going to do, everybody, I'm going to open up. I'm going to actually put the link in the room because I have to step off for just a quick moment. Because once I get started, you know that the questions are going to be like 15, 20-minute answers. And I want to feel freshly energized and just go through them. So I'm going to take a little 2-minute break, get some energy, come back. And I'm going to put the link in the room for those to step in. Ahati Ma'at or any of the people that were in the Ma'at class, step in, tell the new people about the Ma'at class. Those who are your big donators or those of you who are consistent supporters, feel free to step in. I want to start this right. So when I start, I just want to go because there's a lot of stuff I got to break down. I have already the questions that are in. I already see I have a lot to break down. So go ahead and jump in the room real quick, people. Speak, introduce yourself, and then I'm going to be right back. Let me just go take care of something real quick. So, Ahati, Hikakepara, Scribe, all those who are in the moderators room, or anybody who wants to get. Oh, Kinetic Energy. Kinetic Energy is another brother who's constantly shouting me out in the other room. Shout out to you, my good brother. Any of you who want to step in and give a shout out on Medinator Mondays, or here we go. He is here, the Rabbi Kefa Ben Yehuda. Yes. You we're going to start with you. I need to get some energy though. Rabbi, this is Cecile. This is going to be a good one today, everybody. People say that I'm changing their lives, and I want to definitely shout out their story. That's right. Hit up their like button. Okay, we got who that? Chandler is hilarious. Who's Chandler? He must be from the Killer Priest Podclass. Shout out to you, Chandler, whoever you are. You just sound familiar. Ma'at is bigger than the religion. That's right. Kemet is the one who Kemet. Great brother. There is the Asiatic. You jump on. All of you people. Oh, you are from Killer Priest. I thought so. Because you have a very familiar vibe, and you know about. You're mentioning things from over there. Funny inside jokes that only people from the Killer Priest podcast would know from over there. So shout out to you, Chandler, whoever you may be. So let's go ahead. Ahati's in the room. Ahati, go ahead. And anybody else jump on. I'm gonna step out for just a moment. When I come back, I'm gonna break down the answers, and I'm gonna talk about a massive donation that was given for a life change that was done. All right, Ahati, go ahead, my brother. It is all yours. Take the floor, and I'll be right back. Let's get 100 people in here getting the truth. The link is in the chat. Go ahead, Ahati. Say something before I go so I can know that I'm leaving, knowing that everything is working fine on your end. And here comes Ahati's little brother, the scribe. Okay, Ahati, I can't. Your audio is off. Scribe, say something. Let me know if I can hear you.
Mic check.
All right, you need to write some lyrics. I don't know if you're a rapper, but
I got all kinds of lyrics.
Okay, all right. I think he's already started. Okay, good. We got Super Saint saying, "Tehuti, do you still watch battles?" Absolutely, I watch the battles. And I'm invited to the battle raps by the battle rappers. I go to the battle raps with everybody's favorite battle rappers. I teach them also, and I go to the battle raps with people's favorites. I've been with Environment. I've been with Daylight and QP, and I can't even remember all the guys, man. The Flores and all the guys. Yes, I'm heavily involved in battle rap, and I'm there. I go to the battle rap as a magician. So, a long story, but anyways, I'm gonna step away. Let me. You guys go ahead and take it on. I'll be right back. Peace.
Hotep scribe.
Hotep.
What's going on, brother? All right, that's not gonna work. All right, so Matter Mondays. Your thoughts?
Yes, Matter Monday. We definitely need to. First we need to. I noticed that our likes are down, so we need to. If everyone can take 1 second to please hit the like button, so that way it helps the algorithm and push the YouTube stream out further to more people. So we got 94 people in here. We should have 94 likes. But yes, Matter Mondays. We need to see some more people in there. It's a beautiful class, more intimate class, and we get to take our time and start to understand the glyphs and start to really go into the language. It's a beautiful class, and we definitely need more people involved. So if you have time on Mondays, we would love to see more people in there so we can continue to build and grow what we're doing here. So yeah, that's what I have to say. Peace, Arcad. How you doing, brother?
I'm good, brothers. How you guys doing?
Doing well.
Awesome. Ahati, how you doing, brother?
I'm doing great. I'm admiring the scribe's Netzer Kur, his underworld background. That's fire.
Appreciate
It's like you're floating in the tuat already. It's like, how do I get there? I want to be right there in your background.
Yes, sir. That's what we're doing. We're, practicing for that, right?
Yes, absolutely. And the scribe is a great asset. So is Arcad. Arcad, I actually sent you an email. I don't know if you got it because I need your phone number so we can all stay connected.
Definitely, I'll send it.
Okay. To everybody that's new here, you can join. Just join us Mondays. This Medu Monday class is about, how do I put it? It's a life-changing couple hours every week. I had a sister one time ask me about affirmations and magic and something I said on here. I don't remember now. But you can't acquire any of that unless you know the actual language of the ancestors. And the way to know that is by fellowshipping with us and joining us on Mondays at 11:30 a.m. at Pacific time. And again, I reiterate this again. It's not just male energy. Kemet was not about males. It was about females and males and energies coming together to build a great knowledge-based nation. So the females are always welcome. Nobody will be made to feel like you don't belong. You won't be put down. I don't believe any of us have ever had any contention. I'm not saying that contention is negative. We're not always going to agree. But I don't think we ever ad hominem or called each other out of our names or even argued yet. So that is a beautiful experience because I don't know anywhere else on the planet right now where you can get 4 to 5 black men together and not have an argument within 2 hours. So, and that I attribute to the Medu because we're all on a journey here where we're trying to advance and enhance ourselves. And I got these 2 beautiful brothers here, the Scribe and Arcad Infinite, that on Mondays actually voice their appreciation to Tehuti. And I just want to say one thing real quick before I pass it to Arcad. I really admire you brothers for taking this next step. And I can't say it enough. I know I've told you before, but I've known Tehuti for a while, and I haven't met a brother yet in Los Angeles that ever contacted me back when I gave them the phone number. I'm talking about, I've met all types of people. I met brothers that are excited. I met the militant brothers. I met the brothers that are sick of their religions, and they're all excited. And yeah, I'll call. And crickets, man. So it's hard not to get bitter and frustrated over that. Because I like dealing with people that are real. And these brothers called me right back. I mean, right when I was saying the word emailing, these brothers were emailing me. And that's what it's about. They actually see the seriousness that I do. So, Arcad, how do you feel about the Monday meetups?
The Monday, the Medu class, I can't even express how grateful I am to even be a part of it. I remember that was one of the first questions that I had asked, was what is the best approach to reading the Medu, or I should say the Book of the Dead. I've read it. I couldn't comprehend it. I've read pretty much the Bhagavad Gita, the Quran, the Bible, and those are way easier to comprehend. The Book of Coming Forth by Day, I couldn't comprehend it. So I'm so grateful to be a part of this class because I want to learn the language. And I didn't check the email. I'm just not. So let me tell you guys something. I had deleted Facebook. The only reason why I have a messenger or Facebook was because when I saw Tehuti on the one of those other shows, the only way for me to get his book was you had to be like a real person, and he had to like talk to you on the messenger. And it's funny because I was so sick of the foolishness, and it's like all I want is the truth. I don't want to entertain myself. I deleted Instagram, Facebook. I want to educate myself instead of entertaining myself. And so I had made that decision to do that. And when I heard Tehuti speak and he presented, I was trying to get those books. And the only way at that time he wasn't giving out his email was to contact him through the messenger. And it took me maybe a couple of weeks before I actually created another Facebook, and I was going to use a fake name and all of this stuff because I was so tired of the isfat, if that's the name of the word, the opposite of ma'at. And I did it, and I'm so glad that I did, and I was able to connect with him and take this further. And for you, Ahati, I will get to that email. I'm trying to disconnect from all the technology and all of that. I was like trying to take a step back because I was seeing how it was consuming me, and it wasn't benefiting me. It wasn't serving me. So, you know, I don't check my emails that often, but I'm gonna check it, and I'm gonna get better with that because I definitely want to stay connected with you guys, and I'm definitely gonna continue with the Monday Metal Netta class, and I'm just grateful, man. I'm grateful to be a part of this fellowship with you guys.
Peace.
Okay, that sounds excellent, my brother. I can definitely agree with you taking a step back from the technology, and I left Facebook 2 years ago. Right after I joined the line, then I had met somebody on there. We had a discussion like this, and it was like talking to a brick wall, and I got really frustrated. I didn't get emotional or anything, but like inside, I was like, you know what? I'm tired of this. And plus, with the whole CIA uses Facebook as their personal logbook. Same with Twitter, and what's the other one? Insta gratification, Instagram.
Yes.
It's just it's not good for the consciousness. In my opinion, this is my opinion, my experience. It's not good. Also, the privacy issues. I'm really a private person, so I didn't like that anybody could be watching me through the algorithms, and even though they could do it here on YouTube, it's not as much. But yeah, I understand. So I'm patient. As Tehuti, I'm very patient. So when you get time, just whatever.
All right. Okay, peace, everyone. I just stepped back. Shout out to everybody. And I'm back. Break is over. And shout out to, thank you, Hati Ma'at. Thank you, Scribe, and thank you, Arcad, for discussing how much you enjoyed the Med Netter. And thank you, Hati, for talking about brothers reaching out to you. That is absolutely true. Brothers don't reach out to you here, or they reach out, but these brothers did, and that's what's important. Okay? On that note, we're going to go ahead and just get right started. Shout out to our brother Saw Netter, who is, I think, is in the chat. I stepped in after. But shout out to good brother Saw Netter. If you're in the chat, Saw Netter, press 1 so I can know you're here when I'm shouting you out. And we're going to get right into one of the questions, which is actually one of Saw Netter's favorite topics, which is what was plagiarized. The plagiarization, something I've never broken down on the Saw Netter show, but if he's here, he's about to see how I break it down now. So let's get into the first question. Shout out to brother Saw Netter. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Scribe, Ahati, Arcad Infinite. We're about to get started. Let us get started. Okay.
Peace.
Okay. Peace. Let's go. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We're about to break it down. Get started with the very first question in. Let me move this out the way. Hybrid is in here. And here's how we do it at the Tehuti Podclass. Boom. Oh, by the way, I said I was going to get one of my snakes. This one is all the way directly from Kemet. This is Aset from Kemet. She is my Kemetic black snake from the Nile Valley. Shout out to Aset from Kemet, Nile Valley snake. Probably the first time anybody's seen this in real life. A snake from the Nile Valley. So the spider is from the bottom of the Nile Valley all the way down to South Africa, and the snake is from the Nile Valley, and the Congo region. Let's get started. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We are about to break it down. Let's get into it. Let us go, and let's get started. Okay, Arcade Infinite, I'm going to remove. Okay, there, boom, boom. Everybody can hear me, press 1. We're about to get into it with the very first question in. Is Misha still in the room? Misha is still in the room. Let's get into the questions that were sent in. I'm going to click off this, and let's see. Asiatic soldier. Oh, and also let me, brother. So first off, see this person right here? Let me start us off with this. So Rabbi Kefa ben Yehuda. Rabbi Kefa ben Yehuda. I'm not sure what type of rabbi, what type of Hebrew Israelite, or what, but Rabbi Kefa ben Yehuda has been listening to the class, and he sent me an email, and he sent in a Podclass. He said, what is the biggest donation ever sent to the Podclass? And I told him the biggest donation that was ever sent to the Podclass was a Scari, $143, and I think Kemet, $127. So here's what commenced after that. I'm going to break this down, and then we're going to get right into the question on Jesus coming from the concept of the anointed pharaohs, and was Moses Unken Aten. And then Biged Leisure has a question about the Shemsu Hor. So let's go ahead and get into this. So I want to show, let me go ahead and see if I can find this and show it, and see what's, see how this is affecting people. Let me see here. Where is it? Hotep Saba, my question. I think this is it here. Here it is. Let me go ahead and share the screen. And this is massive. This is, I just want to show everybody how people's lives are being affected here at the Tehuti Podclass Hetepu. Let's get started. So first off, I'm going to go ahead and share this email. And here we go. Boom, boom, and boom. And here it is. So first, this is Hotep Saba, my question. And it says, I want to thank you and let you know how much I appreciate the great work and legacy you are actively recording for this world. We all have our journey in this life experience. Mine started in Catholic, Christian, Hebrew, and now home with Kemet Ma'at. Thanks to your teachings and instruction, I have been watching you for 2 months now, and consider you my teacher. In the past, I have taught a lot of people wrong information ignorantly of what I thought at the time was truth. Life, even then. I still had a lot of unanswered questions in the Bible. Then I realized that it was Harry Potter. This brings me, that's a little Tehuti code word. This brings me to my question that will not only help me, but many others, humble people who desire the facts in their journey as well. When the student is ready, the teacher will come. Question, what in the Old Testament Bible is copied from Kemetic history? Woo! What in the Old Testament Bible is copied from Kemetic history? About to get into that. What in Kemetic culture history was taken to compose the Old Testament Bible? Same type of question. Is there Kemetic history of Hebrew named Joseph? There's a lot of questions sent in. Okay, I say Old Testament because Hebrew Jews, for the most part, do not believe in the New Testament. I ask these questions as your student because I am of the mind that Captain T, that's Captain Desariak, will never debate you. As a previous Hebrew leader, I would not laugh out loud. This is why I asked you the questions in the class. $127 and $143, $270.99. Thank you, Saba, for what you are and doing for my journey out of the Matrix, formerly known as Rabbi Kefen Yah, and now known as Tehuti Moses. Peace and love, Saba. Tehuti Moses, which I'm gonna answer the question, answer someone else's question at the same time, and break down Tehuti Moses. Okay, so I didn't understand what he meant here when he said the 127 and the 143. So I sent him an email, and I said, I don't remember you donating these. I forgot I told him those are the biggest donations. So what he did is he said, no, that wasn't me. That was having a problem with the Cash App. I thought it was someone else. He said, no, I asked you for your highest donation. Let me take it off the screen share. Hold on a second. Let me do this, everybody. This is going to be a great podcast. So he's starting off with good energy. One moment. So he asked me for the highest donation. Let me find it here. I got to skip a couple to jump into his because it's in order, but I'm skipping some to get into this. You'll see why. Okay. So he asked me about the 127 and the other one, so that he could do this. I didn't understand what he was talking about. So he said, where is it? Right here? Huh? Okay, can you hear me? Everybody can hear me good? Okay, so he said, I can't find the email, so I'm just going to go ahead and show it. But he said he wanted to know, where is it? What those were. Because he said that wasn't him that sent in that big donation. He wanted to know what the donation was. I thought that maybe he was going to top the 147 and the whatever I said the biggest donation was, 143. So I thought maybe he was going to send like 144 or something. I didn't even know what he was doing per se. But no, he didn't do that. Let me go ahead and show you what this rabbi did, or ex-rabbi, because now he's Tehuti Moses. What did he do? Let me go ahead and go like this. Boom, boom, boom. What did he do? Boom. That's what he did right there. That's what he did right there. He actually took the two donations. He took the two donations that I said was the highest donation, and he combined them to make his donation for the life change that he said that I did for him as a person who was into the Hebrew Israelite or Hebrew faith, and realizing that after watching me for 2 months, he got his questions answered, left that, said he was I asked him, were you an actual rabbi? He said, yes. And now he's Tehuti Moses. And I want everybody to see this. $270.99, never before has ever been sent in the Tehuti Podclass ever. And this is first time. This is our first time actually interacting. And this just goes to show everybody, I want to show everybody live that the reason why I do this is for this reason right here. You can debate, you can argue, you can chat and talk and go back and forth and name call and all of that. But if you're not affecting the changing of people's lives, where they could change their consciousness, then it's all in vain. So the reason why I do more teaching is for this reason. Let me take it off the screen. So shout out to Rabbi Kefin. If you're still in the room, shout out to you. You're not even letting Rabbi Kefin anymore. Shout out to Tehuti Mos for giving the largest donation ever in the Tehuti Podclass. Thank you very much, and thank you for acknowledging the journey, because let me tell you everybody right now. Let me tell you everybody right now, as a person in a high-ranking position in another faith, I have students that change secretly Believe me, I have people that I teach that were pastors, and they still stay there. They say they want to just keep me as a secret teacher. They don't mention my name. They say they can't mention my name because they'll lose their audience. But they have me as a secret teacher, and they stay in their position and just teach the people little by little. They're telling me this. They tell me this word for word. It's very hard when you're in a position of a rabbi, a captain, a lieutenant, or whatever you are of another faith, and then you find somebody who's supposed to be the enemy, and then you leave that, and then you announce it. He did not have to announce this to anybody. He could have stayed in secret and just moved on. He could have just came back in the room as Tehuti Moses, and we never would have known that he was ever a rabbi. A lot of people do that, but the humbleness of this person to say, you've actually changed me, and because of that, I'm going to change my name. I'm going to give you this shout out and this huge donation. Thank you, Rabbi. Thank you. Keep on, Rabbi. Thank you to Tehuti Moses. And let's get into the question that was sent, which is his question about things taken from the Old Testament, the Bible. He wants particularly more Old Testament. And another question that was sent in about Tehuti Moses, the name. So we're going to get into it. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. This is how we do it here. Let's get started with the very first question. We are here to do this and change people. You'd be surprised at the people that change and the power that some people may have. If you're a Jewish rabbi, if you're a Christian minister, if you're a leader of ISP UK, however you spell it, if you're whatever you may be, you have people that are underneath you that you affect. And then if you change, those people are going to say, what change? And that's going to start a conversation and a rippling effect that you don't know how that will change the world. You don't know how that will change the world. I remember back in the days, people like Twister, Jay-Z, Queen Latifah, and others were coming to a class of a group that I was in. And if they persisted with that, you don't know how that would change the world. So let's keep on going. Let's go, everybody. We are about to get started. And yes, that's right, Ellen. Let me post Ellen. That's right. Wow, they masked themselves to keep things in secret, to keep their lively hook. You are amazing, teacher. It's true. They've told me they've told me, and I can't. And because of the respect that I vowed, I can't tell the people who they are. I will tell you right now, there's people on YouTube right now that are your biggest YouTube people with the biggest views, way bigger than me. But I'm like I guess I'm like the Cool G rap. I'm like the Cool G rap. I'm the Cool G rap, the rock, the guys that people. Anyways, if you know hip hop, you know Cool G rap. And then you got the big Drake guys, and those are the ones that make the money. But the true, real lyricists, the Chino Excels, they don't go platinum. But the other guys are listening to their lyrics, and they can't let it be known. But because I said I won't say who they are, some of them are the children of my students, and they're big YouTube people. You all know them. I will not say their names out of respect. But this brother, this rabbi said who he was, so therefore I showed it. Let's get started with the question. Let's get it on. We're about to get started, everybody. A lot of people in the room. It just jumped to 102 people. So let's get started. Micha, if you're in the room, let me know. If not, no problem. I'm still going to get into your question. But let's get into this. Shout out to the question was sent. Let me go into this. $25 is a combined question, a combined donation, which actually is a part of the Tehuti Mos question, and this person's question all came in. So I'm going to go ahead and get into it, everybody. Let's get it started. Let's get it on. Okay. Let's go. And yes, to Son Editor, if you're in the room, yes, I'm gonna come on. I'll come on there and do a class. Absolutely. Yes, let's get the knowledge going. Let's get the buffoonery and all the let's get all the other guys. I know it's needed for views and such, but let's get some true knowledge going, and we'll keep the crazies on and all the babbling, brother, hook booger, and all that stuff. But let's get the let's get the truth out there as well. At least keep it balanced. And definitely, I'll come on. We'll talk. Maybe we'll talk even tomorrow. Okay, let's get it on. So everybody, here is the question here. And the question is, let me go ahead and put a screen share up. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. We are about to get started with the actual knowledge and the way that we break things down here at the Tehuti Podclass with live questions that come in. We're getting into the question that was sent in. This covers the Rabbi's question, our Tehutimo's question, and the brother Dave Gord, who sent in a dual question, if you guys can see this. And the question was for, if Messiah means anointed, was Christ a Pharaoh, and was Unken Aten Moses like Ahmed Usman thinks? And that is $25 sent in from the brother. And like I said, anybody who sends in anything $20 and over, you get your cheer. Thank you, Brother Gord. Let's get into the knowledge. No ad hominem, no chaos, strictly information. Let's show everybody how it is done at the Tehuti Podclass. Thank you for that question, Dave Gord and Tehutimos. We're going to break it all down, and I'm going to combine both of your questions into one with this breakdown. Let's go. Okay, let me get into the room here. We're going to stop the screen share, and let's get into it. Oh, you're Dave Gord. Thank you, everybody, for telling me who you are, because it's so hard to know who everybody is, because you have a Facebook name, you have an Instagram name, you have a YouTube name, you have a Cash App name, a PayPal name. I don't know who I'm talking to. So when I'm talking to you all and you're like, do you remember me? I'm the one that did this. I'm like, your name is Barry here. It's Greg over here. It's Amenhotep here. Hika Kepara, Michael Jordan. It's very hard to keep track. So thank you for telling me who you are. So you are David. You are Brenson. Let me look at his name. Brenson DeVito. Brenson DeVito. Let me tell you that this question that you asked is also going to cover your name. Who King David was, where this name David came from. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Let's show everybody how things were taken from Kemet with knowledge, scholarship, facts, and of course, the way that we do things here. No opinion. How do we do it, everybody? We base things on our favorite theme, which is, let me show it on the screen. What is our theme here? Our theme is our ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. Let's get a religious opinion out of here, and let's get ancestral artifacts in here. Let's get started. Here we go. This is going to be a good one. Raphael said, I found Tehuti through Sa Netter platform. Thank you, Sa Netter, and thank you, Raphael Gary, for finding me there. Yes, this is how information gets out. Let's get into it, everybody. Boom, I'm going to share the screen. Boom, boom, boom. Here is the first questions, plural. It's about 3 of them asked, and we're going to get into it. So we're going to start off with the Unken Aten and Moses concept. Everybody can see the screen. So first of all, let me go ahead and break down why Unken Aten is associated with Moses right off the bat, and then we're going to get into the truth of who the Pharaoh was that Moses was actually copied from. So the concept of Moses being Unken Aten comes from the belief that Unken Aten was a, quote, monotheist and left one area with a group of people. I will show you through statues and carvings of the Kemetians under Unken Aten himself that he did not bring monotheism into Kemet. So the concept is that Unken Aten brought monotheism, one God, into Kemet, and because of that, that is where the concept of Moses bringing one God into Kemet, and then Unken Aten left with his people, and then Moses left with his people after Pharaoh said, let my people go. In actuality, that is not correct. Unken Aten did not bring any God into Kemet, nor was Unken Aten a monotheist. People may be saying, Tehuti, you're reaching. Tehuti, what are you talking about? Akhenaten was the father of monotheism. He believed in one God. Absolutely incorrect. Let me break that spell down in the Tuti Podclass from the actual statues of Akhenaten himself. Here is Akhenaten, one of the most popular statues, and here he is in a pose called the Tempt, which I'm going to break down later. This pose is called the Tempt pose, which is to gather yourself together. It is where the Wakanda symbol actually came from. It is the Tempt, where you see he's holding the Hek and the Ku, the hook and the frail, for the god of agriculture, the first farmer, netter, which was Asar. So Akhenaten is standing in the position of a netter. Which position is he standing in? Not the position of Aten. Remember, people try to tell you that Akhenaten believed in one god, and that one god was Aten, and that's it. Mono means one, monotheism, one theist, from Dios, really from Zeus. Is this correct? Absolutely incorrect, because Akhenaten is standing in the position of the netter Osar. Here is Osar here in the position. This Hek in this Ku position that you see Asar in is the gathering of Asar position, called the Tempt in the Per Emharu, and is to gather the body parts back together, or gather yourself together so that you can be one consciousness in the Netter Kurt. So thus Akhenaten believed in the afterlife concept. The afterlife concept in Kemet sources back not to Aten, no, sources back to the death of Osar. If you believe in the death of Osar, you also believe in the god that killed him, which was Set. If you believe in Set, then you also believe in Set's sister, who was Nebtet, who was Set's other sister, Aset. Then you also believe in Jeb, Nut. You believe in all of them. You cannot believe in Asar without believing in the Pa'ut, or what the Greeks call the Iniad, or the Pesjet. So here's Akhenaten clearly in the Asar position. So Akhenaten believed in the Netter Asar. Here it is again. Asar with the farmer's tool, the Hek and the Ku, as you can see him here in this position. Here he is. So Akhenaten did not just believe in Aten, he believed in Asar. Undebatable facts. Here we go again. Now we see Akhenaten's family. Beautiful image of Akhenaten and his family. So here is Nefertiti. Let me blow this up a little bit here. Move this to the side. So here's a very infamous, popular image of Akhenaten and his family. But what is Nefertiti wearing? What is Nefertiti wearing on her head? She's wearing a particular crown. Is this the crown of Aten? What is this she's wearing? She's wearing the sun on her head with the cobra there. And look at her children. Look at the children. Look at what they are wearing. I'm going to show you what they're wearing. So let's see if Akhenaten's wife was a monotheist. Oh, Akhenaten also has something on his head. Very interesting. What does Akhenaten have on his head? Let me blow this up. Boom. You see the crown that Akhenaten has on his head? We're going to break this down and see if these are the symbols of Aten. If he was a monotheist, which means that you believe in one God and one Netter only. So here is Nefertiti. I'm going to blow up Nefertiti. And you see her crown right there. There's the crown of Nefertiti. And we're going to move over here and look at this. What do we have here? This is Nefertiti representing Het Heru Aset. So here is Het Heru Aset with the crown on her head, and Nefertiti with the exact same crown. This is not the crown of Aten. So Nefertiti, so Akhenaten acknowledged Osar, and he's in the position of Osar right here, which means he believes in the whole afterlife story of Asar and the killing of Asar with Set. He believes in the whole story, which includes all of the Netter. And his wife is made here, Nefertiti, is over here representing Asar's wife, which is Aset Het Heru. We call her Het Heru because Het means the house of, the pregnant house of Heru. So here is Nefertiti. Were they monotheists? Here is, again, we look at here, and here is the horned sun, disc with the horns on top of Aset with Heru. This is where you get your Virgin Mother Mary story from. I remember I actually used this in debate against good brother Jabari, who said that only the Netters have the symbols of the sun on their head, and no physical person does. And I said, here's Nefertiti with the sun on their head. Does that mean that she's not real either? And Sanetta said, Jabari, you caught an upper hook right there. So that was funny there. That was good though, but we're all learning, you know. So here we go, which represents in turn the whole netter story. Okay, let's shrink this down, and we'll go over here. And now we look on Akhenaten and his mate's head. What do we see on his head? We don't see the symbol of Aten. What do we see? We see the Uwajit. See the Uwajit? Remember I told you we're going to look closely at the crown. And there is the Uwajit. Does that Uwajit represent Aten? No, it represents the story of Ra and Sekhmet, Ra's eye. And if you believe in the story of Ra and Sekhmet, then you believe in also the story that Tehuti and Geb, other netters, came to help Sekhmet become Bastet when she calmed down and went from a ferocious lion, which symbolized aggression and warrior, to a bast, which means perfume in Medu Netter, and she was drawn as a domestic cat. So if you're wearing this on your head, then you believe in that story. How many gods do we have so far? Here is the Uwajit symbol, right? Which you have Mut, Nekbet, and Uwajit. And Neket, you have the symbols right here, multiple netters. So let's shrink this down. So to find where the concept of Moses, quote, the lawgiver came from, we can actually go to the Pharaoh who literally has the name Moses, who was named after the God of law. Remember, Moses is the prophet that brought the law to the Israelites. Without Moses, you have no Israelites. So where did Moses actually come from? Did it come from Akhenaten? No. We're going to show you where it actually came from at the Tehuti Podclass. Let me go ahead and check the chat. I'm going to do a mic check. I have to do this mic check. 1, 1. Press 1 if you can hear me. Mic check. And let me see if the Vito is still in the room, and also if Rabbi or Tehuti Moses is still in the room, because this question answer is for both of you. We're going to get into it. What was actually copied, we're going to find out. And the person who actually knows Hebrew is going to be blown away when he sees this breakdown. Okay, are you there? Is Tehuti Moses, our rabbi, in the room? And is Davito in the room? Big Vapes, shout out to you, Big Vapes. Shout out to you, shout out to you. 111, okay, you can hear me. Let's get into it. Welcome to Netter the Greatest is back under his name. Boom. One of the greatest donators, one of the most dedicated. Shout out to you, brother. Okay, Rabbi is here. AJ can hear me. Saneti can hear me. Praise to Allah. Praise to Allah. And everybody can hear me. Here we go. Are you all ready for this? Where did Moses come from? Can anybody guess before I begin? Where did Moses actually come from? Moses and his God actually came directly from Kemet, copied and stolen by the Ptolemies, who put together the Septuagint. The Moses story came from something particular. Let's get into it. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We are about to get into it. Okay, so where did the Moses story actually come from? Let's get into it. Here we go. Let me get this screen off. Darius always guesses things right. There we go. We got Ka Moses. We got Thut Moses. We got... Let's get into it. He came from a trash can. Oh, man, Kemet is not playing around. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the podcast. Hold on, let me get some agua. We're going to get into it. It's going to be a deep one today. Let's break it down as never broken down before. Let's get into it. Boom. Okay. Get this off the screen. So I say here, to find where the concept of Moses, the lawgiver, came from, we can actually go to the Pharaoh, who literally has the name Moses, who was named after the God, the law-giving God, after the God of the law. Let's get into it. Let's break it down. Boom. Let's go for the ride, everybody. You already see all the stuff on the screen. We're about to go for a ride Let's get into it. Let's go. Let's have fun. Let's break it down. Okay, so we'll start off with Exodus 31:18. It says, when the Lord finished speaking to Moses on Mount Sinai, he gave him 2 tablets of the testimony, the tablets of stone inscribed with the finger of God. So we have Moses associated with a God that uses his finger, and he's a lawgiver. Okay, now, next is Exodus 8:19. Then the magician said to the Pharaoh, this is the finger of God, and Pharaoh's heart was hardened, and he listened not to them. So we have this God that's associated with the God of Moses, and this God is associated with a finger. Let's see where these concepts actually come from. All right, let's get into it. So Moses, remember Moses supposedly existed in 1400 BC. So Moses was a man who worshipped a God that was a lawgiver, who was represented by a finger, who used a symbolic finger, and he was in 1400 BC. Can we find anyone around the real time of 1400 BC who was a man who had a God, whose God was the lawgiver, whose symbol was a finger, who existed in 1400 BC? Yes, we can. Let's find it on the Tehuti Podclass. Let's go. 1400 BC, 1479. Who do we have here? Let's shrink it down. I'm going to read it again. Uh-oh. 1 second, everybody. Let me fix this battery life before we get knocked off. Hold on, everybody. Boom. Okay. So we have a man named Moses who received laws from his God of law by that God's finger, who was claimed to be around 1400 BC. Do we have any Kemetic pharaoh named Moses who was dedicated to a God of law around 1400 BC, who's represented by a finger? And the answer is, boom, 1479 BC. We have Tehuti Moses III. This is in the Luxor Museum. Look at the beautiful brother, lovely melanin. His name was Tehuti Moses, which means born of Tehuti, who was the God of law. But what about the finger part? Let's go into the actual papyri that speaks on Tehuti. Where does the Bible say he received it? Where does the Bible say that Moses actually received this information? Let's get into it. Because wherever the Bible said, we got to go there, right? Whatever the Bible says, we have to go there. So let's see what the Bible says. Let's blow this up. Boom. We're here in the Blue Letter Bible. And it says here, and Mount Sinai was together on smoke, because the Lord descended upon it in fire, and the smoke therefore ascended, and the smoke of furnace, the whole mountain. And it goes on to say, Mount Sinai. Oh, here we go. In Exodus 31:18, he gave unto Moses, which he had made communion upon Mount Sinai, 2 tablets of stone written with the finger of God. So he received it in a place called Mount Sinai. Where is Mount Sinai, ladies and gentlemen? Where is Mount Sinai? Oh, Exodus 16:1. They took their journey from Elim. All the congregation of the children of Israel came into the wilderness of Sin, which between Elim and Sinai, the 15th day, the 2nd day, depart out of the land of Egypt. Where is Mount Sinai? It says a town in the eastern of Egypt. Okay, there is Sinai. So right off the bat, Moses was in Egypt, supposedly receiving this information. That's what the story says. In actuality, what does it say about Moses? Acts 7:22, and Moses was educated in all the wisdom of the Egyptians, and he was powerful in words and works. Words is makaru, which is the power of command, the ability to command things into existence through the power of words. So whether we say the story was stolen by the Ptolemies, or Moses really existed, which he didn't, and stole it himself, we knew that Moses, if you believe he existed, knew about Tehuti most and knew about Tehuti because Moses was educated in all the wisdom of the Egyptians. Where did the wisdom of the Egyptians come from? According to them, Tehuti. Let us continue. All right, so let's get into some actual artifacts. Let's get into the British Museum because we deal with archaeological evidence, not religious opinions. And so we are here in, what is this? Sorry, excuse me, sorry, to take a breath. Okay, so here we are, 1300 to 1075 BCE. I'm going to shrink this down. We have the records of Amenemopi, and we also have in the Imperial Museum of St. Petersburg, 1990 BC, 11th dynasty, scribe Amun-Ii, and this is the papyrus called the Shipwrecked Sailor. These are actual papyruses that exist, not the Bible that just has paper of today. Actual papyruses written in the dates in the time of the scribes themselves, not the Bible, which if you ask anybody, was the book of Psalms written in the time of David? No. Was Genesis written in the time of Moses? No. But here in the museums, we can find the actual artifacts from your Nile Valley ancestors written in their time. What does it say? Let's get into it, everybody. Let's take a look at the instructions of Amenemopi. We're going to blow it up because we're going to go to the source itself. Do not tilt the scale nor falsify the weights, nor diminish the fraction. So here we are immediately, we're into the laws of Ma'at, discussing being truthful, being fair, and being just. Do not wish for the grain measures of the field to cast aside the treasury. The ape sits on the balance. That's the ape that you see sitting on the scales of Ma'at that represents Tehuti, the Anan ape that sits on the balance, while the heart is the plummet, right? Who is the God the great as Tehuti? Who is a God as great as Tehuti? So we know that it's speaking about Tehuti. The ape and the balance, that's speaking about Tehuti. The one who discovers these things in order to create them. Do not get for yourself short weights. They are pitiful, yea, an army by the mighty Netiru, if someone is cheating. So it's discussing not cheating. At a distance, you may pass him by. Do not be avaricious for copper, abjure fine cloths. What is good? What good is one cloaked in fine linen? When he cheats before the netter, when jewels heaped upon gold. So what good is all the fine linen you have and all the jewelry you have when you got it through cheating? These are the laws of Ma'at, given by Tehuti. At daybreak, they turn to lead. So daybreak turn to lead. That means that when they're discovered, when people see what they really are, you're of no value. But let's get into what it says about Tehuti, though, and how it links into this God of Moses. Remember the God of the finger? Here we go. Instructions of Amenemopi. Do well, and you will attain influence. Do not dip your reed against the transgressor. The beak of the ibis is the finger of the scribe. The beak of the ibis is the finger of the scribe. Take care not to disturb it. The ape Tehuti dwells in the temple of Khnum, while his eye travels around the two lands. If he sees one who cheats with his finger, that is, a false scribe, he takes away provisions by the flood. As for the scribe who cheats with his finger, his son shall not be enrolled. If you spend your life with these things in your heart, your children shall observe them. It has come from the beginning to end, as found in the writings of the scribe skilled with his finger. Okay, so Tehuti is the god associated with the ibis beak, which represents the finger. That is the finger of Tehuti because it is the finger that dictates. You point as you're teaching and you hold the pen with the finger. The finger was associated with writing, which got copied into the Bible as God giving Moses the writings of command through the finger. So here we found it right here. Let us continue. and move on. So we have a man named Mos, that's Tehuti Mos. His name is Mos, and he's the Mos of Tehuti. And then we have a man named Moses, who is the student or the Pharaoh, the god. He's called the god. Moses is called the god of the finger. Okay, let's get into it and let's move down. Now it's going to get really deep, ladies and gentlemen. Now we're going to get into the actual Hebrew itself. Now the claimed god of Mos was Yah. Remember that name Yah that all the Hebrews say Yah, Yah, right? The sound that is made by the Hebrew letter Yod. So the Hebrew letter Yod is just the Y, and just the Y itself says Yah. They could spell it Y-A-H. They could spell it like that, but the actual sound Yah comes from just the letter Y. So it's the Hebrew letter Yod. Let's take a look at the Yah, Yod, by which, by the way, is the word for hand, as in the hand of God. And it's the same word for wisdom. So the Yah that people are using, the Yod, the letter Y, is the word for hand, as in the god of writing, and the word for wisdom, which is Tehuti, the god of writing. Okay, let's take a look and shrink it down, and let's take a look at Yah directly from the Jews themselves. HebrewForChristian.com. Here it is, everybody. Here is the letter Yod. See that, everybody? That is the letter Yod. It represents hand and it represents wisdom. It's actually the word for knowing. Yod or Yada is the word for knowing in the Hebrew Torah. Hebrews, listen up, and Hebrews, watch closely, because here is your Yod. An interesting symbol there. This is the modern day Masoretic Yod. Not even the original one, the modern day Masoretic Yod. But let's continue to see where this modern day Masoretic Yod came from. Remember, let me blow this up a little bit and move to the side. Remember, the god of the Kemetic Pharaoh, Thutmose, was the god of the finger, the beak, and wisdom. Let's take this Yod and put it right side up. So here is the Yod over here. But what is this actually an image of? What is this an image of? Let's put it right side up and take a good look at this image Yod a little closely. Here it is, Yod over here. I'm going to blow it up a little bit. Here is the Yod in HebrewsForChristian.com. But look what it says here. Even in HebrewsForChristian.com, what does it say? The early Semitic pictograph of this letter is a hand, an arm, a hand, meaning this letter is work, make, throw, functions of the hand. The modern Hebrew Yod is derived from two letters, and Yod, Hebrew meaning hand, the origin of the letter. So they're showing you that this original Yod was actually, this is actually a hieroglyphic letter A. It's the hand of Tehuti with the hand open, and I'm going to show you that in a moment. But let's just focus on this Yod for right now. Let's take a look. Uh-oh. We put it right side up. What does this look like, everybody? Let's take a look. Uh-oh. What is this? What do we have here, everybody? Tehuti's head. And what is Tehuti's symbol? It's Tehuti with the beak. You see the Yod there, which they say represents wisdom, and it represents the hand. And you see Tehuti, who is always shown with his hand up and open, or with a pen in his hand. Look closely, everybody. Let me blow this up. Do you see Tehuti right here? In the Per Haru, here's Tehuti. See the hand there? Notice it's always open. It's always open. You see the head of Tehuti right here? You see the beak? Close it up. Go over here. Do you see the beak? Do you see the head? The bird's head right here? That's their Yod. And where do they say it comes from? It comes from the hand. Because, of course, the hand, the hand and the beak represents the two symbols. That is how you draw Tehuti's symbol, or Tehuti, which is a man with a bird mask or bird head on, and the hand opened up, the god of wisdom, the god of law, which is why when you look at Tehuti, you see him in front of the feather of Ma'at. See the feather of Ma'at? That's the symbol of law. Okay. Tehuti gave Medu words of command. Medu is also pronounced Mediu. has a numeric value. Guess what the numeric value is, everybody? So the word medu is a word, but medu has a numeric value. Let's go ahead and shrink this down a little bit here. So remember, we have Moses here. Moses who receives the 10 commandments, the laws from his God that came with his finger to give to Moses. The Yod, he was called Yah. This was the Yod spelled with the Y. Yod, which you flip it right side up, is the beak of Tehuti, which represents the finger, right in the writings of Amenemopi and the shipwrecked sailor. Tehuti is drawn with his hand open. That is the two symbols of Tehuti, a man with his hand open, and the bird's head, which is the exact two same symbols of the Yod, which they say means wisdom, the head, because that's where wisdom comes from, and of course, the hand, which is what's giving the wisdom or writing the wisdom. And remember, Moses received from the finger of God 10 commandments. So Tehuti gave Medu, which is the word that is utterance of command, Makaru. And guess what Medu equals? Medu is actually a word that equals a number. This is called abjad in the Arabic. In the Hebrew, it's called gematria, which means that in ancient times, letters actually were numbers and numbers were letters. But guess what Medu equals? Let's get a look over here because we are into ancestral artifacts, not religious opinions. So we're going to go to the Temple of Karnak, and we're going to go ahead and go into the Medu Neter letters. Here it is right here in the Temple of Karnak. Medu Neter numbers. Here are your first numbers, people, in the Medu Neter. See them right here on the Temple of Karnak. And we're going to get into saying them one by one. One is Au, two is Tenu, Yemet, 3, Fedu 4, Diu 5, Bien Su, 6, Sedief 7, Jimenu 8, or what they call Imenu 8, Pesdiu 9, and guess what 10 is, everybody? Medu. That is 10. See this right here? This loop right here? That is called the Met or the Metu. It is the number 10. So the number 10 and the word Medu is the exact same thing. Medu, and the way you write the number 10 is this loop that goes over this arc, and the way you say it is Met or Medu, and it means 10, and it is command, the words of command, the utterances of command, Medu, the 10. And of course you have Moses, who receives how many commandments? All right. And all this is a coincidence, right? Let's go ahead and dissect the Hebrew Israelites and the Christians word for word, artifact by artifact, so they can wake up and convert like the Rabbi did and others who do in secret when they see the truth. So Medu that Tehuti brought, when it says Tehuti brought the Medu, literally Tehuti brought the 10. So he's the God of the finger, the arm, the hand, the beak, the Yod of wisdom, who brought the 10 to the people of Kemet, who brought the Medu to the people of Kemet. Isn't Moses said to receive a certain amount of commandments from the Yod or the Yah? There he is. We were raised up on this man right here. 2 tablets of stone from Moses holding the staff of Tehuti. All right, so now, what does it say here in Exodus 34:28? So he was there with the Lord 40 days and 40 nights. He did not eat bread or drink water. And he wrote on the tablets the words of the covenant, the 10 commandments. 10. What is 10? Medu. What is Medu? The utterances brought by Tehuti, who brought the language of the Netu, and that's why the language of Kemet is called Metu Netu. The language of Metu, the utterance, or the speech, or the echoance of 10. I did a whole breakdown of why it's 10. I won't do that here, but it is the 10. There's your 10 commandments. Okay? This is how we break it down here, the Tehuti Podclass. We're beginning to see the plagiarism and where Moses actually comes from. Did he come from Akhenaten? Or did he come from what you're seeing right here? Here it is, everybody, again. There is the Yod. There's the head. There it is right there. There's Tehuti. Okay? So, by the way, guess what that Yod is, which Tehuti's head of commandments numerical value is in Hebrew. Danny? So remember, Medu is the number 10 in Kemet. Medu is 10. Met, Metu, Mediu. It's all the same. It means 10. Moses receives 10 from the god called Yah, Yod, which is drawn as a bird's head, a beak, which is also the hand, writing the finger, which is Tehuti. Tehuti in Kemet gives the Medu, the Met, which is the 10, the utterances of which you command things from. They take that and they say 10 commandments. But let's take it even further. What is the actual Yod? Because Yod has a numerical equivalence too. Yod has a numerical equivalence too. Let's see what it is. Here we go. Hebrew letters, everybody. Alif, Bet, Gemal, Daleth, Hey, Wav, Zain, Het, Tet, Yod. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What is this? Yod is 10? Yod is 10 as well? So the beak of Tehuti, who brought the Medu, which is the number 10, who is the hand and the finger of the Neter, who is the God of Moses, who brought the 10 commandments. The actual Yod itself is also 10. Is this plagiarism at its finest, ladies and gentlemen? Absolutely yes. They even say in their own encyclopedia that the arm is from Kemet. Sorry for the typos. Let's go. Let's take a look. Here we are, everybody. This is actually the image that Mighty Hebrew uses to show his Hebrew alphabet. This is on the Mighty Hebrew's Facebook, and it's on a lot of other Israelites' Facebook. This is what they call the original Paleo Hebrew. All right, let's take a look at it, everybody. Here is each letter, and look at this, the Yod. The Yod is the open hand. See that right there? It's the number 10. That's Medu, which is 10, the open hand. Okay? Let's take a closer look and see what else they say in their own encyclopedias. Boom. Here is the Yod. Let's pull this up a little bit. Yod, Phoenician, Aramic, and they're going to go on. Origins. Let's get to origins. Yod is originated from the pictograph hand that ultimately derives from Proto-Semitic Yod, may be related to, what's this? Egyptian hieroglyphic. Oh my goodness, man. Oh man. It's over. It's over. It's over. So this is why I think that good brothers like Tazariak and other brothers really don't want to talk to me in public. I don't want to debate, because the truth of Ma'at and the truth of Kemet overpowers all the fictitious nonsense. Their own encyclopedias say Egyptian hieroglyphic on, and they even show you the hieroglyphic. Get a look, guys. They show you the hieroglyphic right here. Here's the metanetter for the arm. It's the exact same metanetter for the Yod. It's the exact same metanetter for the Yod. Let me shrink this down. There's the hieroglyphic for hand. And it's the same metanetter for the Yod over here. See that? There's the hand. It's all from metanetter. They're letting you know. They're telling you straight up, and you still won't listen. Even when they tell you. When you research this as a Hebrew, they tell you that it's stolen. No, Tehuti is horned. Oh, this is going to get brutal right now. This is about to get really brutal, everybody. Get your pen and your pad, because now it's going to get very strange. No, Tehuti is the horned one as seen on the walls of Kemet, and also has the shining sun over the horns. Tehuti is the horned shining one. Why do I say that? Take a look, everybody. Get a good look. I'm going to shrink this down. Here is Tehuti. Look at his head. What does he have on his head, everyone? he has that same sun, the same sun disk that Nefertiti and Akhenaten and Het Heru have on their head. This is the shining sun. This is Ra. And what are these right here? These are horns. Let's put the nail in the coffin to show you exactly that Moses and the story was literally grafted from Tehuti. Now it's going to get deep. Here we go. Here's the sun. Here's the horns. What does this have to do with Moses, Tehuti? Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Shrink this down. So here it is. Boom, it's over. It's over, man. It's over. But let's get into the horns, though. I could end it right here. And I know you guys want me to take it further. We've already shown without a shadow of a doubt, Moses and the concept was completely grafted from Tehuti Mose, who was also a great warrior. Tehuti Mose, who fought 17 battles. He's 17-0. He fought 17 battles and never lost. By the way you say Tehuti is Tahut. It's also with a soft T, which makes a D. Tahut. The U sound is also a W. This creates Daut, or Daut, which created the word David, which they stole to create the greatest warrior in the Old Testament. So now David becomes the greatest undefeated warrior, and David is from Tehut, which is Tehuti Mose, who was one of the greatest 17-0 warriors, worshiper of Tehuti in Kemet, stolen from Tehuti, Tehut, it becomes David. All right, that was just a bonus. I wasn't even a part of the class. But let's get into it, everybody. Now, here we go. Tehuti, the shining one. Tehuti, the shining sun, with horns above his face. So remember, everybody, Tehuti, the shining sun with horns above his face. Here is the image of Tehuti, the shining one with horns above. Here's his face. Here's the horns. Here's the shining one. Let me show you how they even stole this to make their Moses. Are you all ready? Here we go. Guess what all the old statues of Moses are shown with? Christians, Hebrews, this may shake you, but I must do it, especially when it comes to my own namesake. Have you all seen all the original statues of Moses? Let's take a look at them, everybody. This is Michelangelo's, right off Wikipedia. Here's Michelangelo's, right, from 1513 to 1515. Let's take a look at the Moses, though, from Michelangelo. What's going on with his head? What is that? What's that on Moses' head? Let me look into the chat and see if you guys can see that. You see Moses' head? It looks kind of strange. Is that a hairstyle? What is that on Moses' head? Let me look in the chat room and see if you guys can see this. What is on Moses' head right there? Is that his new haircut? Here it is right here. What is that? Somebody type that in. What is on Moses' head? I see the beard. I see the hair. What do you say? What is on Moses' head? That looks really weird. He's the only prophet with this. Why? What is that on his head? Take Kepra says horns. Somebody said, what the F? Who said that? J. Dill said, what the F? That's right. Have you guys ever heard of this before? Have you guys ever seen this before? Moses has horns on his head. David doesn't have horns on his head. Jesus doesn't have horns on his head. Isaiah doesn't have horns on his head. Solomon doesn't have horns on his head. Aaron doesn't have horns on his head. Why just Moses? Desmond says, crazy as hell. Why does he have horns on his head? Why, Darius? Why does he have horns on his head? Right? He has horns on his head. We just showed you Tehuti with horns on his head. Ram's horns. How did the Christians and how did the Senetiamun and Senetiamun says horns, and then he said it looks like two fingers. So basically, they're telling you the truth about who the straight demons Horns on his head. They're on that BS. So he has horns on his head. He's the only prophet. Ask the Hebrew Israelites, ask the Christian why. Why is Moses the only one shown with horns? I thought it was only the devil that had horns. God's prophet who received the 10 medu, commandments, utterance of command with the finger of Tehuti, has the horns of Tehuti on his head? Could that be the horns of Tehuti, ladies and gentlemen? Let's take a look. I don't know. Maybe I'm reaching. Who knows? Let's take a look. So here's Tehuti with the horns on his head. Everything else matches. And they even took it as far as to put horns on Moses' head. It doesn't stop with Michelangelo's picture. All the original Christians agreed with it. Look at this, everybody. Look at this. Look at this. I didn't even end. This isn't even all of them, but look at this. All the original statues of Moses have horns on his head, y'all. Did you guys know this? Oh my goodness. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. I know this is strange. Not just Michelangelo's. All of them. Horns on this head. Horns over here on his head. He's holding the 10 Commandments. Horns on his head. Over here, horns on his head. Over here, he has horns. One of them is knocked off. Over here, he has his finger up. That's the finger called the dick. The dick, to dictate. Horns on his head. All the Moses's statues seem to have horns on their head, ladies and gentlemen. None of the Jesus statues, none of the Jeremiah, none of the any prophets, none of the Enochs, no Adam, only Moses, the one who is represented by the God of the finger, who had the 2 horns on his head. I am going to reveal to you right now. You may be saying, but what about the sun? What about the sun? Did they even match that? We see Moses with the horns on his head, but Tehuti didn't just have horns, he has a son. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Let's get into it. Guess how Moses is described in the Bible after he sees the lawgiver who wrote with his finger. Let's take a look, everybody. How is Moses described? Moses is described in a particular way that none of the other prophets are described. Does anybody know? How is Moses described in the Bible after... My Moses was only a cartoon character from those statues. Okay, how was Moses described? White face. Okay, how was he described? Let's take a look at what the Bible says. We're going to show you directly. Cash Peden says, wake him up, Saba. Moses symbolically Tehuti. Ding, 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 ding. The whole Moses story is stolen from Tehuti. How you liking this, Misha? You like this? Beged Leisure, you like it? Let's continue. We're not done. We're not done. How was Moses described? Only after he saw the lawgiver who came with the finger, after he saw the lawgiver, Moses was described as something. Let's get into it, word for word. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Uh-oh. Remember, Tehuti has over his face the horns and the shining sun. Moses has the horns after he saw the lawgiver of the finger who gave him the 10. Where's the shining sun? It was right there in front of you all the time. Exodus 34:35. And the children of Israel saw the face of Moses, that the skin of Moses' face shone, and Moses put a veil upon his face again until he went in to speak with him. His face is shining like the sun. So on Moses' face, we have the sun and we have the horns. Oh boy, this is brutal. This is brutal, I know. Let's continue, everybody. I'm not going to stop there. Let's continue. I know some of the Hebrews and people are watching this, and this is why. When it comes to debates, Only the people in the chat rooms mention my name, never the debaters or such. But anyway, let's go. Here we go. So let's look it up in Blue Letter Bible. We're going to look it up word for word in the so-called Hebrew. Of Moses' face shone. Guess what the word for shone is, everybody? Well, Hebrews received the Torah from the God of writing and the God of reading and the God of words. That's Yah. The Kemetians received their writing from the God of writing, the God of reading, and the God of words, called Tehuti, the God of the hand, the God of the yod head. What about the Muslims? The Muslims received their book up in a mountain, just like Moses. And the first thing that was said by Geb, or who do they have him as? Gebrael, is Ikra. Ikra bi Rabbika. Ikra, read in the name of your sustainer. Read. Some say that it translates to as write. Read or write. So here we have another God of writing. Coming to Muhammad. That Ikra turned into another word. That Ikra turned into the word Quran. So the God of writing in Islam gave Moses the Quran. Here we have Moses receiving his commandments and his face shone. Guess what the word is for shone? This is way before Islam. Oh boy. That's good. Guess what the two definitions of the word is. So anyways, I can read, I can look at this. This is Q-R-N. That's the word Quran. All right. I'm going to stop there. I'm going to stop right there for that. I'm not going to give more jewels on that. But that is the word Quran. Let's go. So guess what the two definitions of this word describe Moses. So let's go into it, breaking down right from the Blue Letter Bible. Here's the word Quran. And here it is. We're going to get right into it. Word for word. Here is Tehuti with the horns on his head. We have Moses saying the children of Israel saw him after he saw the God of writing, and his face shone. We have the word Moses' face shone. Here's the word here, Quran. Strong's letter H7160. There is Quran. Here it is again. That is Quran. So his face shone like a shining sun. See that? Shining. But there's only two definitions of this word. Remember, Tehuti is the netter of the horns and the shining sun on his head. Moses is described as Quran after he sees the God of writing. And this word Quran in the Blue Letter Bible only has two definitions. And guess what the two definitions are? One is shining like the sun on the head of Tehuti, but there's another definition, which is very, very strange, which has nothing to do with shining. And guess what the other definition is? Oh boy. Guess what the other definition is, everybody? Uh-oh. What does that say, man? What does that say? The word Quran in the Bible describing Moses means shining like the sun, but it also means horns. Oh my goodness. The radiating sun and also horns. Look at that, everybody. How does the word mean shining like the sun, but also means to have horns? Look at this. Send out rays like the sun, or to grow horns, to be horned. The sun, the horns, the finger, Tehuti, the yod. There's your Moses. The Moses character is lifted from Tehuti Mos. Case closed. Woo! That was a fun ride, wasn't it? All right. There is your answer to your question. I hope you appreciated it. To the Rabbi, to Tehuti Mos, and to David Gord both of your questions, what was lifted from the Torah. That answers so many questions, even down to both of their names. One's name is David, which came from Tehut, that's Tehuti. And one named himself Tehuti Mos, and I broke down Tehuti Mos, both of their names broken down, Moses broken down, stolen from Tehuti, the god of writing, the god of command, the 10 commandments, Meru meaning 10, the horns, the yod meaning wisdom, the hand, the lawgiver of Tehuti. It's over. That's it. I'm done. All right, boom. Let's see if everybody got that answer. That's just the first question. That's how we answer questions here at the Tehuti Podclass. I know it's scary. I know it's strange. No ad hominems. Fact after fact after fact. Boom. It's over. All right, let me check the chat and see if anybody heard that. That's the first question. That's 3 questions in one. Anybody heard that question? Answer? And what people thought of it. Let me see if the people who asked the question heard it. Let me scroll up and see what's going on. Let's see what's going on. We have I have a Rabbi showing explosions. Boom, 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 boom. Misha says powerful. V Gita Gain says, wow, I didn't know that. That may have been to what Jody said. I think Jody said something up here. That must have been another conversation, but finger that like button. Desmond says, mind-blowing answers again and again. Rabbi puts up explosions. Okay. And Rabbi puts up more explosions. Rigo says, wow. Raji says, excellent breakdown. Ellen puts hand claps and something else. Master Case says, amazing. Okay, good. So you all appreciated the answer. That is how I answer questions on the Tehuti Podclass. Fact after fact after fact. I answer questions the exact same way I debate. Because when I debate, I'm just teaching. I don't even know what a debate is. When I'm the only debate thing I know is snake style. When I debate, it's just basic. My debates are, I treat my debates as if the debater asked me a question. If you watch my debates, it's the exact same thing as what I just did here. Just information. How can the information lose? You can't, facts can't lose. Information can't lose. Okay? It existed before we were born. All right. They usually say boom. Big Vase put up hand claps. Dynamite. Kemet says, I gotta blow this one up. My eyes. This is why Tehuti is not on Sonetta or anybody else's channel anymore. He basically shuts the show down with Ma'at, guruship, and the Hebrews start cursing and vomiting a bunch of mess. Well, you know, that's funny, but actually, yeah, thank you, Kemet. Appreciate that. That's why the Hebrews, they don't want me on the channel, but as you saw, Sonetta was just in here and he actually just invited me back live in here, so it's all good. But yes, of course, the Hebrews don't want me on the channel. How is what's his name, Zakan and Black Jesus? How are these guys gonna? Who's the other Christian guy, Garfield? How are they gonna debate? How are they gonna disprove this? This is not even me. This is what the Kemetians wrote. It's the only difference is that I go by what the Kemetians say. I don't go by the commentary. Their resources are the commentary. My resources is what Amenamopi said himself. What Amen E said himself. When you debate, you're debating the Kemetians, not even me. I never say, I say this, I believe this. This is what the Kemetians said themselves. I can only teach what they say if I'm teaching from what the Kemetians say. If I'm teaching from what the Aztecs say, then I have to go by the Aztecs say themselves. Facts, and I want my students to be the same. Okay, so E Manifesto says scholarship and logic, and Kemet says facts, and Nanya puts up, it looks like party symbols. Okay, so let's go on to the next question. What does it say here? My eyes, I'm so much, My eyes, man, so much studying. Okay, nobody on your league over there. Jabari was the closest and you beat him. Yes. Shout out to Jabari. And yes, that's what the audience said. I beat him. Just another day, and I hope he learned from that. I hope we all learned from that. The crowd said I beat him, and thus the crowd says I beat everybody when I do these debates, and I don't have to say it. The crowd says it, the voters say it, the judges say it, because it's hard to debate the Kemetians. It's hard to debate Ptah Hotep. You're not debating me. I'm just gonna throw up on the screen British Museum, Livorno Museum. You're debating the Kemetians, so it's kind of hard to debate your opinion over the Kemetians. All right, so let's go. Let's get so Jesus. Time for. Oh wait. So Jesus is misremembering of Pharaoh. Oh, let's get into that. Of course, that was the other question you sent. Where you sent in a two-part question. Let's go into it. We didn't even get it. I didn't even touch the Jesus yet. You ready for that? I did not even touch the Jesus yet. You put a Messiah means anointed. Messiah means anointed, so could it just be the Romans' misinterpretation of a Pharaoh? Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Let's get into the questions that were asked that I am about to answer. All right, let me go ahead. So let's go, my brother. You sent in a two-part question, and I answered the first part. That was just the Moses part. You ready for the Jesus part? Let's go. Hold on one moment, everybody. Hold on one moment. Moderators, talk to the people in the room. Let them know to ask me questions through. Oh, for those who are new in the room, yes, you send your questions through Cash App, TT Amun, and PayPal, Rocky SV. Those questions pop up on the screen as such, because those are people who respect what I do, and they pop up on the screen as such. Boom, like that. Or if you send PayPal, they pop up on the screen like that. And then I go ahead and answer them, because your questions are based on respecting and supporting my time, and my time is based on respecting and supporting your questions. It's a two-way street. One moment, everybody. I'm going to step away just for a quick second and come back and get to the Jesus question. Give me one moment, everybody. I'll be right back in just a moment. Actually, in this little intermission here, I'll go ahead and put on the song again that everybody likes, just for a quick moment, and I'll be right back to answer this Jesus question. You can also support by getting Melanin Dark Consciousness and also Stepping Out the Matrix. You can ask the moderators how to attain that. Okay, let's get into it, everybody. I'll be back before the song even ends. So go ahead and put this in. I'll be right back. And this is, by the way, this is voltage controller, I believe. No, this is which one is this? This voltage controller? Here we go. I'll be right back. Mark of Buddha. Oh, that is Mark of Buddha. Is voltage control in the room? I'll put your song on next break. I'm going to put Mark of Buddha in first, and your song on next break. Voltage Control is an awesome beat maker. But here's Mark of Buddha. I'll put this on, a little collab that we did on Killer Priest. I'll put on right back. Let me get this banner off the screen. I'll be right back. Here we go. Mark of Buddha.
Lil Da Vinci, time for war, Blackfoot warrior. Dance with a tribe of wise men. When I write, I ignite the light in the dark. My thoughts demolish symbolic art. Heart of little water, herbs, my word doctor. Met a netter, got my feet and meet my ancestors. From my grandmother's land, the grand chief. I mark the beast with my G. Long hair, I gather up my energy.
Yo, home of the Empire State, New York, Mom State, Rob Napa City that never sleep. All play fast, bags with cash bait. Symbol to a Marcus Garvey statue of liberty. 3,000 degree torch in the vicinity. It's the GREEKGODs who's ready to cut the line of tree. A Prometheus amongst us like the Holy Trinity, vanity.
Yeah. Hey, this shit sound like Mortal Kombat. Contact sport, they swinging like a blind bat. But I'm beyond that, beyond rap. One of the legends, let you define that. Define fact, I'm one of the truest, let you rewind that. My mind's out so far back, feel like a time lapse. I'm back to breaking all of these suckers just like a spine crack. Yeah. I'm doper than any dime sack. If ever that I failed, I'm roping up any climb back. K. Yeah.
Maya's illusion, the fire and confusion. Humans holding up their bottles and they're smiling and they're snoozing, acting like it's sweet. It's the belly of the beast, though. Most souls are content to live in hell is deep, yo. Every day I prepare and plan for the afterlife, so every second I strive to be a better man of Christ. Stand in the candlelight, grand, I'm a man of might. Giving what you love to God's the ultimate sacrifice.
I'm guessing it was needed to be the being that I'm being. Believing I'm not a rapper, just seizing my state of being. Beat the beat in REM sleep, sleepwalking while daydreaming. While beating on the beat like it's pussy, I drop my seed in. From the essence to the lessons, fertile soil to fertile crescent. Spread the message like Elijah, my square in the ring of fire. That's the lesson to the wise, and you peasants should call me sire. The fact I chose to spare them must mean that they tired.
This Buddha's pawn descended from heaven. That's kung fu hustle, the gun jujitsu, pit flash went through flesh and tissue. Each line a shuttle, aerospace built intelligent missiles. Get righteous money, change and disappear. Now haters sick. Pull the nickel behind your ear, that's the old magic trick. There's levels. I buried hip hop in the pet cemetery and they came back. And hip hop killed commercial rap. Birds over heads like that spider wants a Tehuti hat. You get that?
Since it's the warriors dance of all the chorus of swords in his hands, focus on thoughts controlling the force of orbits of planets. We know that force is endorsing the panic of the pandemic. Did a show with Santana, the show code with planted. Tehuti comes with the source and the challenge. Flying the plane, 80 Ross is the captain. Keep smart, you should dial in. The way that a beta snake is awesome and wild in a patient state. I gaze in your face while your heart's on the violent. I lay in wait, you make a mistake, that's why Walter is smiling. AKA the K to the P, the exalted of Shaolin. Okay, let's get back into questions here. Oh gosh. That's one thing about this thing is that, okay. Alright. Okay. Okay, what's that? Okay, hold on, make sure it's coming all the way off. Can you all hear me? Press mic check if you can hear me. Mic check, mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check, mic check. All right, everybody, let's get into it. Let's get into it. I got a couple hours left in me. Let's break it down. We have 100 people in the chat. We're going to break it down. Let's go. So the next question that came in, the two-part question that came in. So we got the, okay, good. Mic check. So he says mic check. Next to the Great says 1. Shannon says 1. Rabbi says 1. Picker Kipara says 1. Okay, voltage controller. Everybody can hear me. Good. Let me get this off here. My eye. Okay, hold on. Let me fix this. Hold on. I gotta sit up. 1 second. Hold on. I gotta sit up. Anything about this thing is so long. Okay. All right, Reese. Back. Okay. Here we are. We're back. Woo! All right. Here we are. We are back in effect. Okay. Let's go. And the question was about Jesus. Jesus being... Okay, hold on, everybody. Everybody, here we go. Peace of Vinny Black Lodge. Peace, everybody. Okay, everybody, here we go. Let's get into the next question. The next section of the question. That was the Old Testament. That's Moses right there. I decided if we go right from Moses, the rest of the Old Testament is not really relevant. We go right from Moses and right to Tehuti. Now for the New Testament, Jesus. Let's get into it. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass, everybody. We are about to get into it. Share screen. Boom, boom, boom. Let's go, everybody. Let's go. Here's how we answer questions here. Now we're going to get into the Jesus. So much. We're going off the screen. All right, so boom. The question was, let's go back to the question. Everybody can remember be reminded what the question is. It was $25 sent. One was for Unken Aten. One was for the if Jesus means anointed was Christ of Pharaoh. And let's go. So we covered Unken Aten. It was Moses from Unken Aten. We see clearly who Moses was from, literally, to the statue, to the name, to everything. But let's get into this Jesus anointed concept. All right, here we go, everybody. You can see the screen. All right, welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Here's how we answer questions here. When we hear the words like Messiah, Christ, Anointed One, due to the mental programming, we automatically think of the fictitious created character, Jesus. I will now show you that all these terms were taken from the death resurrection ceremonies of the Par-Ii pharaohs. Let's start with the anointed Messiah, who prepares us for everlasting life to make a way for you in heaven. Remember all those terms? We're preparing for everlasting life so he can make a way for you. His Father's house has many mansions. He's going to go and prepare a place for you, and he is the anointed one. Let's get into the anointed concept first of all. So where does it? We go into Mark 16, 1-8. When the Sabbath, I can't wait to break down the Sabbath for anybody who asked that, where the Sabbath comes from. But when the Sabbath was over, Mary Magdalene and Mary, mother of James, and Salome brought spices so that they may come and anoint him. Okay, so most people don't know that the anointing, there was an anointing that actually happened after Jesus' death. Some people think that he came as the anointed one. They don't know that he was anointed after his death, as it says here in Mark 16, 1-8. And then we go into Matthew 28, 1-6. After the Sabbath at dawn, the first day of the week, Mary Magdalene and the other Mary went to look in the tomb. Okay, so we know that he's in a tomb here. Hold on. So this is after the death. Here's the image we all seen on our Bible study books and Bible cartoons. Jesus is risen, he lives. Okay, now Jesus says, I go and prepare a place for you. I will come again and receive you to myself, that where I am, there you may be also. Okay, let's go and shrink this down. Okay, so this concept of being anointed, prepared for your tomb burial, is a direct height from the actual Kemetic story. The story of Jesus has no historical verification from any indigenous witness. Let us move on to the actual indigenous writings from the Nile Valley going back some plus 2400 BCE. Let's go and see where this anointed concept actually comes from. Because the brother asked if Jesus was a pharaoh. It comes from the pharaohs, yes. Jesus was not a pharaoh, but here's where it comes from. Here we go. Let's get into it. Let's get into Wesh Patah. Most people never heard of Wesh Patah, but now you're hearing about him today. Welcome to Tuesday Podclass. So Wesh Patah was an official of the 5th dynasty who served both Sahareh 2458 to 2446 BC and Kakai 2446 to 2426 BC. He began in Sahareh's reign, later became a vizier. That's going to link into another question I saw from Raphael Gary asked about Wusir. But anyways, okay, he became a vizier of Kemet under Kakai, a well-respected architect and the chief justice of the nation. That's Wesh Patah. So here we are in the reign of Neferkare, the tomb inscriptions of the vizier, chief justice, chief judge, and chief architect, Wesh Patah, 5th dynasty, Neferkare, erection of the tomb by his son. It was his eldest son, first under the king, advocate of the people, Mernutetsetini, who made it for him while he was in his tomb. So right off the bat, we know we're talking about the preparation of a man after life, after death, and the tomb preparation. Okay? Neferkare came to see the beauty of, and his damage. He came forth upon them, his majesty caused it to be. The royal children saw, there was damage there, and they wondered verily greatly beyond everything. Then lo, his majesty praised him because of it. Wesh Patah's sudden illness. His majesty saw him, however, that he heard not. When the royal children and companies who were of the court heard, great fear was in their hearts. He is conveyed to the court and dies. He was conveyed to the court, and his majesty had royal children, companions, rituals, priests, the chief physicians come. His majesty brought for him the case of writings. There's some damage there. They said before his majesty he was lost, that he was lost. The heart of his majesty was exceedingly sad. Beyond everything, his majesty said that he would do everything according to his heart's desires and return to the privacy chamber. King's furnishing in the sepulchre. He prayed to Re, put writing in his tomb. The majesty commanded that there be made for him a coffin, ebony sealed. Never was it done to one like him before, laid therein. And here we go. These of the northern, his majesty had him anointed by the side of his majesty. So we see the anointing ceremony deals directly with the preparation of a man in his tomb, and thus they stole it and made a fictitious Jesus character where they came and anointed him at his tomb. This story has no record in any date of any indigenous writing. It actually goes back to 70 to 90 AD, almost 70 years to 100 years after Jesus. This one goes back 2400 BC. Okay, these are the real stories here. Now, I'm going to shrink this down. So we see the anointing has to do with the tomb preparation. So as we can see, anointing was a procedure that the Kemetic part EE would go through to be prepared in the tomb to make a way to heaven. Let's take a look at what exactly was used for the anointing and what was the word for that. So let's take a look. This is going to take us to over here, Sennacherib, from the 5th dynasty of Kemet during the reign of King Dejekare Azizi, 2500 BC, 2500 BC, 2500 BC. Sennacherib and his mate Tejefi from their tomb. And there's their image right there. And let's take a look at what it says in the tomb inscriptions of Sennacherib, judge, vizier, and chief architect. The most powerful man at Azizi's court narrates his favors with the king, in the course of which he includes verbatim 2 letters of his lord one of which His Majesty wrote in his own hand. Take a look. Of 1,200 cubits length is planned for the architect. The king expresses his delight with the plan. Unfortunately, fragmentary stated inscription renders the narrative very obscure. The closing inscriptions were the work of Sennacherib's son, who after his father's death recorded the tomb mortuary endowed with his father, presentation of the sarcophagus by the king, and now we go into the indigenous writing. Sennacherib, fidelity and honors. And here we go. I was pleased with the king. Now I want to show some before I go into this actually. I'm going to actually show the question that was sent. And there's a little emoji in the question. I want everybody to see this emoji, because this brother knew what he was talking about when he asked the question. Take a look. So it wasn't just a question, but if you look in the emoji, if Messiah means anointed, was Christ of Pharaoh. But what is this right here, everybody? You see that right there? Look what the brother put in the question. You see a little alligator? Y'all didn't notice that in the original question, right? There's a little alligator there because the Kemetians use alligator fat to anoint. They use alligator fat, the symbol of Sobek, to anoint. So the brother who is knowledgeable asked the question, and he put a little alligator in there. And if you didn't look close, you wouldn't see that. But I just wanted to shout out the brother there for throwing in that little alligator there, because it is literally the fat that they use to anoint, and I'm going to show the indigenous source of that. Okay, so there's the question with a little alligator in it. Shout out to Dave Gore. All right, let's get into it. So here we go. So, who was pleased by the king, His Majesty, who was pleased by the king as master of, I was one who pleased the king as master of the secret things of His Majesty, as favorite of the Majesty in evening, as for any work which the Majesty commanded to do, I did it according to the desire of the Majesty's heart towards it. His Majesty, while he was in the place of writing, when it came to pass, His Majesty caused that I be anointed with fat. See that right there, everybody? I be anointed with fat by the side of His Majesty. You see that? So the anointing was with the fat, the alligator fat. Okay, so the preparation of the dead was when the pharaohs, the Par-Ii, would be anointed with the alligator fat. The Christians stole the story and made Jesus the one who was anointed. After he was dead, they came and anointed him. Now it was the crocodile fat. And guess what the Medunetta word for crocodile fat or anointing was? Now we're going to get into the plagiary with facts. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We're going to see the actual plagiarism happen right in front of you. I'm going to show you. So the reason why I chose to focus on the fact that it was alligator fat anointed rubbing oil, because there was an actual word used. There's an actual Medunetta word for the anointing fat or the anointing oil that was used for the pharaohs. Guess what the word was, everybody? Let me go ahead and look at the screen and see if everybody's following. Guess what the word was? It was alligator fat. What was the word used? It was a certain word that was used in Kemet for the alligator fat. Okay, let's check it out, everybody. Let's take a look. My screen is not scrolling as fast as, yes, you put Sobek. Sobek, that is actual alligator, actually a crocodile. A crocodile. What was the word used for alligator fat? Uh-oh. Darius put Mesa. Darius. Shout out to Darius. Is it Jesus? Well, that would be great, wouldn't it? It'd be all over. Wouldn't that be awesome? Wouldn't that be all? That would be awesome. I wish. That'd be even better if the actual word for alligator fat was Jesus. That would be it. But no, it doesn't. It's good though. Mass. Let's take a look. Welcome to the Podclass. Let's take a look. Okay, let's take a look, everybody, at the alligator fat. Boom. Let's take a look. and see what it is. It is Mashiach. Mashiach. That may not mean anything to most people. Mashiach, it doesn't even sound like a word you've heard before. But here it is right here. The anointant to anoint. It is Mashiach. Mashiach. Does it sound familiar? Mashiach? Mashiach. Does that sound familiar? Mashiach? Does that sound like Messiah? Mashiach sounds like Messiah, doesn't it? Skeptics may say, Tehuti, you're reaching. You've been taught anointed was Messiah all these years, right? You thought the word they actually used was Messiah. That's the word that they kept pushing on us. Messiah, Messiah, Messiah for anointing. All these years. Let's go into Judaism 101 and see what the actual Hebrew word for Messiah actually is. So you heard of Messiah, like Desmond puts, Messiah. Deathstroke. Messiah. But what is the actual word here? So here, the word for the anointing is Mashiach. Let's go to Judaism 101. Uh-oh. Judaism 101. Mashiach. Mashiach. The Messiah. The real way to say it, ladies and gentlemen, before the word Messiah was even created, the word they would have been using back then for anointed was Mashiach. It's the Kemetic word for the anointing word, oil, Mashiach. Mashiach. Over here, Messiah, Mashiach. Boom. And a further add-on to the plagiary, it's not over yet. What is the most popular herb scent brought to Jesus? Frankincense and, what is it, y'all? What is it? What is the most popular popular herb brought? Frankincense and, type it in, everybody. What is it? So Thutmose put yes. Tamaru. What is the most popular herb? Look, everybody's putting it. Good job, everybody. We got myrrh from Darius McNear, myrrh from Nanny Aset, myrrh. We got Hika Kepara, myrrh. We got Mashak, myrrh. We got Robert Williams, myrrh. We got Rigo, myrrh. We got Jody, yep. Okay, so we got, yeah, I got that from Kari Mayo. Tamaru, Heru. All right, so so myrrh, right? Frankincense and myrrh. Uh-oh. Here we go, everybody. You know I'm not going to stop, right? Let's just put the nail in the coffin once more. So here we go. We'll go right to the good old Bible, and let's see what it says in the good book of John, 19:38 to 39. Let's read it, everybody. After Joseph of Arimathea, being a disciple of Jesus, but secretly of fear of the Jews, asked Pilate that he may take away the body of Jesus. And Pilate gave him permission. So he came and took the body of Jesus, and Nicodemus, who at first came to Jesus by night, also came bringing a mixture of myrrh and aloes, about 100 pounds, after his death, right? This is all about the death of Jesus. So we have the women, Mary, anointing him, anointed after his death, just like the pharaohs. And then we have this interesting word here, myrrh. Even when he was born, they brought him frankincense and myrrh, but here he's being anointed with myrrh. Very interesting. Guess what myrrh means in Medu Neter? Guess what myrrh means in Medu Neter, everybody? Myrrh is actually a Medu Neter word, myrrh. Guess what myrrh actually means? So they brought myrrh to anoint him. That's what made him. This is one of the things that made him the Messiah, the Christ, because he was anointed. But what does mer mean? What does mer mean? What does it mean? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What does it mean? Mer. Oh, Marie is love, definitely. Marie is love. Mer, M-E-R is love, definitely. But what does mer mean in Metanetter, everybody? Just to put the nail in the coffin. Just to put the nail in the coffin, we'll go to page 315. Mer. Here it is. What does it mean? Uh-oh. To anoint to rub with oil or fat. They literally took Metanetter words and Kemetic burial themes to create your story of this fictitious character, literally giving him the name of Mashiach, the name of the fat of the alligator sobek oil, the Mashiach, to anoint the dead Pharaoh, and they give him myrrh in the Bible, which literally means anointing with fat. In the Metanetter, the Jesus anointed concept was stolen from the process of the Pharaoh's eternal life process. I could stop right there. But this is what happens when you give these big donations, everybody. When you guys give these $20, $25, $40, all these big donations for an answer, I'm gonna give you what you've never heard. I'm gonna break it down and then break down the breakdown and give you nothing but facts. None of these are my words. Nothing in these are my words. These are all just information. This is the word Mashiach. It is the word. The word Messiah, Mashiach. The word myrrh is the fat, the alligator fat. The anointing was for the pharaohs for the afterlife. But let's get into more, ladies and gentlemen, just to end this off. Let's break it down. It's over now. It's over now. Tehuti's not done yet. Luke 1:31. And behold, thou shalt conceive thy womb and bring forth a son, and thou shalt call his name Jesus. And Jacob begat Joseph, the husband of Mary, whom was born Jesus, who is called the Christ. That's the anointed one. The concept of Jesus and the Messiah and him being born and the special son, all of that comes from the burial, quote-unquote, mummification process of the pharaohs. Just like this brother asked, no, Jesus was not a pharaoh. The concept of Jesus was stolen from the pharaoh's mummification process and from the netter. Let's go. Here is anointed. They show you that anointed means Christ, right? In the Blue Letter Bible, Christ was and is the Mashiach, Son of God. Is this interesting, ladies and gentlemen? Oh boy. Can you all see this? I don't know if you can really see what's going on here. Let me get some water. Can you all see what they did? You look up the word Christ, it means anointed. And in the definition, it says Christ was and is Messiah, because Christ means anointed, and that's the word Mashiach. But what's this over here? Son of God. Son of God doesn't have to do with the word Christ. That's not in the definition of the word. The word is to rub with oil or anointed. See, anointed, not Son of God, but they put Son of God in there. Why? Because the Mashiach is also, there's another word that deals with the son of. And what is that, ladies and gentlemen? What did I just teach you in the last question? Remember? Tehuti mes? Tehuti mes? Tehuti mes is Tehuti, son of Tehuti. So the word Mashiach is the rubbing oil, and the word mes is the son of whoever your God is. It could be Mesra, Tehuti mes. It could be mes Tehuti, but that is the son of. They're literally telling you that from the same root word, the Mashiach and the mes There's two words that sound the same. They're telling you that Jesus' concept came from these two words. One is the anointed, that's the Messiah, and one is the mess, which is the son of, which is why when you look up Christ, it gives you both definitions, and it shouldn't. It shouldn't give you anything son of, because the word anointed shouldn't have anything to do with son of. Son of doesn't mean anointed. They're putting it right there in front of you, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm here to reveal it to you. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, Logic, Facts, Information. Let's break it down. All right, here we go, everybody. Here we go, everybody. Here's the image that you see in my background sometime. Horus, Jesus. Heru, Jesus. Horus, son of Mary. Jesus, son of Mary. Horus, son of Mary. Jesus, son of Mary. Son of the mess, the son of mess. The image of mess is a woman sitting down having a baby. Here's the woman sitting down holding the baby, both Jesus and them. Notice they're both turned. Why are they both turned the same direction? Why are they both in the same? All right, let's continue, everybody. So here is the concept of where a pharaoh comes from. A pharaoh comes from Osar and Heru. The Shemsku horn, which we're going to get into next. Here is the golden. This is the golden Heru. See that? The golden one. This is in the King Tut exhibit at California Science Museum. The golden Heru called Bach. So the golden Heru was called Bach, everybody. So that is the son of Mary, the son of Aset Mary. He was also called the Bach. Well, what does Bach mean? So the son of Mary, when you look up anointed, anointed is, Christ is anointed, but Christ also is son of God for some strange reason. Somehow son of God is in the definition of anointed, but it's anointed, son of God. So it must mean both. This anointed term must have come from a term that meant both a son of something and an anointed one. Well, let's check it out. Let's see where they stole the concepts from. Let's go to it, everybody, because you know how I do it. I'm going to go right to the source. Book of the Dead, plate 26, 250 BC, 1,250 years before they even thought of a Christ concept. This is the Per Amharu. What does it say, everybody? Shining beings who came into existence with him, I, even I, arose in the form of Bach, the hawk. See this right over here, everybody? Bach, the golden hawk. Okay, so here we see the Bach, the hawk, divine, made worthy of honor. Heru, Horus, or Heru, as his soul. What is Bach, though? Let's look at the word Bach. That's Heru, and let's see what it means. Bach. Uh-oh. There's the woman bearing a child. What's going on here? Bach means to give birth to. Well, that's interesting because Messiah, Christ, means son of. And of course, if you're the son of something, you're given birth to. So we got one definition. But what else does Bach mean? Oh, it means to be with child, pregnant. Okay. Okay, cool. To be with child, pregnant. Nice, nice, nice. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's over again, man. Here we go. It is over once more. Bach is the golden Heru. Bach means to give birth to, or the son of God. He's the son of Osiris. And the same word also means anointed. They're telling you, ladies and gentlemen, where they got the concept of anointed from. Right in front of you, when you look in the blue letter Bible and you see the word anointed, and they put Christ, which is anointed, to rub with oil. But then in the same definition, they put son of God. When you know the word son of God doesn't translate to as anointed in any form of fashion, but they always leave their clues. And the clues is that whatever this word anointed is, whatever they stole this from, is a word that means an anointed Christ type, an anointed one, and also means the son of God, because they stole it from Heru Bach in the King Tut museum. Here's Heru Bach, 1332 BCE. And here is Bach, which means son of, to be with child, which makes you the son of, which is Heru. He's the Bach, he's the hawk, the son of Mary, and it also means to be anointed. It's over, man. It's all over. All right. Why is Jesus? But I'm not done. I'm not done though. Why is Jesus always associated with a shepherd though? This is the Pharaoh concept. The Bach, the Pharaoh concept, because the Bach is the Pharaoh, which is the Heru. He has this Heru name. He's the reincarnation of a Heru, and he's dressed as Osiris because each Pharaoh relives the Heru Osiris story. Here is Jesus right here. Jesus with a shepherd's winnowing fan. Why is Jesus with a shepherd's winnowing fan? Here he is in Matthew 3:12. His winnowing fork is in his hand. He will clear the threshold floor, gathering his wheat into the barn, burning up the chaff with unquenchable fire. So we know he deals with a farmer. He's dealing with wheat, and this shepherd, this wheat, what's called the winnowing fan here. Where's the winnowing fan here from? We already got the Bach anointed. Bach means son of, or the child, to be with child. That's Mary with child. I'll say with child, that also means anointed. Christ is anointed and the son of. Okay. But what about the Bach? What about the what about the winnowing fan? What about the winnowing fan? Let's check it out, everybody. Let's see. Jesus is not a Pharaoh, but he's stolen from the Pharaoh farmer concept and the anointing concept of the afterlife. Here is good old Jesus. Everybody remember this guy? Remember this? It's the image that will always pop up whenever you're going to see random images pop up of a black woman with afros, and they're always with like a European looking man. This is always what the man looks like. You'll see it pop up. It always pop up. A lot of subliminals. He's your Jesus image that they want all the women to fall for, because this is our Lord and Savior. So this is the beautiful, most beautifulest man on the planet, Jesus Christ. Here with a shepherd's staff though. And look at the lambs in the background. So he's a shepherd. This was a star, the great shepherd, father of the Pharaoh. Jesus called the good shepherd. Here we go, everybody. Here is the Pharaoh with the same staff. That's where they took it from. King Tut again. And the Pharaohs have. There's the winnowing fan. This hits the wheat, and this hooks the sheep, the shepherd. You put them both together, and you get something that looks like this. Over here, you see Jesus' face, the winnowing fan. Over here, you see the Pharaoh with the hook. Put them together, and you get this symbol here, which was the preparation for the afterlife in the tomb. Jesus, the good shepherd. Where did this come from? From Osiris, the good shepherd, which each Pharaoh wanted to be. Woo-wee. Where is the Pharaohs called the shepherd then? Well, you know what I'm going to do? What is Tehuti going to do? He's going to show you the source. Let's go to the pyramid text. Pyramid text 102. Because thou that be the shepherd's crook be in thy hand, so that lower Kemet and upper Kemet may bow before him. He accepts and takes on his opponent and stands up, the great chief, the great kingdom. Here is the shepherd right here. Because Unas has to live out the symbolism of Osiris, the great shepherd, so now he gets the shepherd's crook. Okay, so Osiris is the great shepherd, and all the pharaohs become the great shepherds, so they're buried with farming symbols, because the land of Kemet was a land of farming called Tamarain. All right, so this was the position of gathering yourself together to rise for the resurrection. Gathering yourself together to rise from the resurrection. Here it is right here. See them hold. You see him? This is where they got the Wakanda symbol from. Man. This was holding yourself together, because the story of Osiris was that he was separated into 14 parts. So symbolically, you cross your hands, you're holding yourself together in commemoration of those parts being brought back together, because you want to be one whole being Going into the afterlife, you don't want to be consciously scattered in all different directions. You want to be one whole being. That is the main focus. That's where you get the concept of focusing from. Those who are unfocused can never reach spirituality. Those who are focused, coherent, means one beam of thought. When they say meditate, they say focus on something. Whenever somebody talks about spirituality and meditating, they never say scatter your mind. Be scattered. Think of it. Think of this. There's no spiritual person on earth. You could be a Buddhist, a Christian, a Muslim, a Mason, a Jew, a Hebrew, a Kemetic person. When it comes to meditation, nobody says, okay, have your mind scattered. Have HDHD. Have your mind over here. Look, and now you can become a spiritual person and reach the afterlife. Every single group agrees on one thing. In order for you to attune yourself and meditate, you must focus. Breathe, focus. That is the concept of gathering things into one, as opposed to being scattered. Osiris was scattered. That was Set's position, was to scatter him all over the place. Set and Nebtet and Tehuti's position was to gather him back together to be one. That's called the owl. Owl. Remember that word for one? It was owl in Medu Neter. So here is the temp to the gathering position. And when you're gathered together, then you can resurrect. Just like the teachings of Jesus came from, then you resurrect. Here it is right here in the Per-Em Haru. The Atet boat may be brought to me. Those who are in their cycles, bowing their bowings, may I rise. There's the crown right there, which we're going to get into from, I think Raphael, more XA asked about crowns. Here's one of the crowns right here, the diadem, and it means to rise. When do you rise? You rise when you gather yourself together. Do you see the symbol right there? Do you see the farmer's tool with the X? That's the crossing of the arms, which is gathering yourself together because you don't want to be separated as Asar was. So when you gather yourself together, when you're one being, then you rise. Then you resurrect into the afterlife. Like who? Like the hawk. The anointed one, the son of, beautiful of gold, Noob. You see that? With the head of the phoenix. There is the tempt. See that right there? And then you become like the anointed one, the hawk. Heru, flying as a ba. That's the root word of bak is ba. The flying one, the ability to fly or to be free. Woo! Boom! There it is, everybody. There is my answer for both questions. The Unken Aten, Moses, nope. Moses from Tehuti. And was Jesus the Pharaoh? Nope. Was Jesus the Pharaoh? Jesus was actually stolen from Pharaoh, burial, resurrection, stories, all the way down to the blue letter Bible. Cannot even hold themselves together to conceal their whole lies. Even they have to say, well, Christ is anointed, which is also Son of God. I literally threw it in the definition from the actual definition of the Bach. When you bring yourself together and become the Bach, you become like the one who is with child, the Mary, because you become the birthed one, the Heru, and that also means to anoint with oil. And you become the Bach, which is the hawk, which is the hawk-headed God right here. Heru, which is where they stole Jesus from. Boom, it's over. The shepherd. There is your answer. I am done. Welcome to the 2T Podclass, everybody. Glad you all appreciate it. I will check the chat to see if the answer was appreciated, if everybody heard it. That is how I answer questions, and that is why people send donations and support, because of the way that I answer questions. We're going to keep going. Let me check the chat and see what the people in the chat room think of the answers. That's how you break it down, and that is why the truth will always prevail. The truth leaves clues. Lies are invented. The truth leaves clues. Whenever you create a lie, you have to put the truth in it to create a lie. The truth leaves the clues for you to track. The lies you have to create. So if you create a lie and say, I went to the store and I went with Becky and Shaquanda and we bought a motorcycle. Now you have to create a whole story. They'll say, where'd you get the motorcycle from? Oh, the mall. Which mall? Oh, Crenshaw Mall. All right, you have to now make up story, but you have to put the truth. There is a Crenshaw Mall. There is somebody named Shaquanda. You putting the truth to create the lie. All lies are created from a truth, but the truth leaves the clues. The lies are just invented. And that's why when you find the clues, you can find the truth. When you debate with lies, at least against me, you will lose because Ma'at will prevail every time. Ma'at will prevail every time because I am not making up any of this. It'd be so sweet if I could, but I'm not making up that Bach is the anointed, the pregnant one with child, anointed in blue letter Bible, is the son of, and it means Christ. And none of this is invented, all of this. The Ptolemies had all this. The Ptolemies had all this. This isn't just made up. Alexander the Great and the Ptolemies had access to all these Kemetic writings. Let me check the chat and see if y'all even heard the answer. Whew. All right, let's go. Let me check the chat and see. Rigo says, no way. Oh, man. It's a wrap. Oh, man. Bach Falcon. It's a more detailed rendition of the work, including more of the stars' meanings. Hidden in plain sight. That's right, Ellen. Hidden in plain sight. All right. It's a wrap. Badass? Badass. Okay. Can't make this up. Daniel said Mer put, I don't know what those are. Hammers, nails and pins and coffins. Nail in the coffin, I guess. Yeah, nail in the coffin. Sorry, can we put extinction event Podclass for Christians, Hebrews, and Jews and Muslims? Okay, Ma'at over everything. Yep. Every time a beautiful breakdown once again. Okay, you guys saw it, appreciate it. And I guess the brother who asked the question, he's in here somewhere. Hikakipra put fire. There's many gems in that breakdown. Truth. And I hope the brother that actually asked the question, which was David Gord, is in here somewhere and got the answer. All right. Let's move on, everybody. You all got it. Let me get some water. Oh, and then you said nail in the coffin. Yep, nail in the coffin. Okay. Whew. Let's go, man. My eyes are getting blurry. You asked me a question. If the donation is high and the question is good, I will write a book. I'm writing chapters of books for each questions. And all I'm doing really is I'm putting together my information that I've been teaching, but I'm putting it together in a visual. I could answer all these questions by talking. I could just talk the answer, but I'm putting together the imagery for you all. That's what takes the time. It's the imagery. These questions are, I've been teaching for a while. Okay, let's go. Mishak is here. Let's get into the next one. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We're going to go another hour and a half. I'm going to get as much as I can. Benson David said, yes, thanks, teacher. I'm David Gore. You're welcome, brother. Glad you appreciate it. Let's get into it. I give thanks for the Heavenly Mother Ma'at. Give thanks. All right. Whew. What's the next one, everybody? What's the next one sent? And for those who want to send in questions or support for what I do, if you feel that what I do is worth anything, send your support to Cash App TT Amoon. Cash App TT Amoon. Send your questions in there. Your questions, support. If you just want to send support, great too, because I do get tired, and this is what I do for a living. Okay, that's what I do. You can also support by inquiring about how to get this literature, stepping out the matrix, and sorry, that was Melanin Dark Consciousness, and this is stepping out the matrix. And you can also, so when you send your support, it booms, it pops up on the screen, like Nito Campbell's did. That's Nito Campbell again, Black Alucard. It pops up on the screen like that. When you send in a Cash App, when you send in the PayPal, boom, it pops up on the screen like that, or like this, boom. And shout out to all those who are supporting. Appreciate your support. Your support motivates me, because when I spend hours and hours and hours and hours and hours doing this, I like to feel that I am appreciated, and it's a motivation because I'm actually surviving off of teaching. That is the life of a scribe. When people ask me, what do you do for a living? It's such a beautiful thing that I've worked so hard that I can literally say I'm out of the matrix. I'm out of that financial matrix. What do you do for a living? How many conscious brothers can say, I answer questions? I answer questions for a living. That's what I do. I perform magic. I perform hika for a living, and I answer questions for a living. Aren't those the two things that the scribes and the people of Kemet, people always say, well, what about magic? I make a living off of performing magic. I get hired for magic, and I answer questions, and that's what I do. No 9 to 5. I don't know what a W-2 looks like. I'm out of that, and you can be also. I'm just your motivation. I'm just an example of all that you can be. You don't have to be in the system. I found my gift, and my gift supports me out of the system, which is to thoroughly answer your questions. And I do many other things too. I do many other things. I do diet plans, everything that's to do with health and mental health. I do that for a living. Shout out to the assistants that help the room. Those are the great moderators, and the moderators are Anki Ma'at, Nania Setmer, Seneti Amun. Let me move this off the screen here. Cash App and just sent Cash App and PayPal. Okay, Kemet, I will check you out. I one by one. Thank you for telling me. And let me go ahead and put the Anki Ma'at, Nania Sent Mer, Seneti Amun, Ahati Ma'at. Those are the moderators. Let's get into the next question. Woo! Let's get into the next question. Ellen says, thank you. Hey, Baba. Oh, I haven't heard that in a while. Thank you. Let me blow it up. My eyes. Thank you, Baba. This was an amazing class. You're welcome, Ellen. You're welcome. Okay, let's get into it. The next question, which was, okay. So we did that one. Oh, beget leisure. Oh boy. Is beget leisure in here? Misha, are you in the house? 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 Misha, you here? Let me get some water. Sorry. I'm parched. Oh my goodness. Misha, are you here? Misha is here. Hey, Misha, are you able to click on and come into the screen real quick? Are you able to click on and come into the screen real quick? I would like to say something to you face to face. Whoops, there goes my light. I'd like to hear you speak just for a moment. I need to step away for just 1 minute. But I'd like to officially meet you. You are a special brother in here. You have sent me, I don't know how many donations. You send donations just to talk. your donations are huge. Your questions are advanced. Some of them aren't even questions. You're just talking. You talk in a way that it's like coded. I don't even understand some of it. But are you able to come into the room real quickly? I just need to step away for just a second. I'm going to put the link in the room. And I would like to officially meet you, brother. You are one of the greatest supporters that I've never seen. And I just figured out that you're the Michael that I've been talking to. I scrolled up to the very top and I didn't even know that was you that whole time in my Facebook. I scrolled up to the top and it said my PayPal is Beged Leisure, and I said, oh, this is you, because here you're Mitcha, there you're Michael. On the PayPal you're Beged Leisure. It's hard for me to keep track of everybody, all these names, and that you all are actually the same people. But go ahead and jump on for a quick second. I just need to clear myself and come back. If you can jump on, I would like to officially meet you. And you have the next question that I'm going to answer. The next question was on the Shemsu Hor. So go ahead and jump on. Just click on that box. I would love to meet you in person. How do you get on? You just click on that. See this? See that? Just click on and follow the directions. It's so simple. There's literally nothing you have to do. See that right there where it says where you click? Click on that. As soon as you click on, it puts you it should put you in. Just follow it. That's the link right there. Click on it and come on in. My good brother, I have to step out for just a second. I have to clear myself and come back fresh. If you can, just click on it and just follow through. Very simple, especially if you have Chrome. Click on that. Click on that. Okay, there he is. Oh, there he is. There he is, Misha. Nice to meet you, brother. Looking like Styles P from the Locks. How you doing, my brother?
Peace, brother. How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. How are you, brother?
I'm fine, man.
Nice to finally meet you. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna step away for just a quick moment. I'm gonna leave you on. You can tell the people, especially the new people, just how you feel about the classes so far, what it's done for you, why you support so big, and just talk a little bit about yourself and your interaction with the class. And all the other brothers, you can jump on too for a few minutes. I'm just gonna step away for a quick moment, but I'm listening. You just won't see me. So go ahead and Styles P. Go ahead and just break yourself down a little bit. Break down what the class means to you and just all of that. Okay, nice to meet you, brother. I'm watching. You're just not gonna see me.
All right.
And anybody else can jump on too. Ahati, you can jump on too. Go ahead, my brother.
Yeah, I also was a former Israelite Christian. This year, my 50th year was like a jubilee because that's where I became more awakened now to Ma'at and the Metaneta. So I'm very grateful for the information and the insight that you have given me and given to us. Yeah, I mean it's a great time, man, for me especially to understand now about the Metaneta and about our ancestors. Yeah, so I have a place now I could ask all the questions that I was curious about in my life. Until now, I can get all the answers I need. I also me and Killer Killer Priest used to be in the same camp as well.
Is that can you hear me?
Yeah.
Was that a Hebrew Israelite camp?
Yeah. We was both in the same camp.
Okay. Hey, Ahati, if you can, jump on and give this brother some company just for a moment. Same with you, Scribe. Introduce you. This is one of the biggest supporters out of nowhere. And jump on the brothers and introduce yourself to him. And I'll be right back in about 4 minutes. I'm listening. But go ahead and jump on. When I hear the beep, I'll click you on. Okay, go ahead, Misha. Keep going. They'll jump on and join you. So you won't be here alone. They'll introduce themselves to you.
Yeah. So I mean, this year was a great year for me. My 50th year is where our ancestors came, revealed themselves to me in the darkness that I was in. So yeah, it's a blessed time, man, for me. Is someone else coming on with me, or? Yeah, I was born in London. Currently reside in New York, in Brooklyn, New York. Peace, brother.
Peace. Yeah, I was cooking my chicken and my rice.
Oh, okay.
It's good to see you, brother. I'm glad you came on. Obviously, Tehuti is he really likes you, so that's always a plus. But I know you were saying, are you Hebrew Israelite or?
Yeah, I was about 15 years ago. About 15, 20 years ago. That's that's when Marshall and them was there in the school. When he was alive, Yaakov and them.
What camp were you in?
I was in Tahar's camp.
I don't know.
Yeah, Tahar, Yashua.
You ever hear of Zadok Ben Louis Zadok from Bridgeport, Connecticut?
Yeah, I remember the Connecticut camp. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I used to be in that. I used to be a Hebrew Israelite, and I think a lot of us do transition to the Hebrew Israelites because it's close to Christianity. So it's easy to make a assimilation right into it until you get to asking the Mores certain questions that they don't want you to ask.
Yeah.
And then they start ad hominem you and screaming at you and kicking you out of. Back then, I was on a program called, I think it's Pal Talk. Yeah, Pal Talk. You remember Pal Talk?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I remember right now, Friday nights and the Saturday, everybody's doing Shabbat, in Pal Talk. And then they would put a brick, like when you had a microphone, and they didn't want you to talk, they would brick you. They put a brick.
Yeah.
But I'm glad you're with us, because it took me a while to get here too, because I had so many questions and just, man, it just makes life very confusing. You know what I mean? And you don't have anybody, like Tehuti said, to give you the truth, because they don't know what the truth is.
Right.
Or maybe they just don't want to tell you what it is. I don't know. I just know from my experience that I had a lot of questions, and people were either making up lies or they just they couldn't share what the truth was. Then when I met Tehuti in 2014, I was just amazed that first of all, I was amazed that a black man was performing magic. I'd never really encountered a black man that liked magic and performed it in front of tomahawks confidently. So I was impressed by that. Second, he started answering all these questions I had honestly. Because of course I go back and I Google and I check and try to see if I could get them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then I slowly began to listen to him. and he was dismantling the Bible that I cherished so much, you know, at one point in my life. And that really broke me. What really broke me out was breaking the God paradigm and showing me that our ancestors called each other God, not only because what most people say is that they call us God, that, you know, the black man's God, the black woman's God, but he showed me in detail why, where we got the word nectar from. And that's what really broke me out, because now I could take that and I could use it for myself when I'm alone. And while, you know, how we all talk to ourselves, even though we don't admit it, we all talk to ourselves. You're even talking to yourself right now while I'm talking to you. But he taught me that those thoughts could be positive. And the more you talk to yourself in a positive manner, the more your life begins to change in a positive way. Therefore, as he said, I now practice Heka, and I ask questions, and that's how I support myself. I always want to know how I can do what I love to do, but also live comfortably and support myself. And he taught me that. So I said that. So I felt the least I could do two things. I felt the least I could do for him was to protect his life to the day I physically died.
Right.
And then the second thing was to promote him, or promote. I don't see this promoting because he promotes himself, but to use my mind to find other avenues to get him out to the public. Because I know there's females and there's males that were once like I was, that felt alone, not worthy. I'd always been talked down all my life. So there's people like that out there that need to hear a man like Tehuti to break them out of that matrix spell. Because that's all the matrix. We never, as a people, we never used to talk to each other that way ever. So it's good to see more brothers getting on this channel. And this is all virtual, I get that. I eventually want us all to meet. But at least you're getting on. That's the first step.
Yeah.
And I commend you for that, because for whatever reason, there's people that don't like showing their face. It's weird. I'm in these other channels and groups, and like the ones that are really, what's the word? Real negative. I'll say, okay, let's have a live discussion. Let's get on camera, right? Because prior to that, you're calling me all different names. Okay, let's get on camera. We're not even meeting in person. Let's just get in camera and have a discussion. And they won't do it. So it takes a courageous man like yourself to come on camera and to share, share with us a little bit about yourself. I always commend that. And these brothers that are below here, too, they do the same thing as I do. And we all have a story to share, and basically that story is what builds, again, a powerful nation. And it might not be in our lifetime, but at least it's something for our children to achieve in the future, because they will have this as a record for themselves to look back on and to use, as a blueprint.
Yeah.
And that's why I like that, even though I don't agree with everything he says, but that's why I like when somebody came on and offered Tehuti to come on his show. I commend that too, because it gives people a chance to utilize the information that Tehuti gives us and to pass that on, hopefully, to their children. Not to see that, okay, black men aren't always contentious and they're not always being comedians and joking. And it's not all comedy and entertainment. I feel like we're getting to a time now where that's beginning to change. Like Tehuti said, that's beginning to change now. And slowly but surely, the people like, I don't want to give their names because we all know who they are. Slowly those people will be repelled by us that's on the panel now. And we'll be able to start a new wave with the master teacher who's back.
Yeah, Tui.
Hey, yes. Thank you, Hati.
Thank you, gentlemen. Oh, Arcade Infinite, peace, and Scribe. Thank you. Thank you all for jumping in on the times that I have to step away. Appreciate everybody's contribution. There will probably be one more break before we end the class where you guys can jump in again. And thank you, Misha, for coming in and officially introducing yourself. And let me see who is this man here that's sending me questions on the reptilians and the outer bodies and all these awesome questions that are this. Sometimes I don't know if you're really excited when you type them. It's something I don't even understand what it is, but I feel what you're saying. And this question though that you sent, you were asking about the Shemsu Hor, and I'm going to break down some Shemsu Hor to you.
Okay. I sent you another question today as well.
You sent one again?
Yeah, today.
Okay, I'm gonna have to have two. Oh my goodness. Hey Misha, what are you? You're in New York?
Yeah,
New York?
yeah, Brooklyn, New York.
Okay, do you know about our Medunetter Mondays where you can come there and ask questions too?
Yeah, I just found out today, so I will be joining.
Okay, good. Yes, definitely contact me and join. So we're gonna get into it, everybody. We're gonna get back into it. Thank you all for
all right, thank you as well.
On the screen. And
thanks for your time.
I'll call you all back in again when it's the next break.
All right.
Okay, peace. All right, everybody, welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Again, we are here to answer breakdowns, questions, and we got Senetia Moon says support the Tehuti Podclass with donations via Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal, at Rocky SV. Let's get into the next one. The next question, which was actually sent by Beged Leisure, the brother who was on the screen. He's asking about the Shemsu Hor. I'm going to break down. Does anybody ever heard of that term before? Anybody ever heard of Shemsu Hor? What is that? What is that concept? What is it? Anybody ever heard of that before? Shemsu Hor. Where does that even come from? What actually is it? Let's get into it. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. And, let's go. All right, here we go, everybody. It is 10:51 over here. We got Sons of Horus. Okay, that's good. Good, Sons of Horus. Let's get into it, everybody. Let's check out the Shemsu Hor. I actually used this in the debate with when I had a debate with Jabari, and this topic actually came up. Let's break it down, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Let me do a mic check before I get into it. 1, 2, press 1. If you can hear me clearly, press 1. If you can hear me clearly. Press 1 if you can hear me clearly. Okay. Any ones going up? Let me see. My view is a little lagging from everybody, so the comments don't come up in real time. They're the ones that just pop up on the screen. 1, 1, 1, 1. It doesn't even scroll. The screen just turns into ones. Okay, here we go. So we got ones from everywhere. Nania Setmer says followers of Heru. Followers of Heru. Okay, we got the scribe saying followers of Heru, those who took reign after Heru. Nice. You've definitely been in class. You've definitely been in the class. The scribe press 1, Shannon press 1, Misha press 1, Robert press 1. Okay, I take it everybody can hear me. Yes, more unity, more teachings, unity and building. Beautiful. My man Beged Leisure. Okay, let's go. Let's get into it, everybody. Oh, here's Conscious Conqueror, another one of my favorites. He's in other chats giving people. He's mentioned my name a lot. Ma'at, daughter of Ra, press 1. Conscious Conqueror, press 1. Everybody press 1. Cash Beaton and Hybrid, and then he said Murray Stranger. Kemet says Uno, so everybody can hear me clear. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the podcast. The question was asked. I'm going to put the question up on the screen, and here is the man himself, Beged Leisure. Let me blow this up because this man here, donation Saba. I really like to know about Shama Heru. So he put Shama Heru because I was breaking down the seasons and how one of the seasons means the following, and it was Shema, and I said this is the root word of Shem Suhor. So he said I'd like to know more about followers of Shema Heru, followers of Heru. $50 from this man. This brother is he's just a huge donator. Let me go ahead and move this off the screen. So shout out to you, my brother. Hold on 1 second. Let me do this right. Let me move all this off the screen. Let me start this properly. Put this in the Google screen so you all can see it like this. And then I'll go back here, take it off of this, stop share, share again. Boom, Chrome tab. That's much better. That's a better look. That's better. There you go. That is better. Thank you, my good brother, Beget Leisure. He sent this. This came in actually a couple of weeks ago. It was the class was ending, and then I couldn't get him on. I couldn't find him. I wanted to answer while he was on. Let's go ahead and answer right now. Let's go ahead and answer right now. Okay, peace. Let's do this. We get leisure. You are awesome, fabulous, and wonderful. Thank you for your great support. Let's go ahead and continue with the answer. And shout out again to Son Netter. Shout out to Son Netter, who is actually in here. And I'm looking at the my YouTube, and he actually has his show live. So it's a brother named Commission, I guess, doing some type of presentation. And so while Son Netter was doing a show live, he was actually in the Podclass. Shout out to you, Son Netter. And I'm definitely going to give you a buzz, and we're going to talk about some future things. Definitely. I love coming on, breaking things down. Let's go. Okay. He says, thanks, Saba. Peace. Okay, let's get into it, everybody. Let's get into it. These people spying in the class, hoping you have the answer for Christianity stealing from Kemet. Yeah, that will always happen. I'm sure there's some people. I mean, there's 100 and something people watching, and only like 20 in the chat. So yes, everybody's watching for their own purposes. Everybody learn. Let everybody learn. Whatever you all want to do, do it up. Do it up to the best of your ability. Let's go, everybody. Here we go. Welcome to the Podclass. We are here. Gonna break it down. I'm gonna go another maybe hour or so, and let's get into it. So the Shem Suhor. Here we are, everybody. So you can see the screen, I hope. And when you look at the screen, what you're looking at is we're going into the pyramid text, into the antechamber east utterance 273. I put an arrow here pointing down to the line of the utterance here. The line that I'm going to be focused on, and here is the line. I'm going to shrink it down. Here it is right here. We also see something interesting. The word netter is made up of these three interesting symbols. But this is not any spiritual symbol of creation. It is a symbol of some type of physical fight, which is very important. Here is the netter symbols right here. And here it is right here in clarity from the Per Em Haru, or here it is on the gods, Lord of the offerings. Here is the another point. Here is the transliteration. So we see here the term for gods are three axes. Now a lot of people say when they break down the netter, they always talk about the spiritual principles of the principles of ma'at and reciprocity, but they don't really explain why netter is a physical act. What kind of physical act is this shown to describe the netter? It is this physical act. Here it is right here. The fight was passed down to the successors who would continue to use this weapon to fight off their enemies with this symbol. So when we blow this up here, we're going to see something very interesting. This is the netter symbol. I broke this down in the class before, but we see here the statue of Ramesses VI smiting Libyan captive. Granite statue depicts Ramesses the sixth standing, grasping the hair of a Libyan captive in his hand, and the axe in his right. The New Kingdom 20th dynasty, Ramesses period, 1189 to 1077 BC, from the Temple of Amun Karnak, now in the Luxor Museum, CG 42152. And here we see a man's head cut off. Here we see the Netzer symbol and a man's head cut off. At this point right now, we don't see the Netzer symbol of any type of peaceful, positive symbol of that all the New Age Kemetians push. When they talk about, when you ask them, who is the Netzer? What is a Netzer? And they say it's principles of will and prosperity and peace and love and kindness. But here we see the Netzer symbol in Ramesses' hand with the man with the head in his hand, which represents that Ramesses is a fighter using the Netzer symbol. Here's the Netzer symbol. The act originated as a physical, violent war weapon of beheading the enemy, not divine principles. Here it is right here, the Netzer symbol in the antechamber. We're going to shrink this down and take a look at it. So we see the Netzer symbol that the pharaohs had was a symbol of violence, the continuation of some type of fight against Isfet. It must go back to what was the original fight, and why are they carrying this symbol? Why is the symbol of a fight going back to the Netzer? Do the Netzers go back to any type of fighting? Yes, absolutely. If you ask these people, are the Netzers divine principles? They will say yes. Ask them, how can divine principles fight? When did divine principles have a fight with each other? Or what fight was this that the divine principles having a fight with other divine principles? So they in turn will continue to be the Netzer on earth as par EE. I will show you step by step how. So this Netzer symbol was not a symbol of divine principles, unless you're saying divine principles and divine principles were fighting each other. No, this man has a head in his hand. This was a physical fight going on because they're continuing some story of some type of physical fight that took place that they are continuing. Here again, we're going to go into, this is the Battle of Ramesses. This is the Battle of Kadesh. Battle of Kadesh took place between under Ramesses II and the Hittite Empire under the Mu'attali II at the city of Kadesh on the Orontes River, just upstream of Lake Homs near the modern Libyan-Syrian border. The battle is generally dated to 1274 BC from the Egyptian chronology, and is earliest pitched battle. It's the earliest pitched battle recorded in history, for which details of tactics and formations are known. It is believed to have been the largest chariot battle ever fought, involving between 5,000 and 6,000 chariots in total. Wow. As a result of the discovery of the multiple Kadesh inscriptions and Kemet Hittite peace treaty, it is the best documented battle in all of history. Let's take a look. Here it is right here. And here's the image of the battle. So we go to first steps in Egyptian hieroglyphics on page 233, War of Ramesses against the Kheta. And here we see the transliteration, where Ramesses is talking about his majesty following them like a lion savage, slaying them in their place. Behold, the wretched of the Kheta rose up and turned his hands in supplication to the Netzer beautiful, the God beautiful fighteth for the soldiers. So we see the Netzer symbol again, and we see this discussing a fight that's taking place. Here is the shield, here's the man holding the shield, and here's the Netzer symbol. So to Ramesses, the Netzer symbol was a symbol of war. They actually used this as not only a symbol, but it was a physical weapon used to fight in a physical war. He was not using the Netzer symbol to meditate to. All right, so thus the Pharaoh is a Netzer. So yes, let me focus on that as well. I'm sorry, I went through that too fast because I'm so used to it. Let me point what it's calling Ramesses, everybody. Here we go. So it's talking about Ramesses in supplication of the beautiful God, the king. You see there? Ramesses is the Nefer-Neter. He's the god beautiful who fights for his soldiers. So Ramesses here is a neter. So when people asking about the neter, yes, Ramesses is one of them. Here is the neter symbol for Ramesses, and here is Ramesses called the beautiful neter. He's the beautiful neter fighting for his soldiers, destroying the Keta. See Ramesses, the neter, beautiful. So Ramesses takes on the position of the neter, the fighting neter. This pharaoh is a neter holding the rule of the great fighter Heru, as we will see this process in the Taurine Kings list. So Ramesses is continuing a custom ritual as a fighter because he is a Heru, who Heru was a fighter fighting against Set. We're going to see how this works and how Ramesses was one of the neter, called the neter by the Cometians, not by me, but by the Cometians. This leads us into one of my favorite topics, which I debated Jabari with. As a matter of fact, E-Manifesto used this topic. He was out in Kemet with Jabari just, I think, last week. And Jabari has so many answers for the same topic. So many answers for the same topic. Here it is. All right, here we go. This is what the people of Kemet themselves said about the rule of the neters and the succession step by step, year, and how it was passed down from the neter to the Shamsu Hor. The New Age so-called teachers of consciousness will never show this because it does not fit into the neter or principle agenda. So whenever you see the New Age people of Kemet, the so-called Kemetic teachers, you all know them, the popular ones, they bring you to the Book of the Dead, they bring you to everything except for the Kemetian Kings list, the Taurine Kings list. They never bring you here. Here is column 1. Column 1 begins off with Jeb, because the other columns before this are damaged. This is Jeb. Jeb was a neter. So here is Jeb ruling. Right over here, he is a Nesubiti, and he is a King Jeb ruling. And his name is in the cartouche, in the Shen symbol. It continues to go on. Osiris. Here's Osiris here. This is what people hate when I bring this up. They have all type of excuses and reasons. And here is Osiris. Over here ruling. The first sign of Osiris, the name Q1, normally written in Heretic. 2 vertical lines not seen here. The second, gardeners. But as to the present, Molar. Furthermore, there is no mythological being that is with this sign. Reasoning is certain, for the sign should be read Q1. So they like calling the Caucasian made of this term mythological from the word mythen, which means a true story. But here we see Osiris. So we know that Geb is before Osiris. And here we have Geb ruling, and then we have Osiris ruling. Osiris, Asar in the king's list as a divinity. Here is Set, because of course when Set killed Osiris, then Set would be the next who would fight for rulership. There was actually a time when Set ruled. People don't know about that story. There was a time when Set ruled. The fight between Set and Heru took place for 80 years plus. So there was a time when Set was ruling and Heru had to fight back for the throne, back and forth. But he was ruling for several hundred years during all of this chaos, even before the chaos, because Heru was a boy at the time. But here we have something interesting. We have the dual king Set ruling for 200 years. Here is Set ruling for 200 years, because that makes complete sense that it would be Geb, and then of course after Geb it would be Osar. Osar gets killed by Set. Heru's too young. Set starts taking rulership, and here is Set. There is the determinative symbol for Set. Nobody can deny it. Nobody can argue it. If you argue it, you're arguing against the Kemetians. You're not arguing against me. There is the neter god. It's determinative for Set. Here is the Shen symbol. Set's name is inside of it. It's a little damaged, but that is the Set symbol. And there's the Nesubiti. That is the god Set ruling for 200 years. All right, next, the dual king gods Heru for 300 years. Here's the Neter symbols again. And there's the Renpet 300 years. Divinity Heru. This is what they never show you. This king's list here. We go down here and now it gets very interesting. Now we get Tehuti. Tehuti here ruling. Listen, if you guys want to trap, this is column 1.18. If you want to trap the New Age Kemetians, ask them about this. Watch them make up answers outside of what it clearly just says. Dual King Tehuti, life prosperity, 7,726 years. Whether, no matter what you believe Tehuti is, even if you say Tehuti is a principle, when in Kemet was there anything ruling, there's one thing ruling for 7,726 years before Narmer? Remember, the New Age Kemetians say that that Kemet's first ruler was Narmer, or the Scorpion King. They don't acknowledge anybody before that. But before that, we have a rule of some type of Tehuti. And this is the only part I agree with the Emerald Tablets when it talks about Tehuti's lifespan. Whatever this Tehuti was, whatever it was, because people always ask me, well, how could a human live for that long? I never said he was human. I never said what the original Tehuti was. Whether it was a form of consciousness, a spirit, physical being that walked the earth, that was some type of entity named Tehuti, according to the Kemetians, ruled for 7,726 years. Go and argue with the Kemetians, or go and make up an answer. You can make up. See, that was symbolic of the number 7, and see, 7,726 means to the Kemetians the full completion of the 26. That's 2 and 6. And see, where did they say that? Where did the Kemetians say that? All it says is that Tehuti ruled for 7,726 years. Go argue with the people of Kemet. Well, the scribes didn't know what they were talking about because, see, I'm a Kemetic priest and I know more than the original scribes that lived at the time when there actually was a Kemet. Stop. Here is Tehuti right here. Stop your ego. Stop making up things and answer this. Here is Tehuti within the Shen. That is the Neter symbol of Tehuti. In the Shen, ruling. One being, not a group. Not a bunch of Tehuti family, not that. One being goes in the Shen, and that is Tehuti. I can explain that at another time, but let's just get into the king's list. Just what it says without adding anything to it. Now we have Ma'at. The one question that trapped, this was one of the ends of the debate. This was one of the ends of the debate with me and the good brother Jabari. This was it. Ma'at ruled for 700 years. No Kemetic teacher can explain this. Why? Because Ma'at, if you believe Ma'at is the principle and the law of Kemet, if that's the law of Kemet, when did it begin? When did the laws of Ma'at begin? And when did it end? Because according to this, it had a beginning and it ended after 700 years. The rule was over. When did it begin? Did it begin with Narmer? So if we trace Narmer back to 3200 BC, then that means 700 years after that, Ma'at's rule was over. Is this the symbolic principle? When was there a time where Ma'at only ruled Kemet? Kemet's been around for thousands of years. When did Ma'at only rule Kemet for 700 years and then the rule was over? I thought Ma'at ruled Kemet from the beginning of Kemet to the end. Everyone in Kemet was saying Anki Ma'at, Anki Ma'at, live by the laws of Ma'at. Isn't Ma'at's rulership forever in Kemet? Well, according to this, there's some kind of Ma'at that only ruled for 700 years. Go ahead and explain it. You can't. Well, see, the number 7 is a number of completion. Ignore the 0, 0. Just go by the number 7 and see, it means that it was a complete rule. Nope. A name in a king's, in a Shen, is a ruler. And here is Ma'at, right here in the Shen's lift, determinative for a goddess. This is a female goddess that ruled for 700 years. You can go ahead and explain your life away and make up answers and use logical fallacy. Did the Kemetians say Ma'at ruled for 700 years? That's what they believed. If you don't believe in it, then just say, I don't believe. I'm a Kemetic teacher, and I just don't believe in Kemet. I don't believe in what they say. I know better. I know better than that. Go ahead and say that. But don't say she didn't rule for 700 years because it says it right here. Nothing you can say can eliminate what the Kemetians wrote, unless you're saying you're smarter than them. So this is a period of time of rulership that's going to lead into the Shemsu Hor. During a cataclysm, the younger Dryads, physical beings that would be affected by the elements, would not be able to rule. What type of entities would not be affected by physical matter? I will show you the oldest word for spirit beings. Now, some people may not know what I'm talking about, the younger Dryads. This rule of Kemet took place before and through a cataclysm, according to the dates. How could the physical pharaohs rule through the cataclysm? This is why there's so much confusion on when the Sphinx, the Herakuti, was built, because it seems to have been built in the middle of a cataclysm, or 10,500 years ago. It must have been before that. But what happened to Kemet? Well, if the Sphinx existed before the cataclysm, what happened to Kemet while the cataclysm was going on? What happened to those hundreds and those thousands of years while that part of the earth was unlivable? Well, let's now go to the Taurians Kings list to see who the people of Kemet themselves said were ruling after the physical Neter. Yet right before the rule was passed on to human king pharaohs. So what does it say here? Now all of a sudden, after the Ma'at rule, after a period of time, now it talks about spirits ruling, non-physical beings called Ku. If you ask anybody who studies Kemet, if you ask them, is the word Ku the description of any physical being? No, it's not. What is a Ku? A Ku is a spirit, a non-physical being, a disembodied soul, or a non-physical entity. But yet here we are in the Taurians Kings list, where it had Neter ruling for a period of time, and then that time period is stopped, and then all of a sudden you have spirits ruling right here called Ku. I'm going to blow this up. This is what the Kemetians say. If anybody has a problem with it, argue with them. They wrote this. Here's the Ku. That's the Ku symbol right there, and there's the bird symbol of the Ku, the oldest word for spirit on the planet, which is the Ku. So the Ku are ruling now. So the Ku rule, and then here we are. And move over here. Okay, here we go. Everybody can see this, I hope. Okay, here we are. I'm blow this up a little bit. Tiny red trace at the bottom is only present leprosis. Okay, here it is. 70 spirits in their years and lifetime, 1,000 years. So here we are, more spirits are ruling. So there's a period in Kemet where spirits are ruling. Why is that? Why is that? Are these spiritual principles? For those who believe the Neter are principles, it doesn't even say these are the Neter. These are now the Ku ruling. So what are the Ku, everybody? What are the Ku? If the Neter were principles, what are the Ku? Because first the principles are ruling, and then Ma'at rules for 700 years. That's done. Then here comes a set of spirits, or Ku ruling. What happened to the Neter? So here is the Ku ruling. These are non-physical entities. Then after several years of the spirits ruling, look who comes next to follow the tradition. Because anybody who knows about my teaching of the younger Dryads knows that there was a period of time where the earth was uninhabitable as far as building a civilization because of earth cataclysms. People had to go under the ground. They could not live on the surface anymore, and they could only get information from their ancestors. They could no longer come to the surface anymore. They taught that the Ku, the spiritual beings, were ruling. If you ask anybody who's into any form of so-called African spirituality, they will tell you that their information comes from a spirit world, or they're harnessed by a spirit, or something is possessing them, teaching them information. The ancestors are guiding me. I'm getting this knowledge from the spirit realm, where this is first taught in the Kemet. That the spirits guide at a certain period of time. These spirits are unaffected by physical matter. They're just not affected by the physical matter. So therefore, during a time where physical matter was destroyed on the surface, of course, the ancestors were only in contact with beings that could not be touched by physical matter. These were called the Ku. And the time period of this matches the same time period as the Younger Dryas when the planet Earth was going through a cataclysm. After several years, you'll see now who rules. Then after the Earth becomes habitable, the Earth becomes inhabitable again. After the Younger Dryas period is over, the Earth becomes inhabitable. And looks who comes to rule. Who comes to rule? Over here, of the spirits and the followers of Heru. The term for followers of Heru are the Shemsu Hor. Look how long this rule is. So the spirit energies pass their rulership. First is the Neter, then there's a cataclysm, then there's spirit energies ruling. People are underground. I already showed proof of the underground cities underneath the pyramids. I showed proof of that already. I already taught about that in the class. And then you have a rulership that takes place 13,420 years. That is the Shemsu Hor Ren Pet. Here it is right here. People can argue with the Kemetians. When was this rule for those conventional Egyptologists, Kemetic brothers? When was this rule of followers of Heru for 13 in Kemet for 13,420 years? This is what the Kemetians say. When did this happen? Because this period, this on the King's List, this is before Narmer. Narmer hasn't ruled yet. We haven't gotten to Narmer yet. So there's a period before Narmer where there's some type of followers of Heru that are ruling with spirits for 13,420 years. Explain it. It's easily explainable when you understand what the Kemetians wrote themselves, along with what was happening to the earth at that time. But here are the followers of Kemet, reign of the spirits, followers of Heru, 13,420 years. Okay, boom. There's the King's List. And here is the oldest word for spirit on earth. I showed where this was found. This goes back 3,400 BC, tomb of the scorpion, tomb in Abti. What is that right here? We see the bird with the long beak and the circle. Over here, the bird with the long beak, the circle. That is in 1250 BC. And what does that translate to as in the Per Amharu? The same thing that's on the Taurian papyrus as ruling good spirits, non-physical entities. Explain this. Ask them. Ask your Kemetic teachers, when was there a period of time when spirits were ruling Kemet for 13,420 years? Explain how they were ruling. Were they humans? Were they non-humans? What were these things that were Kus that were ruling, that were not called Neters, and they were not called Kat? They were not physical beings. They were called spirits. How do we explain this in your teachings? I can explain in the Kemetians' teachings, but how do we explain it in the Neters or divine principle teachings? You can't, and that's why nobody ever touches this. You will never see a Kemetic teacher touching this and explain this. They want to pretend that the Kemetians never wrote this, so they just never talk about it. All right, let's move on from that. And here is the King's List itself. Here it is, talking about the Shemsu Hor. In the last line, read, Venerable Shemsu Hor, 13,420 years. Before the Shemsu Hor, 23,200 years, a total of 36,620 years of rulership before Narmer. Kemetic brothers, where are you? Help me. Help me. Walk us through. Walk us through. Are these spiritual years? Because Narmer is on the list too. His years are physical. Khufu is on the same list. All the pharaohs are on this list. What is this 36,620 years of Shemsu Hor and spirits and Netter's ruling before Narmer. What is going on here? Okay, well, these are the Shemsu Hor. And let's take a closer look. Okay. They're the ones to follow after the tradition of the Younger Dryas period were called the followers of Heru, the Shemsu Hor, who carry the name. They carry the Heru name. Thus, they were the Heru on earth. They were also the Neter. So the pharaohs would follow the tradition. That's why they were called the Shemsu Hor. Let's look at what the term follower. Let's look at Shemsu itself in the actual dictionary to see what the Shemsu word breaks down to. On page 742, we see the word Shem. This is where the Hebrew Israelites got the word Shem from. We see the word Shem, to go, to march, to travel. Shem, travel, advance, journey. You see the feet underneath there. Okay. And so it deals with, well, what type of journey? What is it actually talking about here? Let's take a look. Service following, follow one's desire, follow systematically. We're getting closer. Descendant of an old family. Okay. Shemsu group of stars, Thai. And we go over to Shemsu Ra, followers of Ra in the train of Osiris, followers of the Nanga. And here we are, Shemsu Hor, followers, successors of Heru, the kings of the pre-dynastic period. So the Shemsu Hor were kings of the pre-dynastic period because the new Egyptologists consider the dynastic period to be Narmer and on. So here is the Shemsu Hor. So they follow the tradition because the tradition was that Osar got killed by Set violently, and then Heru and Set had violent wars taking place to see who would take rulership. They were fighting, hacking into each other, grabbing each other's balls, pulling, scraping eyes, all type of throwing poop, all type of craziness when you actually read the story going on between Heru and Set. And the pharaohs followed this tradition, and that's why the pharaohs would have what's called a Heru name. Here is the Heru name that all the pharaohs had to have because they were following in their tradition of Heru. Here is the Serek name, the oldest of the names, the Serek name, and it is the Heru name because they're followers of the tradition of Heru, the followers of that fight that took place between Heru and Set. And that's why when you look up Shemsu Hor, here it is in the dictionary, Shemsu Hor, successors of Heru. What is a successor? What is a successor? Let's look up the word successor and see what that word means. So it's the successors of Heru. When we look up successor, it means one who comes after. Okay? So I'm teaching, and the Kemetians teach, that Heru was a being who was fighting his uncle, and this story got passed down, and the pharaohs that came afterwards, after the cataclysm, the physical human Homo sapien pharaohs started the rulership, continuing that succession. After the Neter had that story, they continued the succession, and they consider themselves the ones who came after Heru. Okay, you can't come after a principle. You're living at the same time the principle exists. So if you say the Neter are principles, how can you come after? How could you be the successor of a principle? How can you ever heard of that, anybody? Anybody ever heard in their life that you can be the successor of a principle? No, a successor is one who comes after. Successor, one who succeeds comes afterwards. That is the successor. What is this? A successor, just like the Kemetians teach, a successor is an heir. An heir, like Heru, it's an heir. That means you come after the throne of your father. You come after the throne of your mother, not the throne of a principal. You can't be the heir of a principal. Has anybody ever heard that in their life? Has anybody ever heard that in their life, that you can be the heir of a principal? Well, here's what successor means. It is heir. When you look up heir, see that right there? Let me blow it up. Maybe people can't see. Successor. An heir. That's what successor means. The pharaohs were the heirs, the successor of the old ancient Zep Tepi Heru story when the Neter were here on the planet ruling for some 36,000, 20-something thousand years. And then the spirits, the Kus, took over. And then after the cataclysm, when humans could come to the surface of the planet, then the physical pharaohs started taking over, and they considered themselves the heirs, and that's why they put themselves in all the positions of Heru and the positions of Osar, because they continued the custom. The heir, look up the word heir, is from heredity. You can't beat language. See, people can add in what words mean. Well, see, heir to me means, the symbolic divinity heir of the divine air ones of like your Air Force One. You can make up anything you want to say, but what Tehuti does is Tehuti goes by the words, the translations. If you have another translation, show your source. So when you have a dictionary and the dictionary says Shem Suhor means the successors, and you look at the word successor and it means an heir from the word heredity, you can only have heredity from a physical man or woman, and it's the heir of somebody. That's an heir of somebody. The heredity. Okay? So the concept came from Heru, who was the heir of Osiris. Heru was the heir of Osiris, and his children was the heir of him. And then the father raises the child, and then the father eventually dies, and then he takes over. He's the heir while the father's alive. And that's why the definition of heir also is, it is the heir of one still alive. Is a principal alive or dead? This is talking about physical heirs. Those are the Shem Suhors, the physical heirs of the Neter, because they consider themselves that. Okay? Now, I'm actually gonna end right there. There's some more to break down. I'm actually gonna end right there. If you want another source for the Shem Suhor, it comes from the word Ashemu. Right here, the great power and the successors. This is the great power. The Ashemu, the hawk. So the Ashemu is literally a word that ties into the hawk, because you consider yourself the heir of the story of the Bak, or the hawk god, the hawk neter, Heru. So every pharaoh considered himself a Shem Suhor, or following in the succession of Heru. The original Shem Suhor are mentioned in the Taurian papyrus, but then every pharaoh after that gets his Heru name, making himself a successor of Heru on the planet. So that is the definition of the Shem Suhor, and then from there, stolen to become your Shemites, your Israelites. But the Shem Suhor are all the pharaohs that consider themselves Neter in the flesh, as the successors, continuing the culture of Heru, Set, Asar, and that whole story. And that's why every pharaoh has a Heru name, and all throughout the writings of the Purim Heru and the pyramid text, it talks about you being a Heru and an Osiris. You being a Heru and Osiris, because you're following, that's why it has feet, you're following in the footsteps of the culture of the original Neter that left it here from you. Thank you for that question, Beget Leisure. I'm going to stop it right there because I have a couple more to get to before it turns into 1 o'clock in the morning. But boom, that is my answer. I don't even know if you're still in the room. And let me check the chat and see who is in the room and who heard that answer. And then I'm going to go on to the next one. Woo! Okay, anybody in the room heard that? We got a Rabbi throwing up fire signs. I don't even know if Misha is still in the room. There says Tehuti versus Jabari was the best debate. It was great. Remember that? I always bring it up because it's a little ticklish to me. It's kind of funny. It's just funny to me. It was really good. I really enjoyed it. And I just remember the only screen share Jabari showed was Spider-Man and Obama. I think that was really interesting, but I don't know. But anyways, yeah, that was fun. That was a fun one. And that was fun. But anyways, okay, we got amazing. Misha, who asked the question, said supernatural answer. That's all I need to hear. As long as the person who asked the question feels that way, I've done my job. And even those who didn't ask the question, they are enjoying it too. You are definitely a Shemu Tehuti. Thank you, Conscious Conqueror. And Hika Kepura says extraordinary. Thank you, Hika Kepura. Boom. Scene. and Rabbi puts up a bunch of fire. And Pharaoh from Andromeda Miserabilis, peace to you. And King David Bantu, never heard of this name before, but shout out to you, King David Bantu. Great information. Arcad Infinite. Arcad Infinite with the Meru Netter. Let's see who can read this. What does that say? Just read the words. What does that say? What does that say, everybody? If you can read it, write down what that says. I like Arcade Infinite. He always puts in Meru Netter on the screen. Who can just type out what it says, not even the translation. Got Just Woods, another person I've never heard of before, but shout out to you, Just Woods. Tehuti is going in. Piano. Okay, here we go, everybody. Next question. And then I'm gonna go into the everybody. You know what, everybody? Let me go through the recent ones that were sent in. Hooey. Okay. Let me see if I see Kemet in here. Kemet is all the way at the top. Let me refresh this page. Thank you all for the support. I see a lot of support in. A lot of questions in. Then it's yeah, a lot of questions in. Let me go through it. So we got is Hika Kepura in the room? Woo-wee. Okay, so first, shout out to Anthony Drain. Let me go ahead and put some of the donations up first before I get into more question answering. Shout out to Anthony Drain, who sends in his regular 1072. As always, he always sends it in right before the class begins. So I'm going to go ahead and give him a shout out. Shout out to Anthony Drain. And he always gives some water too. Shout out to Anthony Drain. And people may be saying, why is Anthony Drain getting hand claps when he only sent 1072? Actually, because he sends more than that. He sends it every single week. Every week, consistently. So shout out to you for the consistency, brother. He does it every week before the class begins, like a ritual. Shout out to you. Okay, that was sent. Who else? We got oh my eyes, sorry everybody. We got ooh wee. I see a lot. Sorry, wait. Oh my god. There's so many questions to answer, so many things sent. Oh wee, Hika Kepara. Let me see something here. Hold on, everybody. Bear with me. I'm the one man teacher and engineer and everything. I'm trying to. Let me get my bearings and see what I can do. Some of these things I definitely have to get into next week because it's. Ooh wee. Let me see something. Hold on. Huh. Okay. Is it this? All right, let me get off of this. Sorry, everybody. Let's save time. Shout out to Hika Kepara sent 2 questions. Yeah. Yes, this one I'm gonna definitely have to break this down. Next, this is what's this one here? Okay. I love these questions, man. Where the questions are? Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Let me click this off. Look for where the question went. Where did the question disappear to? Is this Hika Kepara? Hika Kepara. Great question. Great question. Man. Oh man, I wish I had more time. I'm gonna have to break. Raphael Gary asked a question. I have to get to his first before I get these. These will have to all go to next week. Most of these. Oh my gosh, so many things. so many. So I'm gonna have to put some of these questions that have to do with any kind of metadata breakdown. I'm actually gonna put those in the metadata class. I have to split some of this up because there's so much. So Hika Kepara says, wow, what a big donation too, man. There needs to be 2 of me. There needs to be 2 Tehuti so I can answer all of this stuff. Hika Kepara says, he says, what does it say? Break down, can you explain the bathroom? Yes, I'll do that next week, my brother. I'd love to. What a great question. Thank you, my brother. Huge donations. Hika Kepara is definitely a great supporter. He's very patient. He knows what I have to go through, so he's very understanding when I say I have to get to it next week because I still have a full breakdown for Raphael Gary to do. Okay, we'll put so great question. I have the answer to it. Just there's no way I could answer it. It's a time because by the time I finish Raphael Gary's question, it's gonna be like 12 o'clock. So my eyes are already blurry. So I'm gonna put next week. This is it's August 19th. Yeah. So August 19th. Okay. I have next week. All right, I got you done, Hika Kepara. And then he sent in back to back another one. Now this one here is interesting. Thank you, Scribe. I'll see it. I donated tonight on behalf of the podcast, so it's our donation. The greatest chat on the web. Okay. Great, young Scribe. We donated for those who couldn't donate. We'll see that too. Okay. And the next one he sent in was oh man, what a question this one is. How do we even answer this? How is this even answered? What is the purpose of life? Oh man, how many times I've been asked this question and there's no answer to this. Let me just explain something here. I'm gonna explain something here. First of all, shout out to the question. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen share. I'm just going to answer it briefly, and maybe we'll get into some more another time because there's so much to this question because there's no answer. There's no answer to this question. But let me go ahead and put it up on the screen. Shout out to you and the support. And thank you for the support, my good brother. You're always awesome with this. Fabulous. Thank you. Appreciate you. And I'm gonna go ahead and cover this just a little bit. This is not gonna deal with any kind of there's no screen slides for this. There's no big breakdowns for this because I can literally answer this a different way every single podcast. Every podcast, I can start off with a different answer to the same question. And the question was, what is the purpose of life? So, this question is only asked when you're coming from a perspective of yourself, which means that there are so many millions of species of life forms, species within species, races within races. There is no one answer for the purpose or meaning of life. The sentient being that exists is actually the one that gives the meaning to their own life. That means that life itself doesn't have a meaning before the sentient being gives it. It means the sentient being has to exist first, have a certain type of comprehension, and then comes up with what does your life mean to you? And it only means that to you. It doesn't mean it to any other being on the planet Earth at all. So if you say Hika Kepara, the meaning of my life is to spread prosperity, to teach Ma'at, to correct the wrongs, to be a good father to my child, to get into the afterlife. The answer actually never ends, if you understand. There's no period to that question. So every single thing that you do that you find important is the actual meaning of your life's existence to yourself at that particular time. To the other person that you're around, that meaning could have absolutely no relevance. So which means that if you say my meaning to life is to spread the truth, to teach Ma'at to everybody, that is the meaning of not life, but my life, only my life. You start spreading the truth to your grandmother, you start spreading the truth to Hebrew Israelites, they call you the devil. They say, you're the devil, you're a heathen, you're a pagan, you're not with the ways of Jesus. You need to follow the right ways. And they're battling you the whole time, fighting you, hook and nail, tooth and mouth, and they're battling you. The meaning of life that you serve in their life isn't that meaning. It only ends with you. It stops right with you. Because as soon as you ask the Hebrew Israelite, hey, when Hika Kepara tried to present his truth to you, what do you think of that? That brother's crazy. That brother doesn't know this Torah. That brother doesn't understand. He's a heathen. He's following Satan. I'm not listening to that brother. So now your meaning doesn't exist to that person until they accept your meaning. And then that is not the meaning of their life. And it goes on and on and on. And then the person you taught may say, you know what? Right now in my phase of life, the meaning from my life is just to learn the truth. I don't want to teach it to anybody because I'm not qualified at all to teach it to anybody. I'm just a student. Let me learn from Hikakepara. I just want to learn. So the meaning of my life right now is a student. I just want to learn. The meaning of Hikakepara's life is a teacher only to those who accept him as a student. A father only to the son and daughter who accepts him as a father. So the second the son and the daughter don't accept them, they don't accept that that's the meaning of your life to them. And it goes on, and that's only you. That's not the 7 billion people on the planet. That's not the dog. That's not the caterpillar. That's not the maggot's meaning of life. That's not the hawk. That's not the mealworm, the superworm, the earthworm, the lion, the cheetah, the Mexican brother over there, the other guy over here who worships Quetzalcoatl. This man over here says, my meaning of life is I want to be a doctor. This person, so there's actually no meaning of life itself. There's no meaning to it. There's no meaning. We actually create the meanings based on what we know and believe at the particular time. I have a meaning for my life that when I wake up in the morning, I expect no one else to have this meaning. And people who are around me know exactly what I mean by that. I expect no one else to have the meaning of my life. I always say I was born alone and I'm going to die alone. My meaning may not be your meaning, but I can influence you to become the best you possible. So my meaning is to teach my mates, my wives as you call them, to bring them into immortality, teach my children, those who want to listen to me, and be a male Osiris Tehuti on the planet Earth. And then that has hundreds of definitions in itself. My mate, the female side, her meaning is not to be a Tehuti. She may want to be a Sheshet. And that has a whole other set of meanings. Her meaning may be, I want to be a great mother, the greatest Het Heru I can be. And that could never be my meaning. As a father, I could never want to be the best Mut. I could never want to be, my physical father is past. So so I could never want to be the best son to my father. But my sons are alive. So their meaning could be, my meaning of life is I want to be the best son possible to my father, so he could be proud of me. Don't you want to be that too, Tehuti? And I'll say, well, my father's actually passed, so that can't be my meaning. And it goes on and on and on and on. The answer never ends, Hikakepara. Never, ever ends. Now, if you want to go into specifics into the afterlife and how to get there, or how to follow Ma'at, and that is your meaning, then we can go through that process. But no person can give any other person the actual meaning of life, because that person didn't exist when life began. If you did not exist 4.6 billion years ago, then you cannot give the meaning of life 4.6 billion years ago. Because the meaning of life 2.8 million years ago, and when there was microcellular, unicellular organisms on the planet that had all their meanings of life, and you weren't even existing as a Homo sapien yet, you as a Homo sapien could not give the meaning of life, because life existed 2.6 billion years before there was Homo sapiens. We're latecomers, so we could never give the meaning of life. We came after life existed. I'm going to stop right there because this could go on and on and on. I can keep giving jewels of wisdom, but you see what I'm speaking of. There's no answer to that question. Now, you as a man can say to me, hey, Tehuti, I chose Ma'at, and I want to manifest the best meaning of living this, and then I can help you with that. Because how do I live out this meaning to the best of my ability? Just this one. Teach me about that, Tehuti. And I can say, oh, let's go with that one. Let's go with that. 1 second, I got to fix my camera. Hold on a second. 1 second. Let me fix this here. Boom. Wait. Pro. I am fixed. Okay. Much better. So it is a beautiful question, which can actually lead to several aspects of wisdom, but no one has the answer. No one on the planet has the answer, because there's meanings within meanings. Does life exist after death? And is that meaning after you die, when you get into the afterlife, the same meaning and purpose as you have here? The only one meaning and thing that all creatures share in common, there's only one thing that all creatures do together, and that is the accumulation of consciousness. That's the only thing we're doing. That is the closest thing to a meaning, is the accumulation of consciousness. You're constantly accumulating knowledge, becoming better, and that goes for every creature on the planet. And in the afterlife, you accumulate a whole another realm over there, and then there has to be a different meaning than you had here, because a completely different realm, and then there's realms within those realms. Never ending, my brother. But thank you for that question. You can ask it every class for free. If you want me to give one jewel on every day for free, I can give you one, because there's so much to that. But pick one that you find is the most important thing to you, and then that's your meaning, and then we can build upon how to become the best being of that meaning. And remember, meaning is singular. You can have multiple meanings. Okay? Peace and love, though. Let's get to the question. Shout out to the support, though, my brother. And I'm going to get to your next question next week. Shout out to the awesome support. And wow, it's so much. And I got a busy day tomorrow. And I see a lot of things here. Let's go into it. It's Raphael, Gary, and Hyphy. I see a lot here. There's a lot going on here. Stranger. Shout out to Stranger, who says, he says, much love. It's support. Nice. Much love and support to Tehuti University. Thank you, my good brother. I'm going to go ahead and put that on the screen and then answer the next question. Let me put that on the screen. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Oop, no, wrong. Share, cancel. Share. Chrome tab. And shout out to Stranger. Stranger, you are awesome. As always, appreciate the support. You're always giving the support that we need and appreciate. You are the one that named the moderators. Shout out to you, my good brother. I appreciate that. Shout out to you. Oh, Hickett Kepara. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out, man. You're awesome. Let me go to what Hickett Kepara said. I finally saw it to see what he said about what I said. I like to see what the people. Oops, am I here still? Am I here still? Press a 1 if you can see me and hear me. Something strange just happened. Press a 1 if you can see me and hear me. Something weird happened to the screen. Higa Kepara says, deep, thanks for the perspective. Yes, ma'at for me and immortality. Beautiful. Now that I know that that's the meaning you want to focus on, I have a lot of jewels on that meaning. Okay. Everybody can hear me. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Hika Kipara, for your response. And Darius says, though life is complicated, only what you make it to be. Tupac, that's exactly true. Conscious Conqueror says, Saba diving deep tonight. Good thing I always have my scuba gear, one of my favorite explanations, the purpose of life. Thank you. Leon put a black heart. That's interesting. Black heart. Okay. Rabbi put, thank you, Saba, for the thorough breakdown. Really appreciate your energy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The purpose, facts. A facts. The purpose of life. Nice, okay. All right, let's get on to it, everybody. I'm going to answer. Oh, I see Bev is here. Bev says, anyone else notice the change in their general attitude since joining Tehuti's Podclass? I feel calmer and stronger. Nice, Bev. I like this. People are really saying how this is affecting their life. This is what this is all about. Okay, I'm going to use my last bit of energy, break down this last answer, and then I'm going to give a shout out to Kemet and the rest of those who sent. I see Owen Hythe in here. Oh, man. And whose question is this? Who's this? Okay, I'm gonna is XA in the room? Is XA in the room? XA? Is Raphael Gary in the room? Raphael or XA? Two of you have questions. Raphael's a little faster than the other. Is XA in the room? XA or Raphael Gary? Any of you in the room? I'm going to give you a moment to answer. I'll be back in just a moment. Okay, Raphael is here. I haven't seen XA all night. I don't know if XA is here. Raphael Gary's here. Ooh. Okay. One moment, everybody. I'll be right back in just a moment. Good morning to you, Bev. Peace. So, yeah, you guys can type in and answer Bev's question. Does anybody else notice a change in their general attitude since joining the 2D Podclass? I feel calmer and stronger. That's a great question, right? Has information actually changed your actual attitude in life? Have you acted any differently due to all this information you're getting? I'll be right back. Okay, let's get into it. Oh my gosh. Wait a minute. Position myself. All right. Oh, camera's on. Camera's on. All right, let's get into it, everybody. More questions, more questions. Eyes are blurry. I'm going to answer one more. There's actually two more I could answer, but I'm going to answer one more, save the rest for the next one. I've been going and going and going and going. Let's go. Get this light on my eyes. Whew. Okay, here we go, everybody. So the next question is, I'm going to answer this one, then give shout outs to everybody who sent donations in. And this one is from Raphael Gary. XA is on Kemetic Crowns. Oh, this was a long one. Kemetic Crowns. Do next. Oh, let's see. Hold on. Do next week. Okay, here we go. And this one is from who is this? Raphael Gary. Okay, a nice simple question here. Let's go ahead to Raphael Gary, who asked a question, and that question is, oops. The question is, shout out to Raphael Gary, who said, let me see, who said, Raphael Gary, who said, was Wesser a person or a title of one's position? Thank you, good brother, for asking that question. Thank you. You're awesome, fabulous, always supporting. Let's get into the answer of that, and then I'm going to do shout-outs and see what else was sent. Thank you, Raphael Gary. Thank you, Raphael Gary. Okay. All right, everybody, here we go. Last question of the night. Don't worry, everybody. Those who send questions in, you already know. I'm going to do them next class. I start off with past questions. So once you put your question in, once you give your donation and put your question in, you are locked in. You're locked in. So, and actually, if you put your question in and I don't get to it, you actually get an even more thorough breakdown when I do get to it, because I have time to actually make a good visual for you. So it's actually a good thing when you send a question in and I don't answer it right then and there, although I could, but rather than just speaking the answer, I give you a nice thorough breakdown, especially when you give the big donations like Hika and Raphael and everybody. Okay. Raphael Gary asked about Wesser. Wesser, let's go ahead and get into it. Break this down. And was Wesser the name of a person or a position? Good question, man. Good question, Raphael Gary. Good question. That's a real Kemetic question there. I hope you're still in the room. Press 1 if you're in the room. About to go into the answer. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here's how we answer questions here on the Tehuti Podclass. Let's get into it. Let me see if the screen is sharing. Can you all see the screen? Can you all see it? There he is, Raphael Gary. Good. My screen was stuck. And Shannon says, let me blow this up. Shannon says, thank you for your. Whoa, we're in the immortal. We're in the time vacuum. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your consideration, Tehuti. You're welcome, Shannon. You're welcome. That looked awesome. Okay, so here we go. We're going to take Shannon off there. Everybody can hear me. Here is the answer. Look at this good brother right here. Who are we looking at right here? So it's Wooster. So first off, it's the Wester is also a U. It's Wooster. So is Wooster a person or is it a position? Let's take a look at this brother right here going back almost 5,000 years ago. He looked very humble. Look at this man. Who is this man, though? Who is he, and how does this relate to the question? When we look up at the word here under his name, we see wasser symbol right here. We see the seneb right there, which is the S, and then we see the ka and the F. So this would say User Kaf. Let's take a look, and yes, User Kaf. Who is User Kaf? User Kaf, his soul is powerful. Founder of the 5th dynasty, 25th century BCE. That's some 2600 BCE. This is User Kaf. So we have a name that we have a man that has User. Let me set up. User in his name. When we separate the words, we see that one part of this means soul, and one part of it is powerful. That is the User. Okay, now we're going to go into another popular person, and that is this person right here. What is the name of this person right here? Does anybody know? What is the name of this person right here on the screen on a chariot with horses fighting? I actually just taught about him earlier. Let me go in the room and see who's been watching and listening. What is the name here? Kid from Kid and Play. Is that where you're laughing at, Raphael? I was wondering what he was laughing at. He must be laughing at this. Yeah, that was dope. That was nice. Okay, good. Anybody know who that? Oh, good. Ramesses. We got Osiris. Okay. We got Ramesses. Okay, Ramesses 2. We're getting specific now. We got Ramesses 2. Thutmose. Okay, good. Okay. So let me tell you who this is. This is User. This is another User. So we have User Kaf over here. This is User Kaf with User in his name. And then we have User. This User is User Ma'at Ra Septepen Ra, which is, yes, ding, 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 Ramesses. So we have here 1279 to 1213 BC. User Ma'at Ra Septepen Ra, the justice of Ra is powerful. And we look at the name again. And here's that symbol again, right over here where my mouse is moving. The User symbol. And here we blow this up to the actual glyphs in the stones in his Shen. And we see it right here. The User. And we see the Septepen Ra. And there's the User. That should look familiar to you all based on a class I taught on last week. So that is the User. Let's keep on going, everybody. So we see that this word User is a word that is inside men's names. The User. Okay, so there's User Kaf, and there's User Ma'at Ra Septepen Ra, and there's several more Users. What is User? What is this Wesser in the Purim Haru? We see what this word meant to the Kemetians. This is plate 18, page 109 of the Purim Haru. And it says, that of Ra advancing, he destroyeth opposition. See? So we're right into a fight right here. There's a fight of Ra advancing and destroying opposition, coming to existence, things inert during millions of years, the god Baba. I am stronger. The strong, I have power. I'm stronger by it. Strong, I have power. Mighty. So we're going to blow this up and look at these words for the strong. We see strong here, and there it is right there. We see User. So we see User is a common word used for a particular type of strength. A particular type of strength. A strength that seems to only go back to this symbol. It's not the other word for powerful, which is Sechem. Sechem is another word for powerful, but every time the word Usur or Wusur is being used, we see this symbol right here. Okay, it's like a staff with the head on top. I am stronger. And then we go over here and we see the strong. Usuru, the strong. See, here's the other word for power, and that is Sechem. But this one always has this symbol here, Usur. So we see this word Usur, and it starts off with Ra advancing, destroying opposition. Okay, so it deals with the strength. It also deals with fighting and defense also, as we see Usur Ma'at Ra over here fighting in his battles. So it deals with a certain type of strength. It deals with fighting. Another type of strength that deals with Sechem. Okay, so there is Usur. Okay, let's take a look at where we see this Usur. I've taught this before, but we're going to look at it again. So here is the Usur. We see the Usur here. This is Ra Harakuti, who holds the Was scepter, the Us, or the Was scepter. And there it is right there. We see this Usur again, this Us right here. And it always seems to have this particular head on it, though. It doesn't have any other animal's head, but it has this particular one. Those who are at last week's class knows what this is about. Okay, so there it is right there with archaeology. And this is Petri Museum of Egypt, 19th dynasty. And there is Ra Harakuti with the Usur symbol. And then we go over here to Middle Kingdom, Petri Museum of Egyptian. And we see over here, blow this up again. And we see the Usur symbol again. Okay. There it is right here. Oh, let me go turn this down. The Usur symbol right there, being held by Het Heru. There's the Usur symbol. We look at it closer over here. We see the Usur again. The Usur being held by the Djed, and you see that weird looking face again. We broke that down last class. It's always shown as that type of creature. Okay? So that's the personified Djed pillar standing on the Neb basket holding two Was scepters, detailed from the temple of Het Heru at Dendera. Okay? Here is the Usur symbol again. There it is, held by Ptah. Oh. Yeah, there it is. And there it is, held by Ptah. And there's that same animal. You see that one there? It looks like a donkey. So we know what this Usur, we know what this type of power is. We saw in the Purim Haru dealt with fighting. And who's the donkey that I broke down last week with that strange head? It is Set, yes, the deity associated with fighting. And there is the Wasser symbol again, and there it is again with that interesting animal head. We all know who that is, and that is the Usur. Okay, and here it is again. The Usur symbol is a symbol for drilling of stone, some type of drilling tool. And I broke this down in a class. When I broke down the diamond cutting tools. And we have the Usur symbol being shown as the same symbol of that which is doing this type of cutting, this impossible type of cutting that can't be figured out today. How did they get this diamond cutting going on 2500 BC, 1500 BC? What tool did they use? And we broke down the tuning forks in another class before, but that is the Usur. Okay, so now we go to, where does this Usur originate? What is the oldest story of the Usur? What I will show you now within the Kemetic papyrus of the contendings of Heru and Set, and what is completely avoided by the conscious community and those who insist that the Netter are just principles, is preference to the scepter, is in reference to the scepter of Set, being used by Set himself. What was most interesting was that it is associated with moving what we would consider an impossible supernatural way to move. Ask the principal pushers to explain this part of the story step by step. So here we are in the Chester Beatty Papyrus. Over here, 8 recto sheets, 9 verso sheets. Over here, it's a little blurry. On the screen, I see. But this is the story of Set. And he's using the Usur, but here he's using it in a very interesting way. And I'm going to go and set this up. Let me blow this up so you can see. This was while they were in council when the Natiru were discussing what was to happen between Set and Heru. And Set became furious. And what did Set say? Set, son of Nut, became furious at the Ennead because they had said the words of Aset the Great, the god's mother. So Set said to them, I will take my scepter, that's the Usur, of 4,500 Nimset weight and kill one of you a day. Then Set took an oath by the universal Lord, saying, I shall not contend in court as long as Isis Aset is in it. All right, so Set is using this Western symbol as a violent symbol, and it has this considerable weight to it. If you ask anybody to explain it, there's no explanation of this. Many things in Kemet are unexplainable, and when people try to explain them, they're literally making up spiritual answers. There's no spirituality to 4,500-pound Western rods, but it's this huge, heavy thing that he's using, and he's using it as a threat to kill one of the Natiru one by one. It says it weighs 4,500 of these things here. 4,500 of these things. These are Nemset jars, and they weigh about a pound. So 4,500 pounds is what he's wielding in the story to kill the Neter. Okay? So, what is the Wasser? What is Wasser? Wasser Usur was an attribute of the power of Set and a special tool weapon, which is not the name of just any one person, but a title of power which could be added to your name. If you were powerful in Ma'at, then you were an Usur Ma'at. Thus, one holding a powerful position was called an Usur or a Wasser, and that could be an official, a scribe, a priest, a goddess, god, Neters, or the Pharaoh himself, as we saw in Usur Kaf. So to answer the question, good brother, no, Wasser is not the name of any one man, but though it was the name of many men. But when you were called an Usur, a Wasser, you were considered a powerful being, and this is where they get the concept of a vizier. They see Wasser and they say this person was the Wasser of that person. But that Wasser was a term that the Kemetians used for power, and it was usually power when it came to defending the truth, because Set originally was not negative. Set was originally using his Wasser to defend Ra against Apep, as seen in the Amduat. So it was a weapon used to defend against negativity and Isfet, and that was the Uwasser, or the Us, shown as the scepter that the Kemetians would hold. So the Wasser was the name of anyone who held a position of power. That name would be added to you. So you'd be the Usur of this, or the Usur of this. If your Ka was powerful, you were the Usur of the Ka. If you were the scribe, you were the Usur of Ma'at. The pharaohs would go to you. And so they turned the word vizier into advisor, but really it's from Usur and it deals with the weapon of Set. And that's what it originally was. So to answer the question, it wasn't the name of one person. It was a title that went to individuals who felt powerful in a particular aspect that dealt with defending the truth, as Set originally did before he became negative. Thank you for that question, my good brother. That is my answer. I'm going to go back to the room. Let me go back to the room here. Take it off of screen share. Thank you, Raphael Gary, for that question. I hope I answered it with some information and facts. And of course, there's more, always more to it, because information is infinite. But that is my answer. Raphael Gary says, powerful breakdown. Thank you, my brother. Thank you, my good brother. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I still wonder why that weapon was not used against the invader. Great question, because they never. Great question. The actual weapon, the real one, was never actually found. The real one, the symbolic images of people holding it, that was found. They never actually found that as an actual weapon by the time it got into the dynastic period. That means they never found Ramesses in war using the us or hurting anybody. Another topic though, but great question, great thought. All right, okay. Whew. Conscious Conqueror says, I have learned a lot from this podcast since I've been here. From the first podcast, I can say I'm still revising the past videos because of plethora of information that Saba has graced us. Thank you, my brother. Keep going. It's infinite. Keep going back to the past videos. You'll learn something new each one. They're like 6 hours long, 3 hours long. This one's 5 hours and 20 minutes. But anyways, thank you, my brother. Okay, so yeah, I remember that when Rasul thought it was used to build the pyramids. Oh man. Okay, so Andromeda says informative. Okay, I'm glad you all appreciated the answer, especially the person who asked the question. And now we're gonna get into the donations that were sent and the questions that I'm gonna answer for next week. And shout out to those who gave the donation, starting with Owen Hythe, who is Ascari. Owen Hythe, I'm going to go ahead and put him in. Shout out to you, my good brother. Shout out to you. Ooh. Trying to get this. Hold on. Whoop. Oh, okay, there we go. Owen Hythe. Can everybody see that? Everybody see Owen Hythe with the $27. Shout out to you and thank you. Let me go ahead and turn that up. Thank you, Owen Hythe. You are awesome. Ascari. Always supporting. This man is loyal, dedicated. Thank you for your support, my good brother. And he says, to support the high priest, a supreme teacher. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate the support as always. Ascari is a wonderful brother. I appreciate it. Thank you for that. Okay, that was Ascari. Now we're going to work our way up. And I'll take that off the screen. Thank you, Ascari. And on to the next one. The next one is from... Oh, Shannon. Shannon, are you in the room? Shannon Southard, are you in the room? I haven't seen anything from Shannon, a question in a little while. I like it. Please break down the goddess Beth. Oh yes, of course I can. Man, this podcast, we need more hours in the day, don't we? We need more hours in the day. Let me go ahead and label this properly. Okay, definitely break that down. Shannon, let me go ahead and put you in the room. Put you in the screen. Let me see here. Boom, boom, boom. And we're gonna put Shannon in there. Once again, everybody, once you send your questions, you're locked in. And I will definitely get to them. I wish there was more hours in the day, but I didn't need to sleep. I could just break things down, but I do need to rest soon. So We'll have to get to this. Shout out to Shannon. Shannon Southard. Please break down the goddess Bastet. Thank you. Thank you, Shannon. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Thank you for the support. And yes, I will love to. We'll definitely get into that. Okay? Is Shannon in the room? Well, Shannon says yes, with a black cat and some stars. And she said something else. I don't see. Oh, she was just. Oh, please and thank you. Yes, Shannon, absolutely. Absolutely, Shannon. And then there's Ascari. Ascari always got your back. We need to get together with a Hati. He's another warrior. You guys remind me of each other. You have a strong warrior type nature. Respect to, and he said respect to Hati Ma'at before he typed that before before I even said that. Okay, nice. Okay. We need that Tehuti clone. J Doe says Tehuti get rest. Ahati says I knew Ahati and Ascari. You guys need to link up. You guys remind me of it. There's something about each other that reminds me of each other. Voltage, you're still up. You're making beats. One more build before sleepy time. Oh my gosh. Okay, and on to the next one. Let's see if we can whip through these so I can get to bed by 1. Maybe. Next one sent in is Big Head Leisure, of course. Oh man. Big Head Awesome Leisure. I see him. Oh, good. He just says, friend, peace to Houthi. Thank you, Big Head Leisure. Thank you. I get to rest a little bit. He just sent in good support. I'm going to go ahead and put that in. Oh, where'd he go? Where did he go? Hold on, everybody. Where did Big Head Leisure go? There he is. Okay, Big Head Leisure. I'm going to put this delete. Big Head Leisure. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Put that in here. And boom. Screen share, boom. Share. Shout out to Big Head Leisure with the awesome support. As always supporting. Big Head Leisure is awesome. Thank you, my good brother. And Big Head Leisure says, friend, peace to Houthi. Friend, peace to Houthi. Thank you, my good brother. Thank you, appreciate it. Awesome. Okay, boom. Thank you, my brother, for the support. And stop the screen share. You're awesome. Thank you, my brother. On to the next one. And don't worry, Kemet, we're coming up to you. We got a lot, man. Oh, boy. I hope a lot of these are just donations. We got, this is a new name here. Carol. Oh, my eyes. Carolina. Shout out to Carolina. Shout out to Carolina. Are you here, Carolina? Are you here, Carolina? Are you here? If not, no, I'm going to shout you out. I like it. I know the podcast is long and a lot of people send their questions in like a couple hours ago and you've fallen asleep. No problem. I understand. I do like it when you're here when I answer, but if not, no problem again. I can always get to you. I'll have to get to you next week anyways. But shout out to you, Carolina, who wherever you may be. Let me go ahead and put this in the room. Wow, sister, man. Big Leisure, Anthony, Stranger, Raphael Gary, One Hythe, Shannon Southward. Where is Big Leisure again? And there's Carolina. Okay, here we go. Carolina, I'm going to put you up in the room. Shout out to you. I don't know if you're in the room, but we'll definitely get to you. I'll get to you next class. Absolutely. $8.18. I like the sequence of numbers. It says, hold on, let me get some water. Hold on. Oh my God. Okay. Wrong bottle. All right. It says, hi. How did Cometians influence Mesoamericans? Carolina, hi back. And we'll definitely get to that answer. Thank you for the support, my sister. Appreciate that. Definitely talk about that in sequence. Okay, stop screen. Next one coming in is, Nathaniel. Nathaniel with his $5. Consistent. He was great. Always doing it. Oh, wrong thing. Hold on. And how about that? There we go. Shout out to Nathaniel. And here we go. Let's get this on the screen. Boom. Shout out to Nathaniel, Mr. Consistent. You are awesome. I'm going to put a screen share. There you go, my brother. Shout out to Nathaniel. I'm going to give you a personal clap on that. Thank you. You're every week. You do the same thing. Shout out to Nathaniel. Hope everything is good on your side. Peace and love. He says, for the information. Nice. Shout out to Nathaniel. Appreciate it, brother. All right. On to the next one. Of course, Nito Campbell with the I'm gonna call him Nito Consistent Campbell. Nito Campbell is just non-stop. It's always either 18 or 27. Shout out to Nito Campbell with 18 or 27. And this one is boom, 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 boom. Shout out to Nito Campbell with $27. Appreciate that, my good brother. You are awesome, excellent, fabulous, and wonderful. If you're listening right now, if you're catching us on the replay, we love and respect you, and thank you for the love and appreciation of who I am and what you're getting, and appreciation to the knowledge. Thank you, Nito Campbell. Appreciate that. You're always sending in the same amount every class, most of the time not even with a question. Shout out to you. Thank you, man. That made that easy for me to scroll through and just shout you out. You're awesome, my brother. Shout you out. Okay, we got Arcad Infinite, I believe, is yep. Arcad Infinite. Arcad Infinite, you know what you got to do for me, man? You got to tell me the direction in which you're writing this meta-net. Which direction? Are you writing it right to left or left to right? Like it says, oh, I see what you're doing. No wonder. Oh, I see. Let me show you what the brother's doing. That's why I couldn't understand these words. Let me see. I figured it out. Shout to Arcad Infinite. I have figured it out. What you're doing. I was like, I read the letters, but how come I don't understand what these meta-net words are? Of course I don't understand what the meta-net words are because it's English written in meta-net. Thank you, my brother. I see it now. Shout out to Arcad Infinite. I see it now. I was looking, I was like, Surupurati. I was like, Surupus. Oh, support. Okay. I get it. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's English. You're writing you're using metadata script to write things to me in English. So that I'm gonna actually now I know what it says because I'm just gonna read it for an English word. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate that. I was reading like, what does supurati mean? I haven't heard that metadata word yet. But thank you, my brother. You are awesome, fabulous, and appreciate you, my good brother. You are consistent. All right, let's get to the next one. Next one. On to the next one. On to the next one. Oh, Ascar, are you in the room? Ascari, are you in the room? Ascari sent me a message, and oh, okay. Okay, so Rabbi asked me what was the biggest one-time support, and I said 143, and what was it, 127? But Ascari actually just corrected me. He reminded me that on that day, he sent 143 and 2172. So it was actually 165. Okay, thank you, my brother. Wow, wow, it's even more than I thought. Then I didn't even know that. Thank you, my good brother. Let me go ahead and share that to the screen. I didn't know that. That was the same day. So he said, brother, when I sent 143.72, I also sent 21.72 during the same class. So it was 165.54. The Rab did it big. One day I will top that. Blessings and respect to you. All right. So thank you, my brother. I want to give respect to respect is due. So I thought that Ascari was the highest donation at 143, but actually he's the highest donation at 165. That's right. He donated 165 in the same he broke up the Cash App into two. That's right. Ascari is a monster. A good monster. Everybody press 1 if you can hear me. I don't see the chat moving. Press 1 if you can hear me. Press 1 if you can hear me. I do not see the chat moving. I don't know if the screen is locked. Is the screen locked? I'm not sure what's going on. Press 1 if you can hear me, please. Okay, let's go ahead. Okay, there we go. All right, Ascari is, woo. He gave more than I thought. Get leisure, man. What in the world is going on? Misha, are you in the room? Is Misha in the room? This is all I want to know right now. Is Misha in the room? Misha, is Get Leisure in the room? Oh my, what? I'm too tired to even respond properly, but this is what is happening right now. And what is this? Get Leisure, man, oh man. Wow. Let me label this. Hold on. Is Get Leisure in this room right now? Wow. Oh my gosh. Is Get Leisure here? I'm gonna check in just a moment. I can't see the screen right now, so I don't know if he's typing. But he just wow, that's all I gotta say. Big leisure, big time leisure. It's just okay. Here we go. Shout out to Big Leisure. Let me go ahead and get this up on the screen here. Shout out to Big Leisure. If you're in the room, my brother. Wow. Wow, Big Leisure. Oh, man. Wow, my brother. Wow. What is this happening here? Big Leisure with a $100 donation. Let me now look in the room. Is he even here? He's not even here, is he? Shout out to you, Big Leisure. Big Leisure. Shout out to you, my brother. I'm going to clap with them. I'm clapping with them. Shout out to you, Big Leisure. Thank you, my brother. Hasi says, wow, nice.
What's up, all you lovely people? Please subscribe and follow me on all social media.
Oh, Big Leisure, man. Where did that come from? When did he send that? Did he send that before? He sent that while he was in the room with us? Was he in the room? Because he sent one. He said he sent one, and that one was... So this is 125 then. Didn't he just send one that was 25? I swore. He just sent one that was 25. Oh my gosh. This is 125 then. Shout out to Big Leisure. I don't know when you're sending these. You're in the room with us. You said you sent me something, and then I see two of them. So shout out to you, my brother. You are just he's here. There he is. You know what, everybody? You know what? I'm so used to the information because I'm the one teaching it that I don't even understand sometimes the impact these classes are having on people, and the appreciation that people have. I know that when I was new and my life was really changing, that I was so appreciative, I didn't even know how to even pay back. I didn't know what to do. I was just so appreciative. I would drive from one country to another country to ask questions. When it was class time, I would drive from one country to another country to ask questions. The trip alone was $100 in gas. The drive was $100 in gas. And then where do we stay when we get there? So I understand what it's like now because I am Tehuti now. I'm so used to this information and I live it, and it's not massively life-changing to me. It's a way of life to me now, so it's smooth to me now, but I truly can understand where these donations are coming from, because if you've never heard it like this before, if you've had all those other people before and then you're seeing this, I could see what's happening. So when Rabbi is throwing in 270 and Black Alucard and Kemet, and I can understand it now. It is surprising when I see it. And Bev talks about her personality changing. Bev sent me 3 questions, 3 cash apps, and she just said keep them as a donation. Don't even answer the question. I understand when I think back and reflect on it, and I'm very thankful. And you all remind me of what that feeling was like. It's hard for me to get that kind of feeling anymore, but you all remind me of that type of appreciation. I don't have anybody anymore. I don't have a teacher. I don't have any Dr. Benz or all the great brothers that taught everybody. I don't have anybody, so I don't know what it's like to be taught now and be appreciative. My information, it's me putting it together from my research, my downloads. Other than the netter, I don't have any physical being to thank. So thank you all for being so appreciative, and you kind of remind me of what it was like when I would drive from country to country to ask 3 questions and then drive back to the other country with 3 answers. So yes, thank you all. You all are great. I get it. I understand. Shannon says, grateful for what you've created. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate the support. And Bev is here saying, you also have a great way of passing knowledge on with respect and humor. Thank you. Thank you. And Bev, you've messaged me about some personal outviews that have changed in your life, and this is great. This is really, really great. Thank you all for letting me know, because I'm so used to it. I'm so used to it. I can't. I don't know what it's like to be in that position anymore. That position for me was over 35 years ago or so, and now my teachers are invisible. So my teachers are invisible, or my teachers are in research or in Black Dreams, and I thank them. It's not even a being I can converse with to touch. So thank you all for the appreciation. You guys are awesome. You guys are awesome. And yes, the moderators. We love the moderators. Shout out to the moderators again. Let me give them a shout out. Where are they? Moderators. I know Saneti Moon's probably asleep. Anki Ma'at is very busy. You guys wouldn't believe how busy Anki Ma'at is while she's moderating this. The moderators are, where did they go? Moderators are Anki Ma'at, Nania Stepmer, Saneti Moon, and Ahati Ma'at. Those are the beautiful, awesome moderators. Shout out to you. Bev loves you all. Shouts out. Okay, Big at Leisure, man. Thank you again. Oh, what? Hold on. Where's Scribe? Scribe, get in this room, man. Big at Leisure, guys, get in the room. Where are you, Scribe? I'm delirious now. I'm delirious. This is too much. Scribe, get in the room, please. Scribe, get in the room. Big at Leisure, get in the room. I have to thank you guys directly. Get in the room, please. Get in the room, please. Scribe, come into the room, please. Come in this room, Mr. Scribe. I don't know what just happened here. I'm still trying to recover from Big at Leisure, and then Scribe just Big at Leisure. Oh, it says device not connected. Something's wrong. Scribe is in here. Big at Leisure, there's something wrong with your connection. I have to okay, try to come in again. Scribe said something too. He said it was somewhere. I can't remember where, if it was in the chat or something. He said I'm donating for the whole Podclass.
Yeah, I left that in the chat.
There it is. It was in the chat.
Yes, sir.
And Scribe and Big at Leisure. What are you guys doing to me, man? What's going on? Is this a setup? Is this planned? What's everybody doing today? What is all this? What's all this love? Wait till you see this. So Big at Leisure, I don't know when you were sending these donations. I don't know if you're doing it under the table when we were talking, but I saw 25. I know that one, and then all of a sudden 100. Thank you, Big at Leisure.
Thanks, bro.
Appreciate that, my brother. And then Scribe. Ahati Ma'at, come in here too, please. Hold on. Ahati Ma'at. Oh my goodness, what are you all doing? You guys are really You guys are really very, very so much appreciative, and I really appreciate you all. And thank you all for valuing what I'm doing to the highest extent, higher than you really have to. Even if what you all were giving was half of what you give, it would be extremely high. You all are really taking your support to the extreme, and I want everybody to see it and acknowledge it, because there's people out there right now spending that money on all type of things. You're in New York, so all type of stuff. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen. Okay, Hati's in here. Scribe, where are you? Where are you living? What state?
I'm in Nashville, Tennessee.
Look at this. We got people from California, Nashville, and Tennessee all in the same room. And let me just show you all I'm going to put on what Scribe did, and then I'm going to step away for a moment. I don't know. I didn't even click on the Cash App. Oh my goodness. Scribe, Beget Leisure. You all brothers.
Well, we can't really put a number on what you're doing.
That must be it. That's it. I gotta be it. Thank you. You guys are just... Where'd it go? Hold on. Your donation disappeared. Hold on. I'm looking for it. Hold on, Scribe. Where is it? Oh.
And if I could, Saba, I would like to end the podcast with a poem. I have a piece that pretty much summarizes a lot of what you taught on tonight.
Okay. I'm looking for your hold on, my brother. Here it is. Let me put this right here visually for me to see. I'm gonna label this. I'm gonna label you guys. You guys I already labeled Beget Leisure. Oh. Oh my goodness. Okay, here we go, everybody. Okay, let me do this again. One man engineer. Okay, we're gonna put this in the room. Here we go, everybody. Scribe says, this is a donation from everybody in the Podclass. And let me go ahead. Jody's still up. Let me go ahead and put this in the room. And is it showing? Is it on the screen?
No.
Scribe. Uh-oh. Scribe with the 272.
Let me find out, Scribe.
Scribe with the 272. 272.72.
I think Scribe, you're now the highest, right?
Beget Leisure.
What's up? All you
I think so.
Please subscribe and follow me on all social media.
Beget Leisure. Back to back with the 100 and the 25. We had a 25 earlier. I don't know. This is, you guys. 25 is somewhere in here. Shout out to Beget Leisure. Shout out to Scribe. I'm part tired, delirious, but shout out to all of you. Scribe, is he the highest? Well, how do you between him and the rabbi, right? What did the rabbi do again? Two. I have to go back and look at the rabbi. I think the rabbi was it 270? They're both the highest. They're both the highest. Right. I can't remember the exact amount of the rabbi. It's in here, but it was above 270 as well. 270 something. Shout out to you all. I'm gonna step away for a quick second. You all talk. Scribe, you have a poem you want to say? You said?
Yes.
Go ahead and say your poem while I step away, and you guys just all talk for a moment. Be at leisure. Shout out to you, my brother. You said are you 50 years old? You said?
Yeah, turn October.
You sound like you're 19.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, we don't crack, do we? We don't crack. All right, go ahead, guys. We'll step away from you.
All right, peace.
And I'm listening, Scribe. I'm just not on the screen. I'm hearing you.
Okay, perfect. All right, so for those that don't know, I go by the Tone, the Scribe, and I'm what some would call a spoken word artist. And I have a piece that I'm going to perform. I was inspired by, because I always like to give my inspiration, by a song by Kendrick Lamar. He has a song called Worldwide Steppers. And so that inspired me to write this, and it's titled Worldwide Healers. I'm a healer, he's a healer, she's a healer, witch. We some healers, walking slayers, slaying demons quick. Minerals, I'm into those, connected with Ra, not rah-rah. In a hidden land you can't see, not la-la. Brainstorm, make my eyes wet. Connections, hair raising, mirror gazing, make me question who Earth is. Connections, I see trees breathing, stayed more than 4 seasons. A higher version of myself talking to myself now through my first eye, so that's first, second, and third person. The Kaaba is not worthless. Matter of fact, it's priceless. Behind these eyelids are 3 separate minds. A serpent mind crowned me. I cried when I found me. I cried when my grandmother's earthly body was on the verge of expiring from taking a fall. Tailbone broken, now I'm broken. Could have been more outspoken. Analysis is dialysis. Kidneys need assistance. Maybe that's why diet has the word die in it. We clog our organs. Can't play the right tune. Knowledge is key, so tell me what's more important. The doctors just give you band-aids to exchange. Here, pop this pill. Dr. Sebi healed cancer with herbs and fasting. Heal the cells, heal thyself. Decisions, spirit guides are heroes. 0 isn't nothing, 0 is infinite. Oh, round up the troops, they twisted the truth. Ma'at is here to bring proof. I thought they knew, thought that's Toth. Tehuti, that's Kim, that's black, that's Kemet, that's black soil, not sand, that's our land. We deserted our culture. We set it on platters with open hands. Put your hands up like this is a shot. Put your hands up. We coming back for everything you got. Put your hands up. Metanetu symbol for Ka. That spirit. Some call it chi. We call it ku. Execute to the highest level. I've been a rebel. Don't need a medal unless you're talking precious. From children we are programmed to pledge our allegiance to a flag. From the start we hand our hearts over. Overtly. They put it in our faces through the language we speak. See, it's deep, so deep. We learn how to spell, but not to watch what you speak. We lost our culture to church, Roman philosophies, popes, preachers, and presidents, killer psychologies. The language we speak is reversed. Greek started mythology. You either gonna be lost or in hell, still breathing oxygen. I come from a place that's infinite within space with no trace. I'm never out of lines. The longest keys within space bars. only an ET in human form can absorb. If you are seeded from stars, you can receive signals of frequency. Sound travels, light travels in ways beyond most human capability is top tier when gods cry. DNA is dormant, time to awaken that. I come in peace, Salakum. Do not mistaken the facts of love and light of light. Thought travels, energy travels, been in battles of consciousness. Many forms of what a monster is. Learn to conquer fear. Abolish the need to be foolish. I hold the cube, no Rubik's. Metatrons, jobs done when heavens come. 11 ones, numbers giving me guidance. Angelically biased, the horn siren, Horus rising. More alive when I'm meditating. Intake 11 deep breaths is magic. What I see next is absolute abstraction. Attraction, visualize the action. Duality matching, balance. I must maintain my peace of mind. You get awkward stares when you seek divine. Routes, I keep the 9. Infinitely entering internally, keeping the Ka healthy. Bioenergies dualistic that you can turn into 3. Eyes open, yet one set. A throne is where I set. The metanetu symbol for all set. Through the past and I see what comes next. Checks and balances. Blessed beyond giving thanks. Supreme gratitude to consciousness. Ancestors and spirit guides. Animation, humanoid or bird type. Higher self, divine parents. Galactic families who peek through the sun's portal from time to time. Angels arrive when angles align. Numbers. 1 has 1, 2 has 2, and so on to 9. 6174, the scribe. Peace. So yes, thank you.
Like the chat room comments show. That was pure fire, brother.
Yeah, that was.
That reminded me of a battle rap, but slow enough that the average person could grasp it.
Appreciate that, brother.
Fire.
Thank you. I know I can drop that here, and a lot of the gems will get picked up more quickly. You know.
Yeah.
Right. I appreciate that, chat.
Good. You got people saying they want more.
They want more?
They want more.
Okay, young scribe, I heard a lot of that. I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna hear that again. I'm gonna analyze what you're saying, but what I like, other than of course the content, is I like your ability to make words, certain words. True MCs do this. You're making certain words rhyme. That sounds, the tone of it rhymes. On paper, the word doesn't rhyme, but on tone, it's rhyming. And Cannabis does it a lot. Eminem does it. True lyricists do that. And it's a certain thing that a lyricist can hear, and I can hear what you're doing. You're making certain syllables, saying in a tone where it sounds like the Megatron, and something else you said that the words don't really rhyme, but it sounded awesome. It sounded really good. I know what that style is. That's impressive. That's very, very impressive. Cannabis is very good at doing that, and of course the content.
Yeah, somebody said double entendres. Double entendres.
Yes.
I like what you said about the coup. Can you say it again real quick? What you said about the coup? You said coup and something about rebel.
I said, put your hands up. Metanetu symbol for Ka. That spirit. Some call it chi. We call it ku. XUQ to the highest level. I've been a rebel.
Yes. Yeah. That's what I like. That. That's good.
Thank you.
Execute.
Okay, let me put this on the. let me do one thing here. And yes, I wanted you all in the room to give you all personal, direct shout outs and respect for what you do to support this podcast and keep me motivated and keep me doing what I do. That which those can't even see. I told I told my goddesses certain things. There's certain things that I do that people can't see, and it's what creates what you're seeing. You see the end result, and there's certain things that I've done to myself to create what you're seeing in front of you, and I appreciate this because I can't even say all the things that I actually do of why I'm actually like this, what I've done to myself, my brain, practices, and certain things, and you all appreciate it. So thank you very much, and I appreciate you all very, very much.
Thanks, man.
And I'm gonna go ahead and you guys can actually stay on the screen if you want, because I'm gonna go ahead and just I'm gonna go ahead and put on the donators, and you all can stay here if you like. But I wanted you all to come on to give you that shout out and tell you all, acknowledge you all directly, looking at you as close as we can on this internet thing.
Thank you, Saba. We appreciate you.
And
you too.
So I'm gonna go ahead and show finish off some of these supporters here. We have David Gord. Is this showing on the screen? David Gord with the 5, who says, what does he say? For respect of what you do. Thank you, David Gord. By the way, David Gord is the one who sent in 20 and 5, and that was Akhenaten, Moses, and Jesus. It was Jesus, Pharaoh, and the anointed answer that I gave. So he sent this in another form of appreciation. And thank you, my brother, for that. Appreciate that. Okay, let us move on. We'll go to the next one here. We're getting close to Kemet. Trying to get to Kemet. There's so many. Oh, Netzer the Great. Oh, it's only 3 away. Netzer the Great. Netzer Ankh Hotep. This is one of the most consistent too. His brother right here, Netzer the Great. He's been there from the very beginning of the Podclass. Shout out to him. Let me go ahead and put him in the room for what he said. He said, we put on the screen here. Netzer Ankh Hotep El is also Netzer the Great, for those who don't know. I'll go ahead and put him on the screen for what he said. And he said, what did it say here? You see that on the screen? Should be on the screen. It's showing the whole screen. Let's try it. He said, for love when you show the plagiarisms. Thank you. For love when you show the plagiarisms. Thank you, Netzer the Greatest, also known as Netzer Ankh Hotep El. Shout out to you and thank you for the support and the donation. Okay, and on to the next here. We got a couple more before we close out, and the next couple more are. Oh, where did Raphael Gary come from? I didn't even see this one. This must be good. Raphael Gary. Drawn. Okay, I'm going to read this out. If Raphael Gary's in the room, maybe he can explain. He says, let me put this. I don't even know if there's a question. Let me go ahead and read it for everybody. I'm going to put next week 4, just in case it is a question. Raphael Gary, shout out to you. He says, where is it? Share. Home tab, Raphael Gary. Is that him? Boom, there he is. Raphael Gary says, for
dream state attached to field and book of dead. Oh, 4 is the dream state attached to field. Raphael Gary, you in the room, my good brother? First, I'm going to give you a hand clap. Thank you. Maybe I can get a clearer understanding. Well, shout out to you for this question. Shout out to you for this question, Raphael Gary. Are you in the room? Raphael Gary, are you in the room? Shout out to you. Thank you very much for your great support. Consistent support. You actually sent 2 today. I see another one up there from you, but it says, I'm going to read it again. It says, oh no, that's too small. Hold on. I'm going to read it again. It says, is the dream state attached to field in Book of Dead? Okay, Raphael Gary, you definitely okay, here we go. Raphael Gary is here. I'm going to put his elaboration on the screen. And I'm going to try to read it here. It says, you spoke of the field in the Book of the Dead. I wanted to know if it's attached to the dream state. Okay, great question, Raphael Gary. Actually, I got a great answer for you. Let me go ahead and I get it. Great question, Raphael Gary. Thank you very much for the clarity. And let me go ahead and take this off the screen. Shout out to Raphael Gary for the question and the clarity to the question. All right, shout out to you, Raphael Gary. We got a couple more to shout out. This is it looks like Kemet. Oh, this is so small. I can't. Hold on. This is. Let me see if I can blow this up so I can read it. Okay. Peace to Tehuti. Can you break down Nektembu 1 and. Yeah, I need to. I'm going to put this on the screen. I can't see. My eyes may be blurry or something. I must be looking at the computer too long. It looks too small. But I'm going to go ahead and put this on the screen for everybody to see the question that was asked by Kemet. And he said, it disappeared. This is interesting. Where'd it go? There it is. I'm going to put it right here. It's not showing up. Interesting. I'll put it right here. Okay. I think I may be able to see this a little bit better. So Kemet says, I'm all dark now. Okay. Kemet says, see if I can put this in the room, and then I'll go ahead and try to read it from my screen because it's too small for me to see. But Kemet, shout out to Kemet, he says, peace to Tehuti, can you break down who Nektembu 2 is and what he did and try to do with Upper Kemet after being run out of Kemet by the Tamu? Ooh, great question. Oh gosh. And being the last black native. Also, several months ago, I asked you to talk about Mansi Musa and his entourage trip to Cairo, handing out gold. The first to make it rain money, literally. Through my research, I believe. Hold on, Ahati, can you read this on the screen?
I'm trying. You see, I have to put on my Chinese eyes.
Okay, let me.
I can't really
you
see
like me
it.
to read it? I can see.
Yeah, go ahead and read the bottom one. I gotta rest my eyes. My eyes, too much work. Go ahead and read the bottom part.
Okay, it says, through my research, I believe this ties into the fact that some Kemetic people lived in exile in Mali, i.e. the Dogon tribe, and their claim they came from Kemet originally. They also created Timbuktu. All of this supports Ma'at, or Nile Valley spirituality system, encompassing all of Al-Bukin. Bonus. Al-Kebalan. Okay, that's what it's supposed to be. Bonus. Who are the Natufians? Natufians.
Bonus.
I will send a cash app in 2 minutes. Peace, Tehuti. You that Saba.
That is from Brother Kemet. So what I'm gonna do is oh, interesting. One of my goddesses just brought this. This is, oh boy, so much knowledge, so much to learn about. Me and my goddess were just talking about this. The Natufians and interesting. Okay, shout out to Kemet. And let me go ahead and put his the actual cash app. He did send one to me. He did send one right after. Oh wow. Oh wow, Kemet. The big timers, you guys are just I didn't even see this cash app till now. Let me go ahead and put this in here. Let's see where it's saving. Save. Go right over here. And we'll put this shout out to Kemet if he's in the room. I can't see him. I'm going to put Kemet. Oh, wow. This is definitely the podcast of the biggest donations ever. Am I sharing the screen? Yeah. Let me go ahead and take this off the screen and go ahead and put on Kemet's donation on the screen that match the questions. I think there's about 4 of them here. I don't know how many I'm going to be able to answer, but there's about 4 questions here. So let me 4 questions and statement. So here I'm going to go ahead and do a screen share. Boom, 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 and Chrome tab, and boom. There we go. Kemet with a huge support. You guys are. Man, you guys are really great tonight. This is the biggest supportive podcast ever since the podcast has ever started. This is the biggest night ever. Shout out to Kemet. Kemet is on deck. Shout out to you, my good brother. You are awesome. I'm logging your session with your email together. So when I look back at it, I'll be able to see both matching. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that. I'm actually going to put them beside each other right now. Right here. There we go. They are connected, so I'll be able to look back at them and match. Great question. Oh, the neck tembu one. Wow. Wow, I've never been asked that before, but I've taught on it, but I've never been asked it before. Shout out to you. Okay, do we have anybody left? We have, oh, look at this. Raphael Gary again? Let me refresh the page. Let me see something. Raphael Gary always does right at the last minute. Raphael Gary's awesome. Right at the last minute, he always is the last one, or he sent in the last one, last minute. Oh, Raphael Gary said something very interesting here. Okay. Let's see what Raphael Gary said here. What an interesting podcast tonight. I'm seeing so many interesting, unique things have happened in this podcast, have been said in this podcast. And here's something else unique that's been said. If I'm reading this right, that I've actually made Raphael Gary money in this podcast somehow. Somehow in this podcast, I've made Raphael Gary money. So let's. So many interesting things have happened in this class. Let me go ahead and put that on the screen. Where is it? Okay, screen share. Boom, boom, boom. Chrome. Raphael Gary. Raphael Gary sends $12. Wonderful breakdown. That answer made me some money. Raphael Gary, I'd love to hear how. Shout out to Raphael Gary and thank you, my brother. I'm making people money on the podcast as well. I don't know how, but like I said, I never know what I'm doing. I never know how what's happening affects people. Shout out to everybody. Raphael Gary, if you have time, you can type how did my answer make you money? That is wonderful. Glad I could do that. Never thought that would ever happen. But shout out to you, and that is it, everybody. That is it. Let me refresh. I think that is it for donations for the night. That is it. So we have a few, at least 4 for next week. And when XA comes in the room, I have one to still answer from him, which is on the Kemetic crowns. That Kemetic crown answer is going to be. You have never heard this before. But it actually ties into Scribe had a question about the left eye and the right eye. I was going to connect them together. I think Scribe is going to answer yours in the Meta class. I was going to connect the 2 answers together. I think I told you that, but I don't see the brother. So shout out to everyone who came to the Tehuti Podclass, supported. You all are awesome, fabulous. What a class tonight. What a class tonight. Mega Kepra said, well, Saturday now. Okay. Yeah, it is Saturday, yeah. Great podcast. Many thanks. Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for showing up and making this podcast more than I even expected. One moment, everybody. Hold on. I got to fix something.
I don't know about you brothers, but I'm getting a little delusional myself.
All right, I'm back. Okay, fix it a little. Okay. Thank you all for coming to the Tehuti Podclass. You all are wonderful, fabulous, great supporters, great questions. You all keep me going, keep me motivated to teach. Conscious Conqueror said an amazing podcast. Looking forward to next week's episodes. The Baphomet question, yes. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Conscious Conqueror. Thank you. Jody says good night, everybody. Thank you, Voltage Controller, all my moderators. For all of you who are watching this, who sees the time and effort I put into these answers, that I don't know what they're going to be until they come. Sometimes they're from the week before. Sometimes they come live. But if you see the time and effort I take and you appreciate it, please send in your support. Please send in questions. You can send me questions in the week. We got Shannon, who's very appreciative, who says, thank you, everyone, for the great vibes. See you next Friday. See you, Shannon, next Friday. Absolutely. Let me shout out my all those who helped out, which are the great moderators. And the great moderators are none other than Ankia Ma'at, Nania Setmer, Senetia Moon, and Ahati Ma'at. The great moderators, you all do your job to make this run smooth and efficient. For those of you who don't know, who are just watching this, you can send in your Cash App to Cash App TT Amun for support questions, and also to PayPal Rocky SV for support or questions. There are also physical, there are PDFs that you can get that I put together. That is Melanin Dark Consciousness, and that is another one called Stepping Out of the Matrix. If you send your inquiry, I don't know how many moderators still around in the room, but if you want to send an inquiry to me on how to get those, it is email mysticaltelevision@gmail.com. I have Hati Ma'at still in the room as a moderator. I'm not sure who else is left. I have my AI moderator here who says support with Cash App questions TT Amun. Okay, everyone. Thank you all for coming. We base our information on ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. Okay, let's make the most of our time because time is definitely running out. Time is definitely running out. So,
can I say one thing before you close out?
Yes. So we have a limited amount of time on this planet to get in what we can, and then our time is done, at least in the physical form. So let's make the best of what we have, get in the best questions, do the best that you can in life, live yourself to be the best person, seek ma'at, seek guidance, seek consciousness, seek coherent thought as opposed to abstract, distracted thought. Okay, and seek the culture. Seek the way that we thought of before there was any interference from any poison. All right, this is my spider Neith on the hat, and this is Osset from Kemet. All the way from Kemet, that is Osset. Peace and blessings, everybody. Ahati's going to say something, and then we're going. What was that?
No.
Somebody's chopping up. Who's that?
No, I said peace, brother.
Oh, is that you? Is that you, Begin Leisure, Michael?
Yeah.
Okay, I hear the sound, but you're it's not moving with your face, so I can't tell who's talking. But peace, yes, definitely peace, my good brother. Ahati Ma'at wants to say something before we close out. Go ahead, Ahati. Say that, and then we're gonna go ahead and close out the Tehuti pod class.
So I just want to address everybody in the room. If you've already purchased Tehuti Amenhotep Ra's book, Stepping Out of the Matrix, we're going to be starting a weekly study group. Everybody is free to join. The details aren't ironed out yet. I'll probably put them out there next week. I'm not sure yet. But the point is, we're going to have a weekly study group for his Stepping Out of the Matrix book. And if anybody has questions about that, you can contact me or the scribe, and we'll be happy to assist you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Excellent, Ahati. Anybody on this panel have anything to say before we close out? Michael or Scribe, anything real quick before we close out?
I just want to once again give you supreme gratitude for doing what you do and, unplugging us and reversing these spells and breaking this hypnosis to allow us to go back to our origin and build our foundation upon Ma'at, which allows us to have eternal life and break out this cycle of repetition. And there's no amount of thanks that I personally can give you for that. And that's all I gotta say. Thank you.
You're welcome, my good brother, and thank you for the appreciation. And I think she's asking this to you, Ahati. How do we Is that to Ahati? How do we contact you? That's
I'll leave my email before he closes out.
Okay.
Saba, I just want to say, you already know, but I'm so happy that you've done this because it's not only helping you, it's helping me. I'm glad to meet these other brothers and sisters here. And it looks like it's growing into a bigger and bigger type of family. So you are, of course, great. And man, I look forward to maybe one day this being on a stage or auditorium. I can see it, because you definitely deserve 100 times what Malachi had.
Thank you, brother. Thank you so much, Auntie. Appreciate that. Thank you, my brother. Absolutely. And you are, they can thank you because you pushed me to come back to the public after Pal Talk. I think Pal Talk was the last time I even wanted to talk to the public. You remember that, Ahati? Pal Talk?
You said you were bitter.
I don't want nothing more to do. This is nothing more to do with the public.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they can thank you for that, because I was happy just teaching you and the goddesses. I have no urge.
Can I ask you one thing? What was the one thing that made you want to do this after 5 months of me harassing you, like the police?
I wanted to give everybody one more chance to see. I wanted to see if there was some more people out there. I always feel there's some more people out there, and I wanted to just try one more time, because I never actually tried it like this before. Remember, before the Lions Den, I wanted to come out like this. Remember, I said I want to have some type of thing where we're in boxes and screens. This is before I even knew about StreamYard, and I said I want to be in boxes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So when I seen the Lions Den, I seen other people doing these boxes and screen. I said, hey, that's what I wanted to do, because in Pal Talk they never saw my face. So I always like to give people a chance to hear the teachings, and I never ever came on the internet in face like this, showing things on a screen teaching. So I actually never gave everybody a chance for that. If that didn't work, I would never come out again. I was in Pal Talk, just my voice. But I said they never got to see me and interact in a box like this with screen shares. So, and it worked. It worked. So there it is. Okay, everybody, we're gonna end off with the affirmation and close out this class. It's almost it's going on 2 o'clock here, and I got a big day tomorrow with the goddesses, and I am tired. Oh, Michael, did you want to say anything real quick before we close out?
Yeah, I'm grateful as well. You know, through my journey, my experiences now, I've been enlightened. So yeah, thank you very much, man, and all you brothers and sisters. Thank you a lot.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you very much. Thank you. We thank you. You all are keeping this moving, especially with the big donations and everything. It's keeping it. It's keeping things moving. So I appreciate you, and I love that everybody's life is changing. I love that this information. People always say, "How can this information change my life? What do I do with it?" And I say, "There's no answer for that. There's no answer, because there's no such thing as this information. It's multitudes of information, and any one sentence can change your life. So there's not this information like it's just one sentence. There's so much information, and you could teach for 3 hours, and one sentence I say can make somebody say, "Oh my goodness, I need to change my life." And it's just two sentences. So there's not one answer for everybody. So I'm so glad that I see. And anytime people ask me, how can this information change your life? I'm going to tell them, come to the Podclass and ask Beget Leisure, come ask Ahati Ma'at, come ask the Scribe, come ask Kemet, Raphael. I can't answer that. Only because how your life has changed, Beget Leisure, because of this information is different from Ahati. It's from when young Scribe is with his mate, talking to her about this information, and however they converse is different from Ahati, who may not have a mate, who's different from you, who's in Brooklyn, who may talk to your brother, who may different from Kemet, who has a family. So there's no one answer to how this changes your life. It changes everybody's life differently. But the one thing it does is it makes you better at whatever you want to be changed. That it does. So that's awesome. This is really, really great. You guys are awesome. Where's AJ Super Mogul? He must have fell off. He must have fell asleep. We got a scribe put this in the room. I can't read it, but it says something about a contact. So you all just read that and do whatever scribe says. I'm not sure what it even says. Go ahead and do whatever he's putting out. I support. So go ahead and read it and do it. Okay, so Stranger says, so hard to read these things now. Stranger says, the conscious community's version of Hollywood Squares. Oh man, even at 2 in the morning or 4 in the morning, Stranger has jokes. All right, everybody, we're gonna end off with the affirmation and close out. Here we are. Let me put on the affirmation for those to see, so we can say it together and close out. Here we go. And then after the affirmation, we're just going to go ahead and close out. Thank you, everybody, for supporting the Tehuti Podclass. See you next Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific time. I will let everybody know when I'm on Sonetta or Killer Priest again. Both of them have invited me on there recently. So it's just up to us to organize a time. All right, here we go. We're going to say the affirmation and close out. Oh, let me get this off the screen. Stranger, hold on. RPM peace, RPM peace. Peace to Anki Ma'at. Peace to everybody. The Brady Bunch. Oh, D Central. D Cent. I can't even read these names anymore. They're so small. D Centravos. D Centavos. Okay, shout out to you, brother. And now we're gonna say the affirmation. Let me turn down the music. We'll say the affirmation and then go right to close out. Let me turn the music down. Peace and love to everybody who came to the Tehuti Podclass and supported. You all are awesome. Peace to those who are watching this, even though you're not watching it live. You may watch it tomorrow, Friday, or maybe even 2 months ago. Whenever you do watch this, shout out to you, and I hope you appreciate it, and I hope you grow from it. Here's the affirmation. Anki Ma'at, Un MS, Nintet Oset and Mayat, Min Habapet and Mayat, Her and Hu Kiui, Per Ikut. I live from Ma'at, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. By being surrounded in darkness, I come forth as conscious light. Peace to everybody, peace and love. Ahati, you already said your last word, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, peace and love, everybody. Shout out to all of you who came to the Tehuti Podclass. Let me get myself back on the screen because I can't see. There's everybody. Shout out to everybody. Peace and love to those who came. Peace and love to those who support. And Hetzepu.